Hello guys, how are you all? I hope you're all having great day. So we are back with an interesting series on what if Naruto had Dinosaur Bloodline. Here is a quick summary. After being cornered by a mob on his birthday, Naruto is pulled into his mindscape where he meets Kyuubi, and she gives him a gift to help him protect himself, his precious people, and bring peace to the world. Thus begins the story of Naruto of the Saurian Soul. But before we start the story, we always provide the best and most interesting what if videos. So be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. It really motivates us a lot. Now without wasting any more time, let's start the story. Konohagakure no Sato, October 10. It was October 10, and in Konohagakure no Sato, or Konoha for short, the annual celebration of the defeat of the Kyuubi no Kitsune or nine-tailed demon fox 5 years ago was in full swing. However, one person in particular was not celebrating, no, quite the opposite. In fact, he was running for his life. This person was none other than 5-year-old Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of the Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze, and his wife Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, and the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, not that he knew any of that. Now you are probably wondering, how does he contain the Kyuubi when it was killed 5 years ago? Well, the Kyuubi is what is known as a Biju, which are near infinite amounts of chakra and Yauki given form, which makes it impossible to kill them, so they can only be sealed. However, due to the Kyuubi being the strongest of the Biju, it can only be sealed in a newborn baby, and Naruto was the only baby born on October 10 when the Kyuubi attacked, so the Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze was forced to seal the Kyuubi into Naruto, which resulted in the death of not only himself but also Kushina, leaving Naruto an orphan. The Sandaime Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was forced to retake the position of Hokage and tried to keep Naruto safe by keeping his status as the container of the Kyuubi a secret, but the civilian council found out and spread the word. In response, Hiruzen created a law that prevented the adults from telling the younger generation, so Naruto could at least have a chance at making friends. However, that didn't stop some of the more violent people from sometimes hunting the boy down to try and kill the demon, which leads us to where we are now. Naruto was running from another mob of people trying to kill him when he ran into a dead end. This way he went in here, yelled one of the people of the mob, chasing Naruto, shit, they are getting closer and I'm trapped, thought Naruto frantically, when he suddenly hears a voice, hold on kid. Suddenly everything goes black. Mindscape. Drip drip drip, ah, what the hell? Naruto opens his eyes to see himself in what looks like a sewer. Great, the villagers must have caught me and threw me in the sewer again. Well, might as well get up and get out of here. Naruto begins to get up when he hears a voice from behind him, come this way, kid, it's time for us to meet. Naruto turns around to see a large gate with a piece of paper on it that reads seal and walks towards it when he notices a huge fox with 9 tails behind it. Kyuubi. He screams and falls back. Yes kid, I am the Kyuubi no Kitsune, and we are in your mindscape now. You are probably wondering why you are here and how I am here. At this, Naruto just nods. Well, kid, the story begins back when the first Hokage Hashirama Senju fought Madara Uchiha at the Valley of the End. Madara somehow managed to summon me from my den and then used that damned hack's eyes of his, the Sharingan, to control me to fight for him. However, Hashirama's wife Mito Uzumaki was able to use her mastery of seals to seal me within herself. After the battle was over and both Madara and Hashirama were dead, Mito returned to the village and lived her life, and over time me and her would sometimes talk to each other in her mindscape. However, time passed and Mito grew older to the point where she was nearing end, and we began to talk about what would happen when she died. We had discovered that when she dies I would be free again, and upon realizing this we decided that if I was free, somebody might control me again someday and cause more destruction, so we decided that I would be transferred into someone else before Mito died. This led to Mito choosing a young girl named Kushina Uzumaki to become my next container. She was your mother, kid. At this, Naruto's eyes widened and small tears formed at the corners of them. Yes, your mother was my container before you, kid. Over time she would come into her mindscape and we would talk about various things like her life, the status of the world outside the seal and other things. And we grew close to the point where we saw each other as sisters. Naruto begins to open his mouth to ask a question, but Kyuubi cuts him off. Yes kid, I am a girl. One day she told me about how she fell in love with a young man by the name of Minato Namikaze and how they got married. She even brought him into her mindscape sometimes to talk to me. At first I didn't like him, but after talking with him grew to like him and see him as a little brother. One day they both came in and told me that Kushina was pregnant. At this, Naruto suddenly interrupts, but wait, if Kushina was my mother, then that would mean that Minato Namikaze is my father, but he was the Yondaime Hokage. Yes kid, Minato Namikaze is your father. Now please don't interrupt again. Now after telling me that Kushina was pregnant, we started celebrating. When we were done, I told you parents that I would like to give you a gift. Of course they asked why I would do this, and I simply said that they were the closest thing I have ever had to a family, and any child of theirs I would also consider family. They asked what the gift was, and I told them of a bloodline that I had created using the remains of creatures that I came across when I was young. Needless to say, they were shocked and honored and accepted, so I began to implant the bloodline into your DNA. However, the night you were born, tragedy struck. At this, the Kyuubi lowers her head for a moment, so Naruto asks what happened. After a moment, the Kyuubi continues her story. It's a known fact that when a female Jinchuriki is giving birth, the seal containing the biju sealed within her weakens, so extra precautions are taken due to this, though when your mother went into labor it was kept secret, except for the few people who would to be on hand to help deliver you, which included your father and few others. However, somehow the secret was let out, and a man came right after you were born and held you hostage before kidnapping your mother and extracting me from her. He then placed me under a Jinjutsu just like Madara did and forced me to attack Konoha. Your father was able to lead me away from Konoha to where your mother and you were in hopes of sealing me back into your mother, but due to just giving birth and having me ripped from her, she was too weak, so he had to seal me into you. Your mother used a special ability of hers to create chakra chains. I'd hold me down while your father prepared everything, but as he was sealing me into you, I broke free for a second, and in my state, I lashed out toward you and your parents got in the way and were fatally wounded by one of my claws. It was then that I finally broke free from the Jinjutsu and noticed what I had down. A tear trails down Kaiba's cheek, and Naruto walks up and hugs her as best he can despite her size. "It's alright, Kaio-chan, I don't blame you for your actions," he says with a small smile on his face. "Thank you, kid." Now, after realizing what I had done, I began to panic, but your parents said it was alright and that it wasn't my fault. Your father then completed the seal, and I was sealed in you. However, I was able to hear what was happening outside due to the seal being just finished, and heard the Sandaime Hokage talk to your father just before he passed. His dying wish was that you've been seen as a hero. For the next 5 years I waited for the day when we would be able to meet and I would be able to activate your bloodline if you wanted me to. Naruto was speechless after hearing all this. Leering, he had parents who not only loved him but gave their lives to save him, that his father was the Yondaime Hokage, that he had the Kyuubi sealed in him, and that he had a bloodline waiting to be activated, but realized that he would follow in his parents' footsteps and protect the village just like they had. With determination in his eyes, he then spoke, "Kyuubi, please activate my bloodline. My parents gave their lives to not only protect me, but also the village, so I will follow in their footsteps. I will use this gift from you to protect those who are precious to me like my parents did before me, and that includes you." Kyuubi was stunned by Naruto's words and simply thought, "Kushina, Minato, you would be so proud of your son, so young and already so strong." After a moment, Kyuubi smiles before saying, "Kid, your parents would be so proud of you already, just as I am. Get ready, I'm going to activate your bloodline, but it's going to hurt. Oh, and kid, call me Akane, it's my true name, okay Akane-chan, let's do this." "Alright kid, here goes, brace yourself," Akane says before activating his bloodline, and Naruto feels like fire has flowing through his soul before leaving the mindscape. Outside mindscape, Naruto exits his mindscape to find himself lying on the ground in the alley, with a mob of villagers approaching before getting up and letting out a scream that begins to sound like a roar. His face gets longer, his teeth lengthen and turn to fangs, his spine gets longer and forms a tail. His fingers and toes turn into claws, his skin becomes hard, dry, bumpy, and leathery, and finally he grows in size. His head and body get taller and longer and larger, till he was easily reaching 20 feet tall and at least 40 feet long from nose to tail, his orange jumpsuit just hanging from his arms. As this was happening, the mob of villagers just stood there watching the demon brat become this thing, before one of them finally snaps out of it and yells the demon is finally showing its true colors, "Kill it," which snaps the others out of their shock and they begin to charge at Naruto. Naruto turns and looks at the mob, says, "Oh no," but it comes out as Rahamu. The mob charges at him, try to injure him with knives, sword, kunai, and other various sharp objects which just bounce off his skin. A shinobi in the mob coats his kunai in wind chakra before stabbing Naruto with it and ends up piercing about 3 inches into his skin, causing him to bleed slightly. Naruto lets out a roar before turning to the shinobi. He lets out a mighty roar before leaning down and lunging forward, snatching the man by the waist in his mouth. The man screams before Naruto chomps down, biting the man in half with a loud crunch. The man's legs and upper torso fall to the ground with a wet plop, and the rest of the mob screams before trying to run. Naruto hears the scream and turns toward the rest of the mob, blood dripping from his mouth and teeth before lunging at the mob and begins to tear them apart, squishing some underfoot, slamming others into the alley's walls with his massive tail. Ripping others apart with his jaws, all the while names and pictures passing through his mind: Tyrannosaurus Rex, Velociraptor, Stegosaurus, Triceratops, Apatosaurus, Dilophosaurus, Pterodactyl, Procopsognathus, and finally Diabolus Rex. As this was happening, two Anbu, one with an Inu mask, the other with a Hebe mask, watch in horror and amazement. The Anbu with the Inu mask summons a dog and sends it to get the Hokage. Naruto finishes killing the last person in the mob when he hears someone appear and looks to see the Hokage standing before him with the Inu and Hibi masked Anbu. The Hokage looks at the scene before him, blood and body parts everywhere and a huge creature standing there looking at him, blood dripping from its mouth and fangs and an orange jumpsuit just barely hanging onto its little arms, and recognizes it as Naruto. Naruto, is that you? The Sandaime asks the creature before him, begins to shrink and change, revealing Naruto barely clothed. Jai Hibi-chan, is that you? Naruto asks before falling to his knees. Hibi rushes over and catches him before he hits the ground. Naruto looks at Hibi before placing his hand on the side of her masks and gives before smiling and giving her forehead a kiss. Thanks Hibi-chan, what would I do without you? Hibi chuckles, you're welcome kiddo, but how about you treat me to some dango to pay me back? Naruto smiles, sure thing Hibi-chan, all you can eat. Naruto looks at the Sandaime before saying, I know who my parents are, about my tenant. And unlock my bloodline, but we're going to need to go to your office to talk about it more. Hibi-chan and Inu-san must be there with us. The Sandaime is shocked but recomposes himself before saying, okay Naruto, Hibi, Inu. With a long he then snaps his fingers and Anbu with a weasel mask appears. Yes Hokage-sama. The Sandaime looks at Weasel before saying, I need you to clean the alley up, make sure there is nothing left of body's blood, and do not tell anyone what you have seen here tonight, is that understood? The Anbu salutes before saying, of course Hokage-sama, and tell Naruto I'm sorry I wasn't there for him tonight. The Sandaime nods his head, of course Itachi, and then leaves with Naruto, Hibi, and Inu. When they reach the Hokage's office, Hibi sets Naruto on couch before sitting next to him. Inu leans up against the wall and the Sandaime sits behind his desk before dismissing the hidden Anbu in the room and acting a privacy seal. Okay Naruto, can you tell me what happened tonight? Naruto holds Hibi's hand, looks at the Sandaime and nods. Okay Jai, but can Hibi and Inu remove their masks? I already know who they are. The Sandaime nods and Inu removes his mask, revealing a man in his mid-20s with a cloth mask covering the lower half of his face. His leaf headband over his left eye and silver gravity-defying hair. This is Kakashi Haddock. Hibi then removes her mask, revealing a beautiful young woman between 16 to 18 years old with pupilless chocolate brown eyes and beautiful violet hair pulled into a pineapple shape ponytail. This is Anko. Midarashi. Naruto smiles at Anko before giving her cheek a kiss, causing her to blush slightly before he turns to the Sandaime and continues his story. It started when, and then proceeds to tell him everything that happened from being chased into that alley by the mob. Meeting the Kyuubi, her telling him her story and about his parents, the relationship between them and herself, along with how she gave him his bloodline, how he left his mindscape and turned into the creature which he is calling a dinosaur, how he defended himself from the mob before Hibi, Inu. Hiruzen himself showed up. When he is done, everyone is speechless with there was on the ground before Anko snaps out of it and yells, hell yeah, the strongest being alive is a female. Take that sexist. This proceeds to snap Kakashi and Hiruzen out of their shocked state and the Sandaime finally says, I'm getting too old for this shit. Okay, I'm classifying everything said here as a S-rank secret. Now Naruto, what do you want to do? Naruto thinks for a second before saying, well Jai, I want to make my parents proud and protect the village and my precious people like you Am-chan, Tuichi Oji-san and Anko-chan, so I want to be a shinobi. Hiruzen smiles and thinks Minato. Kushina, you would be so proud of your son. Okay Naruto, so you want to join the academy? Naruto shakes his head. Actually Jai, I was hoping Anko-chan would teach me, since the academy teachers would try to sabotage my learning. And it would allow me to train with my bloodline and learn what I can with it, plus Akane-chan said she wants to train me in some of her Kitsune and Akuma styles. The Hokage and Kakashi look amazed by how much thought he has put into this in such a short amount of time, while Anko has a slight blush. Due to Naruto wanting her to be his teacher. After a few minutes of thinking, the Sandaime finally speaks. Okay Naruto, you have a good point, Anko can train you, but you will have to graduate with your age group. Naruto smiles brightly and nods his head. Thanks Jai, just you wait, by the time my age group graduates, I will be really strong, that way I can protect my precious people. The Sandaime smiles and looks to Anko, starting first thing in the morning, you are to begin training Naruto. You have my permission to use training ground 44. Actually I would recommend you use it and both of you live in the tower at the center of it, that way we can keep not only his bloodline a secret for as long as possible, but also the fact that he is training so early. Anko nods, of course old man, I was planning on doing that anyway. Come on Naruto, let's go get some rest before your torture training. Yeah, training starts tomorrow. She then grabs Naruto and both leave in a shushin. Kakashi nods to the Sandaime and leaves himself. Hiruzen leans back in his chair. So what do you think of all this? Jiraiya, the wall next to the window shimmers before revealing a tall man with white spike hair, wearing wooden clogs, a red kabuki-style outfit with a large scroll tied to the back of his waist, and a headband that reads oil on it. Jiraiya thinks for a minute. Well sensei, if he is anything like Minato and Kushina, then he is going to be a powerhouse in the near future. Then there is the Kyuubi and her story, I believe it. Minato once told me about when he went with Kushina into her mindscape and met her and befriended her, which made the whole her attacking Konoha for no reason so fishy in the first place, seeing how she loved Kushina and Minato like siblings. Then there is that bloodline of his, it's amazing, so if you add all this up, he could very easily be the strongest person to walk the elemental nations, since the Sage of Six Paths, which adds more evidence to him being the child of prophecy that the Elder Toad spoke of. The Sandaime nods his head. That's what I thought too. Jiraiya smiles and hands the Sandaime a scroll. Well, here is the latest info from my sources, sensei. Now if you'll excuse me, I have some research to do. He then giggles perversely and leaves through the window. The Sandaime wipes a little blood from his nose, chuckles before getting up and looking out the window, and thinks, Naruto, you are already so strong for dealing with how the idiots of this village treat you, and you will only continue to grow stronger from now on, and I'm sure your parents are already proud of you. I know I am. The next morning Naruto wakes up to feel something snuggling his left side and looks over to see Anko using him like a body pillow. A small smile comes to his face as he thinks she really is just like a till kid at times like this. He wiggles out of Anko's grip before placing a pillow in his place. So she won't wake up before walking out of the bedroom and towards the kitchen to make breakfast. Anko wakes to the smell of something delicious and gets up noticing Naruto isn't in bed anymore. As she walks to kitchen to see Naruto cooking breakfast, she yawns before asking Naruto, good morning Naruto, what's for breakfast, and sits down at the table. A small sly smile comes to Naruto's face before answering, well Anko-chan, we have an egg omelette with cheese, onions, sausage, toast, slices of bacon, and last but not least, we have. Anko's eyes widen with each thing he lists off before getting impatient that he is stalling. Okay, what's the last thing we're having? Another sly smile comes to Naruto's face. Well, the last thing is some of my special Naruto dango. As soon he finishes, Anko jumps from her chair and glumps him. Oh Naru-kun, you spoil me. He smiles, of course I do Anko-chan, but you're worth it. Now let's eat before starting my training. Anko nods and they eat breakfast. After finishing breakfast, both of them showering and getting dressed, they leave the tower to start training. Anko turns to Naruto. Okay Naruto, let's start by unlocking your chakra. Naruto nods and forms the Ram seal and concentrating. After a minute or so, a massive burst of chakra erupts around him, nearly knocking Anko off her feet before dying down. Anko stands there with her jaw on the ground, thinking holy shit, that was more chakra than my entire reserves, and he is only 5 years old. After recovering from her shocked state, Anko looks at Naruto and smiles. Well Naruto-kun, you certainly full of surprises, cause you just released more chakra than I have in my entire reserves. Now that you have unlocked your chakra, the torture training can finally begin. She then smiles sadistically. Get ready Naruto, cause the fun is about to start. Naruto merely gulps before thinking, well I did ask for this, so who am I to complain? He nods before saying, I'm ready Anko sensei, let's start. And so began Naruto's 8 years of torture training. 1 month later. Naruto had been training with Anko for a month, learning various things including taijutsu, ninjutsu, kinjutsu, shuriken jutsu, tactics, stealth, and traps. The Kane-chan had been teaching him her kitsune and akuma styles in his mindscape at night, along with how to use his bloodline, which he had named Saurian Soul, and one night, while doing some late night training in his bloodline, he noticed something that set for a series of events that would change the lives of more people than he knew. Naruto was training in the newest form of his bloodline that he had unlocked. It was medium-sized at about 6 to 8 feet tall and about 12 feet long. Its body was lean, while at the same time muscular. His teeth were medium-sized backwards, facing like snake fangs and razor-sharp. His arms were medium length and had 3 claws for fingers, but the most intimidating feature of the form was the 2 6-inch long claws on his feet, one on each foot. From what he remembered when the images and names passed through his mind a month earlier, this dinosaur was called a velociraptor, liked to hunt in packs and was incredibly smart. Naruto was running through the forest of death in his velociraptor form, getting used to its speed, evasiveness, and enhanced senses, hunting a boar so that he could make Anko something special for dinner, due to it being the 1-month anniversary of when they started training, when he smelled something strange coming from the direction of the Hyuga compound. It smelled of fear, and considering it was heading away from the compound, he figured that something was wrong and headed out to see what was happening. 5 minutes earlier. A tall man dressed in all black with Kumagakure headband was running from the Hyuga compound with a large sack over his shoulder. And said sack was 5-year-old Hinata Hyuga, firstborn daughter of clan head Hiashi Hyuga. She had been sleeping when a man came into her room and kidnapped her and was now taking her, who knows where to do, who knows what to her, and she was terrified, praying that anyone would come save her. The man smirked, thinking how easy it had been to kidnap the young Hyuga heiress so that Kumo would finally get the Byakugan bloodline. He had been given a mission by the village's council to pose as the ambassador of the village and go to Konoha to talk about establishing a peace treaty as cover to sneak and kidnap the young Hyuga heiress. He had already kidnapped the young girl and was on his way to Kumo when he noticed something up. The head, it looked like some kind of large bipedal lizard-like thing that had 3 claws on each hand, and on each foot was a long menacing-looking claw in addition to the others. It just stood there looking at him. Naruto had made it back to village fairly quickly and noticed a tall man in black with a large sack over his shoulder that was the source of the fear he smelled earlier and instantly realized that someone was being kidnapped by this man, so he quickly thought of a plan and put it into action. He created 2 shadow clones, glad that Anko had taught him the jutsu, and due to him using it so much had mastered it, making him able to do it without having to use hand seals. He mentally commanded the 2 velociraptor clones of himself to take up a pincer formation around the man. After they left, he stood out in the open and looked at the man. The man looked at the creature before him for a minute before deciding enough was enough. I don't know what you are, but you best get out of here before I kill the creature. Just tilted its head to the side. The man set the sack down and took out a kunai. Fine, have it your way, don't say I didn't warn you, and charged at the creature. As he made it to the halfway point between them, he thought, stupid creature doesn't stand a chance, should have just left, better finish this quick before anyone shows up. All these thoughts were running through his head as he got closer and closer. He never noticed the 2 shadows come out on either side of him. He never noticed them get closer to him. He never noticed one jump into the air with its feet forward. He never noticed the other slash his abdomen. He never noticed the one in the air descend upon him and tear into his flesh. He never noticed the look in the eyes of the one in front of him that said gotcha. He never noticed any of these things until it was too late. He felt his abdomen get sliced open. He felt the large claws of the one in the air slice into his back and pin him to the ground. He felt the teeth of the one his back grip the back of his neck. He felt fear as the pressure increased. He felt his neck start to twist as the creature turned its head sharply. Then he felt no more as his neck snapped, severing his spine from his brain, killing him. Naruto looked at the man before him, dead from his clones, snapping his neck before dismissing his clones, tilting his head towards the sky and letting out a roar, that coughing like one that velociraptors do in the movies. Before changing back to his normal form and walking over to the sack and opening it. Hinata was terrified. The man had set her down, and then she heard him saying something, and then everything was quiet. She heard footsteps walking toward her before opening the bag. She expected to see the scary man that had put her in the bag, not a boy that had sun blonde hair. The most beautiful blue eyes she had ever seen, 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek, smiling at her as he helped her out of the bag. Naruto helped the girl out of the bag as he took in her appearance. She had midnight blue hair cut into a hime style. Her eyes were a beautiful white with hints of lavender and had no pupils. She had on lavender pajamas. He smiled at her. Are you alright? She nods. Good, now let's get you home. I'm sure that everyone is worried about you. He grabs her hand, not noticing the blush on her face. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, by the way. What's yours? She blushes a little more before answering. Hinata Hyuga. He smiles. Nice to meet you, Hinata-chan. They walk for a little while before they see a man that looks like an older version of Hinata, but male obviously. The man notices them and runs towards them. Hinata, there you are, what happened, and who is this? Hinata proceeds to tell the man what happened, while Naruto just stands there waiting till she is done. After Hinata finishes telling the man what happened, he turns towards Naruto. Is what she true? Young man. Naruto nods. Yes sir, I was out walking and enjoying the night when I noticed a man in all black running with a sack over his shoulder that was moving like someone inside and went after him. I then confronted said man and let Hinata-chan out of the bag before walking her back home, in which you saw us. The man in front of him looks skeptical, so he continues, if you are having a hard time believing me, you can have someone go check the way we came from. They will find the man on the ground in the middle of the street. Meanwhile, you and I can go with you to see the Hokage where things will be explained further. The man thinks for a second before nodding. Naruto notices 2 more men appear next to him. One looks just like the man in front of him. The man turns toward the man that looks like him. Hisashi, go check up the road to see if there is a man lying in the center of the street, and if so bring him to Inoichi at the INT. Hisashi nods and leaves. He then turns toward the other man. Ko, take Hinata home and inform Hitomi what happened. The other man nods before leaving with Hinata. The man then turns toward Naruto. Come along Naruto, let's go talk to the Hokage. Naruto's eyes widen. You know who I am? The man chuckles. Of course, I doubt there is anyone in the village that doesn't know who you are. And I must say that prank you played on the civilian council was very funny. Naruto smiles and rubs the back of his head. Thanks, they had it coming. The man smiles. That they did, Naruto, that they did. Naruto and the man reach the Hokage's office and enter to see the Sandaime doing paperwork before looking up. Hiashi. Naruto, what can I do for you? The now named Hiashi bows before speaking. Hokage-sama, earlier tonight, my daughter Hinata was taken from her room by someone, and after searching I discovered young Naruto here walking her back home, at which time I questioned him and he told me how he was out for a walk when he noticed a man in black carrying a bag that was moving and proceed to confront the man and rescued Hinata. At this, the Hokage's eyes widen and Naruto rubs the back of his head sheepishly. The Ashi then continues now after hearing young Naruto's story I was a little skeptical and said that we should talk to you about it and after having co-escort Hinata home and my brother has Asi go see if there was in fact a body down the road we came here the Hokage then turns to Naruto. Naruto is what Hiashi said true Naruto nods his head yej I was out training in that when I noticed a man and confronted him like Hiashi-sen said. Before letting Hinata-chan out of the bag and walking her home when Hiashi-sen saw us Hiashi raises an eyebrow at the mention of that wondering what it meant but decided to wait to ask. The doors to the Hokage's office then open to reveal his Ahi who walks in and bows to the Hokage and Hiashi before smiling at Naruto, I have just finished my task Hiashi. And like young Naruto said there was in fact a man's body down the road, along with a sack that had residual amounts of Hinata's chakra in it, upon bringing the body which I might had was in my own opinion very effectively killed. To Inoichi-san he used his clan's mind walk jutsu to enter the man's mind and found out that he was a shinobi from Kumo that had orders from their council to pose as ambassador to discuss a peace treaty in order to kidnap a main branch Hyuga to be brought back so that they could have the Byakugan. All of this however went on with behind the back of the Yondaime Reikage he finished the Hokage, then nods his head thank you Hisashi you may return home. Hisashi then bows before leaving, the Hokage turns toward Naruto and smiles well done Naruto you saved somebody from a fate worse than death tonight, I am very proud of you Naruto smiles, no problem Jai I'm just glad Hinata-chan is safe, she seems like a nice person he finishes while the Hokage and the Ashi smile, Hiashi then asks the Hokage Hokage-sama if I may what is this that Naruto referred to earlier the Hokage looks to Naruto who nods. He then dismisses the Anbu in the room before setting up a privacy seal Hiashi, what we are about to tell you is a S-rank secret, not to be told to anyone Hiashi nods, the Hokage and Naruto then proceed to tell Hiashi about everything, including Naruto's heritage, his bloodline. How the Kyuubi really is, the night of his birth, his secret training with Anko, nothing is left out, and by the end of it, Hiashi's jaw is on the floor. He then turns toward Naruto wait you're Minato, and Kushina's son Naruto nods Naruto your father was not only my best friend, but your mother was best friends with my wife Hitomi when the four of us found out that both your mother and my wife were pregnant. And that you were going to be a boy while me and my wife were having a girl, the four of us decided to form a marriage contract between you and Hinata at this Naruto's eyes widen, that's right Naruto you and Hinata are engaged to each other. Naruto thinks for a moment Hiashi-sen while I'm honored to be engaged to Hinata, I will not marry someone unless it is out of love and both of us love each other and therefore will not marry Hinata unless such a thing happens at this Hiashi eyes widen however, that does not mean that I will not give Hinata a chance, from the short amount of time that I have known her, I can already tell she is a great person and anyone she falls in love with will be the luckiest man in all of the elemental nations. What I propose is that we keep my engagement to her a secret that way her and I get to know each other and if we end up loving each other, we will know the love between us is real and not due to the contract and then the contract is fulfilled. And if we don't then she will never know and go on with her life, her happiness is more important than some contract he finishes with a smile. The Ashi and the Hokage are stunned before both smile thinking the same thing Minato Kushina your son is already such a great person, Hiashi then speaks Naruto, I see so much of your parents in you, you have your father's intellect and compassion, and your mother's kind heart. Very well we will keep the engagement a secret from Hinata, so that if you both fall in love it will be genuine, he then turns toward the Hokage and bows I will take my leave Hokage-sama before leaving. Hiruzen looks toward Naruto Naruto you truly are one of a kind Naruto smiles and rubs the back of his head, well Jai of course I am me after all the Hokage chuckles that you are Naruto, that you are. Now I think it's time you go and see Anko, I'm sure she is worried about you Naruto pales thinking that well Jai gotta go see ya, he then leaves so fast you would swear he was using the Hirshin as you saw him. Naruto returns to the tower and sneaks in, hoping Anko is asleep when suddenly the lights turn on to show Anko standing there with her arms crossed, tapping her foot well look who decided to show up where have you been, I have been missing my favorite pillow, Naruto chuckles and begins to explain what happened and when he is done Anko just shakes her head not even 6 years old and already getting into situations like this what am I going to do with you? And what's this I hear about you being engaged to little Hinata, he chuckles nervously well he was set up by our parents and might not even happen if we don't love each other, he then walks over to Anko and hugs her, besides Eve, if we do fall in love and get married. You won't get rid of me that easily because I love you and you will be there right there beside her, if I marry Hinata Anko's eyes widen and blushes before smiling not one of the smiles she shows most people, but a true smile that only Naruto has seen you got that right Gaki, but that's not for a. Well after all what would people think of me marrying a gaki like you Naruto chuckles, they would think that I am the luckiest guy in the world for having a woman as incredible. And beautiful as you as my wife, he then stand on his tiptoes and kisses her cheek. Now let's go to bed, we have a lot of training to do, and only 7 years and 11 months to do it, she smiles. You got that right, Gaki. They then go into the bedroom and go to sleep with Anko, cuddling Naruto like he is a body pillow. 7 years 11 months later. The 5'8" tall 13-year-old with sun blonde hair, blue eyes and 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek stands on the roof of a building next to the Ninja Academy. He is wearing black steel-toe combat boots, dark red cargo pants, a fishnet shirt that shows of his six-pack abs and chest. A long red trench coat with red flames on the bottom that goes down to his ankles. On the back of the trench coat near the top are the words Saurian Soul in gold lettering, and underneath it there is some kind of creature's skull Jurassic Park logo. On his right arm there is a tattoo of a crimson nine-tailed fox. On his chest above his right pec there is a tattoo of a purple snake coiled around a heart. On his left pec there is a tattoo of the moon with lavender hints in it above a heart, and he is wearing black sunglasses. He looks at the building before looking at the note in his hands and smiling. Well, better not keep them waiting. Should I just enter the building normally or with style? It is, he then smirks before running and leaping into the air and rolling into a ball. Naruto Uzumaki was about to make himself known, and things would never be the same for those around him, those poor bastards. He not really. Evil smile. Iruka Yamino was many things: a man in his mid-late 20s, a shinobi of Konoha, a teacher of the next generation of Konoha shinobi, and finally an orphan from the Kyuubi attack 13 years ago. However, as he walked into his classroom with his assistant teacher Mizuki, he couldn't help but feel like something was going to happen today that would not only be hilarious, but also make a fool of him, but he pushed it aside for the moment and looked upon his class. First there was Sasuke Uchiha. He had brown hair that looked like a duck's ass, onyx eyes, and had a look on his face that would make you think somebody stuck at 10 feet. Hole up his ass and killed his puppy. He wore a dark blue shirt with the Uchiha fan on the back, white shorts and black sandals. He sat at his seat with an air that said, "I'm the best thing since sliced bread, bo before me Dilsuyanal much." Next there was Choji Akamichi Tub, big bone boy munching on a bag of chips. He had on a grey shirt, tan shorts, and a pair of sandals. Next to him sat his best friend Shikamaru Nara. Shikamaru Nara is one of the smartest people in the village like the rest of his clan, but he was also one of the laziest, also like the rest of his clan, the males anyway. The females however were energetic and would often be seen whacking their husbands, boyfriends, or brothers over the head with frying pans they seemed to pull out of thin air. He had brown hair pulled into a pineapple ponytail. He wore a brown shirt and black pants with grey sandals. He had his head down on his desk and was currently sleeping. Next was Shino Aburam. He has black hair and wore a long closed trench coat that covered his entire body up to his nose and wore black sunglasses that hid his eyes. Next to him sat Kiba Inuzuka. Kiba Inuzuka is a loud, brash, perverted boy who wore a grey jacket with a hood over his head, brown shorts and sandals. Like the rest of his clan, he had 2 fang tattoos on his cheeks, and his nin dog companion Akamaru, a little puppy with white fur, sat on his head. Next was Ino Yamanaka. He has long blonde hair pulled into a ponytail and wore a purple top and shorts. She, like the majority of the females in the class, was a fangirl chasing after Sasuke. Sitting next to her was the class banshee, Sakura Haruno. She wore a red dress with blue sandals. She had pink hair and green eyes, and also like the majority of the girls in the class, she too was a fangirl chasing Sasuke. Next there was Hinata Hyuga. She had changed a lot in the last 7 years. She had grown to be around 5'3". Her hair had grown and no reaches mid-back. She wears a baggy beige jacket that hides her mid-C cup breasts and long blue pants. The rest of the kids in the class were just no-name civilians that Iruka really didn't bother remembering the names of cause they probably wouldn't appear again after this chapter. Where did that come from, he thought before shaking his head. He then clears his throat trying to get the classes. The tension no effect, so he tries a few more times before a tick mark appears on his forehead. Okay, shut up and pay attention, he yells instantly. The class does so, causing him to smile. Okay, now today is the day of the graduation exam that will determine if you become shinobi or not. It begins before the one of the windows in the classroom break and a black ball flies through before attaching itself to the blackboard. The ball pops open, revealing a banner that says "The sexiest man alive, Naruto Uzumaki is here," and standing next to it is a 5'8" tall 13-year-old with sun blonde hair, blue eyes, and 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek, stands on the roof of a building next to the Ninja Academy. He is wearing black steel-toe combat boots, dark red cargo pants, a fishnet shirt that shows of his six-pack abs and chest, a long red trench coat with red flames on the bottom that goes down to his ankles. On the back of the trench coat near the top are the words Saurian Soul in gold lettering. And underneath it there is some kind of creature's skull Jurassic Park logo. On his right arm, there is a tattoo of a crimson nine-tailed fox. On his chest above his right pec there is a tattoo of a purple snake coiled around a heart. On his left pec there is a tattoo of the moon with lavender hints in it above a heart, and he is wearing black sunglasses. He turns to Iruka and raises his hand. Yo, am I late? Iruka just stands there for a second before clearing his throat. Who are, and why are you my class? Naruto just tilts his head to the side and looks at Iruka. Well, in order, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, hence the reason I came out of, and I'm standing next to that ball next to me that has the banner saying the sexiest man alive. Naruto Uzumaki is here. Sweat drop from most of the class, and as to what I am doing here, this is my class and I'm here to take the graduation exam. I have a note from the Hokage and hands Iruka the note, causing his eyes to widen before rubbing the bridge of his nose and muttering, I need a drink. He then notices Naruto holding a flask out to him. Here, some of my special stash, it helps with the stress. Iruka grabs the flask and takes a gulp before handing it back to Naruto. Thanks, I needed that. Okay, now class, we have a new student joining us today. Meet Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto raises his hand. Yo, nice to meet you. Suddenly there was a yell of Iruka sensei. Why does this nobody get to just join at the end of the year when we're graduating? Only Saman is awesome as. Sauce-kun should be able to do that. I just died a little writing that, was the yell of the class. Banshee, I mean Sakura. Yes, Sakura. After recovering and stopping his ears from bleeding, Iruka looks at Sakura before saying, first Sakura, he has a note signed by the Hokage himself saying he can. And secondly, if you ever yell like that again, I will have you clean the Akimichi solar system. UNITL. It sparkles with your toothbrush, which caused many of the class to go green in the face, but none more so than Sakura. After compassing himself, he turns to Naruto and says, okay Naruto, how about you tell us a little about yourself? Naruto smiles before nodding. Okay Iruka-sensei, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, the sexiest man alive. Sweat drop from Iruka. My likes are training, ramen, foxes, snakes and reptiles in general, the moon, my Hebeheim, my lavender moonheim, music, singing and playing my guitar, cooking, my dislikes are traitors, rapists, perverts, the time it takes to cook ramen, and people who can't tell the difference between a kunai and a scroll. It's Ilden. My dream for the future is to get stronger to protect my precious people, bring peace to the elemental nations, become Hokage, and have a family. He finishes with smile. Iruka and the class sit there speechless for a bit before there is a loud squeal and a midnight blue-haired blur rockets into Naruto, who just catches it and twirls around. Before stopping, he looks at the person in his arms and smiles. Hello Hinata-chan, did you miss me? Her answer was to put her arms around his neck and kiss him on the lips passionately as he wraps his arms around her waist. This causes various reactions among the class. Jiruka has his jaw on the ground and a little blood dripping down his nose, and the rest of the class has their jaws on the floor. After ending the kiss, Naruto looks Hinata in the eyes and smiles. I'll take that as a yes, she responds by tapping him on the chest lightly. Naruto looks at the class. What, haven't you ever seen someone kiss their fiancé before? This caused everyone's jaws to go deeper into the floor and more blood to leak from Iruka's nose. After a few minutes everyone recovers and Iruka clears his throat. Okay Naruto, Hinata, if you will take your seats, we will start the written exam. Naruto and Hinata nod before giving each other a quick kiss on the lips and going to their seats. Iruka then has Mizuki pass out the tests, who then proceeds to give everyone a test before coming to Naruto and gives him his while before turning around and smiling to himself. Well, he thinks, let's see the demon brat pass that. Naruto looks at the test and notices that they are at least Jounin level questions, realizing that it's under a Jinjutsu before thinking, so he is one of the people who hates me for holding Akane-chan. Well, let's just fix this, shall we? Akane-chan, you got that right Naruto-kun, let's show then what happens when they mess with my little brother. Akane speaks through the mental link they set up a few years back. Naruto then dispels the Jinjutsu and answers the questions, getting them all right, and then waits for everyone else to finish. 30 minutes later. Iruka looks at the clock before turning to the class. All right, that's time, pencils down and bring your tests to me before heading outside to the training field. Everyone gets up and heads outside. Everyone stands outside at the throwing range as Iruka and Mizuki walk up. Okay, now we will test your shuriken jutsu. When I call your name, come up and pick up 10 shuriken and 10 kunai and throw them at the training dummies. He then proceeds to call people one by one. Choji gets a 7/10 for both shuriken and kunai. Shikamaru gets a 6/10 for shuriken and kunai, barely trying while trying enough so he passes. Shino gets a 7/10 for shuriken and 8/10 for kunai. Kiba gets a 7/10 for both shuriken and kunai. Both Ino and Sakura get 6/10 for both shuriken and kunai. Hinata gets a 8/10 for both kunai and shuriken. Sasuke gets a 8/10 for shuriken and a 9/10 for kunai, causing his fangirls to scream about how he is the best. He walks from the throwing spot and gives Naruto a look that says beat that dope. Naruto just ignores him. Iruka then calls Naruto's name. Naruto walks up to the line and picks up the kunai and shuriken. Iruka looks at him and says, whenever you're ready Naruto. Naruto nods and gets into a throwing stance before throwing all 10 kunai at once, followed by all 10 shuriken. After he has done, most of the class laughs thinking he missed, and Sakura yells, "The baka can't even hit the target." Everyone then looks to Iruka, who has his eyes wide and his jaw wide open, before turning to Naruto. "Great job Naruto, perfect score and bonus points for hitting other vital points." This shuts everyone up, and Sakura yells, "What are you taking about, sensei? He missed everyone." Iruka then turns to Sakura. "No Sakura, he not only hit everyone, he placed them in places that are all fatal, ranging from the throat, lungs, kidneys, liver, and finally the eyes." This shuts her up, while everyone just looks on with wide eyes, and Sasuke grits his teeth due to the dope getting a higher score. Iruka then says, "Okay, next up is Taijutsu. First up is Shino Aburam versus Random Civilian 1. Iruka starts the match, and within a few minutes the winner is Shino. Next is Choji versus Shikamaru. Shikamaru forfeit, stating it's too troublesome. Then Ino versus Sakura, which ends in a draw. Next is Kiba versus Random Civilian 2, and Kiba wins fairly quickly. Hinata wins against Random Civilian 3. Finally Iruka calls Sasuke Uchiha versus Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto steps into the ring and gets into a stance as Sasuke walks into the ring. "You should give up now, dope. There is no way you can beat me and Uchiha. We are the elite of this village. No one is better than us," as he gets into the Uchiha interceptor fist style. Naruto just laughs. "If that's the case, Sasuke, then why haven't there been any Uchiha Hokages then? If your clan is the best like you say, then by definition, every single Hokage would have been one, or at least one of them would have been. But nope, there isn't a single Hokage that's been an Uchiha, so that must mean your clan isn't as great as you say it is." Everyone just stands there in silence before Kiba and the rest of the boys start laughing. Hinata giggles, while Sakura and the rest of the fangirls start screaming at Naruto. Sasuke gets furious before yelling, "I will kill you, dope," and charging at Naruto. Sasuke throws a wild punch at Naruto's head, but Naruto just moves his head to the side before giving a hard uppercut to Sasuke's chin, sending him flying into the air. Naruto then jumps into the air, delivers a devastating axe kick to Sasuke's stomach, send him crashing into the ground where he bounces off the ground. Naruto then lands beside him before delivering a spin kick which sends him flying out of the ring into a tree. Everyone stands there in silence, watching what can only be described as a slaughter before Sasuke goes flying out of the ring and hits a tree. Iruka recovers from his shock before saying, "Winner Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto turns around to leave the ring as Sasuke starts to get up. Sasuke, who's furious, starts going through hand seals. Iruka notices this and tries to rush to stop him, but is too late as Sasuke stops and takes a deep breath before yelling, "Fire style." Grand Fireball Jutsu. A medium-size fire blows out of his mouth and heads toward Naruto, who turns around just in time to see the fireball hit him. Everyone watches in horror as they see the fireball hit Naruto, and Sakura yells, "Yeah, that's what you get for not letting Sasuke-kun win, like you should have, baka. Now you're dead," and laughs. Everyone turns to look at her with a WTF expression on their face, right before Hinata hits her with a Jukin strike, knocking her out. Sasuke begins laughing manically. "That's what you get, dope, when you go against an elite like myself." He then suddenly feels something cold and metal on his throat and turns to see Naruto next to him completely unharmed, holding a kunai to his throat with a murderous look in his eyes. Before he says, "So you think you can try to kill a fellow leaf shinobi? Just they beat you in perfectly legal spar. You do know that what you just did counts as treason, right, team? Which means I am well within my rights to simply end you life right here, you pathetic sack of shit. Why your brother left you alive instead of someone like your mother or his friend Shunsui, I will never know. But understand this right now, Sasuke, if you ever try to kill another leaf shinobi, I will personally cut your balls off. Cut your eyes out of head and make you eat them before placing your balls in your eye sockets, before cutting that tiny penicl dick of your and shove it down your throat. Before shoving my foot so far up your ass I will force the pole that stuck up there out your mouth. Do I make myself clear?" He yelled, leaking massive amounts of killing intent, all pointed directly at Sasuke, who could only nod slowly as he pissed and shit his pants before passing out. Naruto turns toward Iruka and says, "Sorry about that, Iruka-sensei, just had to get a point across to the team, and considering how thick his skull is, I thought it would be best if I went about it that way." Iruka nods his head. "Very well, Naruto, considering what Sasuke attempted, you are well within your right to do that, and I will be brining his actions up with the Hokage, so he will definitely get punished." Naruto nods his head. "I don't think that will be necessary, isn't that right, Anbu-san?" And Anbu with the Inu mask jumps down and nods to Naruto. "Very impressive on being able to find me, Naruto. How were you able to do so, if I might ask?" Naruto smile. "I was able to smell you." The Anbu just stand there. "And what do I smell like, if I might ask?" Naruto beckons the Anbu over and whispers in his ear. The Anbu suddenly flinches before standing up. "Well, I will keep that in mind, Naruto, and thank you for the advice. Now I will take the Uchiha to clean himself up before taking him to the Hokage. Have a nice day." Naruto smiles. "You too, Inu-san." The Anbu then leaves. Naruto turns toward the class and asks, "What?" Iruka looks at him and asks, "What did you tell him?" Naruto pats his fist into his palm and his eyes a little before grinning sadistically. "I told him he smells like semen, alcohol, And shame, and that he may want to lay off on playing his skin flute before going out on patrol, or at least take a shower to wash of the shame and smell. Before he does so, Iruka and everyone just stand there with their jaws on the ground before bursting out in laughter. After about 10 minutes they calm down, and Iruka speaks. Okay, now that that's out of our system, let's start the final part of the exam, the ninjutsu portion. When I call you name, please perform a henge. Substitution, and finally the Bunshin clone, in that order. And if you have any other jutsu for extra credit. Okay, first up is one by one, the class went up to take the test, with the civilians mostly failing, with all the clan heirs and Sakura, and I wish I could just fail her right here, each performing the 3 required jutsu and an extra credit. 1 Choji use his partial expansion jutsu, Shikamaru use his Kajimane jutsu, Ino use her mind body switch jutsu on Shikamaru to make him do an embarrassing dance. Shino used his clan's bug clone jutsu, Kiba used his clan's man-beast clone with Akamaru, Sakura used some pathetic jutsu on random civilian 4, Hinata used her clan's 32 palm strike, and finally it was Naruto's turn. Iruka looks at Naruto. Okay Naruto, please perform the henge. Naruto nods and instantly changes into a perfect copy of the yondaime before Iruka gives him the signal to release it. Very good Naruto, a perfect transformation, and without hand seals bonus points for that. Now please perform the substitution. Naruto nods and smiles sadistically. Suddenly there is a poof of smoke, and the sandaime is there reading a very familiar orange book with blood leaking from his nose. Iruka looks at him and clears his throat. Hokage-sama. The sandaime looks up and sees Iruka and everyone else before asking Naruto. Iruka nods his head, and suddenly the Hokage goes up in a poof of smoke, and Naruto is standing there again, snickering. Iruka sighs and looks at Naruto. Okay Naruto, now please perform the Bunshin. Naruto tilts his head and asks Iruka-sensei, can it be a variation of the Bunshin? Iruka nods his head and Naruto then closes his eyes. Suddenly the whole training field goes up in smoke. When it clears there are at least 500 Naruto clones standing there doing various things from cleaning their nails to play rock paper scissors with each other. Iruka sees this and his jaw hits the ground and he drops his clipboard. Naruto, are these what I think they are? Naruto nods. Yep, they are shadow clones. Kiba then asks Iruka-sensei, what are shadow clones? Iruka gathers himself before answering Kiba. The shadow clone jutsu is a air Ankin jutsu due to the large amount of chakra needed to perform it. It requires so much chakra that most jounin can only make between 5 to 10 before they run out of chakra. Hokage-sama himself could only make around 100 when he was in his prime. But for Naruto to make over 500 in one sitting and not even be winded is astounding alone, but to do so at the age of 13 is just mind-boggling. Everyone's jaws hit the ground as they look at Naruto. Iruka finally recovers from the shock as Naruto dispels the clones. Okay Naruto, I have a feeling I am going to regret saying this, but do you have a jutsu you would like to perform for extra credit? Not that you need it at this point. Another sadistic smile appears on Naruto's face, sending shivers down everyone's spines before he says, yeah Iruka-sensei, but everyone needs to step back. It's kind of big. Iruka nods and steps with everyone else. Naruto closes his eyes before suddenly opening them and saying sorry in soul. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Naruto then begins to change. His face gets longer, his teeth lengthen and turn to fangs, his spine gets longer and forms a tail, his fingers and toes turn into claws, his skin becomes hard, dry, bumpy, and leathery, and finally he grows in size. His head and body get taller and longer and larger, till he was easily reaching 20 feet tall and at least 40 feet long from nose to tail. Everyone minus Hinata looks on in shock and terror at the creature before them as it raises its head to the sky and lets out a loud roar before changing back to Naruto. When he was done changing back, Iruka finally recovers from his shock before shakily asking Naruto, what was that? Naruto chuckles that Iruka-sensei is part of my never-before-seen bloodline called Saurian Soul. However, I can't go into details about what it is and what I can do, but I can tell I can turn into creatures similar to that one. He finishes with another sadistic smile. Iruka sighs and runs the bridge of his nose. Okay Naruto, I understand and you get extra credit for it. Now that the end of the exam, those of you that passed come back in a week for team placements. After saying that, everyone begins to leave. Naruto and Hinata leave holding hands. As they walk, Naruto turns to Hinata. So Hinata, how was the academy? Hinata giggles, well Naruto-kun, it was okay, but it would have been better if you were there with me. He smiles, I know Hinata-chan, but you know why I couldn't be there with you? She smiles sadly, yeah, can't believe how stupid the villagers are. Naruto laughs, you can meet both. Anko-chan says hi by the way and looks forward to the next time she can't help you train. Hinata shivers at that, remembering the couple of times she asked Anko to help her train. After meeting Anko, the two started to talk about various things like girls stuff, the future, and of course Naruto, and after some time they decided that they would share Naruto, because due to how his early childhood had been, they believed he should get as much love as possible, and if that means they share him then all the better. They also decided that if any other girls were to come into his life, then as long as they truly loved him, then they were welcome to share him with them. Hinata smiles while remembering that. They continue to walk and it begins to get darker, so Naruto decided to walk Hinata home. As they near the Hyuga compound, Naruto remembers something. "Hey Hinata-chan, do you still have that little gift Anko-chan gave you when you two decided to share me?" Hinata blushes atomic red before quietly answering, "Yes Naruto-kun, I still have it, and that was the most embarrassing thing I have ever done in my life." Naruto chuckles, remembering that when Anko and Hinata decided to share Naruto. Anko decided they should celebrate, which led to Anko getting a orange nine-tailed fox tattooed on her ass cheek, Hinata getting one on her inner thigh, and Naruto getting the tattoos that are on his chest and arm. As they reach the Hyuga compound, Naruto gives Hinata a quick kiss on the lips and bids her goodnight as she goes in, and he leaves. After walking a little, he notices Mizuki running with a big scroll tied to his back with Iruka-sensei chasing him. Sensing something off, he creates a clone to go and inform the Hokage while he chases after him. Mizuki was thrilled. He couldn't believe how easy it had been to steal the Forbidden Scroll. Now all he had to do was deliver it his master Orochimaru, and he would not only be rich but also powerful. As he was jumping through the trees, he noticed he was being followed and stopped for a second to find both Iruka and Naruto in front of him and says, "Well, look what we have here, Iruka and the demon brat himself. Just when I thought this couldn't get any better, now I can kill the demon brat before I bring this scroll to Orochimaru-sama." Naruto just chuckles, "So you think you can kill us and get away with the Forbidden Scroll, man? I could tell you were stupid, Mizuki team, but this is beyond stupid. You're not going anywhere." Mizuki just laughs, "You stop me, you've got to be kidding me before I kill you. Do you want to know why you're hated?" Naruto Iruka's eyes widen. "No Mizuki, it's forbidden." But Mizuki ignores him and throws a bunch of kunai and shuriken at him, which surprises him, allowing them to hit him. "Shut up Iruka. Now what do you say?" Naruto want to know why you're hated. Naruto just tilts his head. "Sure, why not?" Mizuki then goes on to tell him about the Kyuubi, how it was sealed in him, and all that jazz. When he is done, Naruto just laughs. Mizuki gets frustrated and yells, "What's so funny, demon?" Naruto stops laughing and looks at Mizuki. "I have known about the Kyuubi since I was 5 years old," shocking Mizuki and Iruka, before he continues, "Furthermore, you said the Kyuubi was sealed in me, which makes me the Kyuubi, but if you fill a glass with water, does the glass become the water?" At this, Mizuki and Iruka's eyes widen before a small smile comes to Iruka's face. "Now Mizuki, you have attempted to kill Leaf Shinobi, stolen the Forbidden Scroll, and reveal it and S-rank secret, which means that your sentence is death." Naruto finishes with a sadistic smirk on his face as he calls out multi-shadow clone jutsu. The forest is then filled with at least 500 Narutos, all of which have the same sadistic smirk before all the clones say sorry in soul. Velociraptor. All the clones turn into velociraptors and look at Mizuki, who by this point is pissing himself, at which point all 500 velociraptor clones attack at once, and all he can do is scream as he is torn to shreds. Iruka looks on as Mizuki is torn to shreds, leaving only his head and the scroll untouched, and feels like he is going to throw up. Naruto walks over to him and begins pulling out the kunai and shuriken. "You alright, Iruka-sensei?" Iruka nods before saying Naruto about what Mizuki said, but Naruto cuts him off. "It's okay Iruka-sensei, like I said, I have known since I was 5, and when Jai shows you up and we get back to his office, everything will be explained." Naruto then finishes pulling out the last of the shuriken and kunai before going over and picking up the Forbidden Scroll in Mizuki's head just as the Hokage and Samanbu show up. The Sandame looks at the Sen before him, looking at Naruto and smiling. "Good work Naruto, mission complete," he says and winks slightly. Naruto catches on and plays along. "Of course Hokage-sama, like we thought the Mizuki was the traitor," and after confirming this, following him here where I joined Iruka-sensei in confronting him, Mizuki proceeded to break an S-rank law punishable by death, along with the attempted murder of 2 Leaf Shinobi and the theft of the Forbidden Scroll, with the intention to bring it to the traitor Orochimaru. "I eliminated him and retrieved the scroll while attending to Iruka-sensei's injuries before you showed up." The Hokage nods and turns to his Anbu Inu, "Take a scud to see if there are any others around that might be waiting for Mizuki, and if so try to capture them, but if unable to take them alive, you have authorization to kill them." Inu nods and leaves, with most of the Anbu, leaving only the Hokage, the Anbu named Nico, Naruto and Iruka in the clearing. The Sandame then turns towards Nico. "Nico, help Iruka up, we are heading at my office." Nico nods and does so before the 4 of the Shushin to the Hokage's office. Once they reach the office, the Sandame has the other Anbu leave before activating a privacy. "Nico, remove your mask." Nico nods and does so, revealing a beautiful young woman in her mid-20s with violet eyes and purple hair. "This is Yugao Yuzuki, Anbu agent Nico." She smiles at Naruto. "It's been a while. Naruto-kun, how have you been?" Naruto walks over and gives her a hug. "I've been good Yugao-ni, how are you?" "And hey, Nai," she smiles. "We're good Naruto-kun, now let's see what Hokage-sama has to say." Naruto nods and releases the hug before turning to the Hokage. Hiruzen smiles before turning toward Iruka. Iruka, what we are about to tell you is an S-rank secret, so it must not be told to anyone. Iruka gulps and nods. The Hokage and Naruto then proceed to tell Iruka everything about Naruto, his parents, the Kyuubi, the relationship between them and so on. By the time they are done, Iruka's mind is blown. The Hokage then tells him he can and he does so. Yugao then gives Naruto another hug before leaving herself. Naruto then turns towards the Hokage, who smiles at him and pulls out some money. Naruto, I am classifying this incident as an A-rank mission for you, so here is your pay, and I have to say you haven't even been a shinobi for a day yet and already captured a traitor. I look forward to seeing your career, my boy, if this is just the start of it. Naruto smiles. Well, you know me, Jai Jai. He chuckles, then walks to the window and jumps on the windowsill. Well, see you later, Jai Jai. Anko-chan is probably waiting for me. Naruto then jumps out the window and begins running on rooftops towards the forest of death. Hiruzen just looks out the window and watches him go, thinking, Naruto, your will of fire burns so brightly that it breathes life into people whose own will of fire has weakened. He then sits back down at his desk to fight the greatest foe to ever exist, paperwork. Naruto arrives back at the tower in the forest of death and spots Anko munching on some leftover dango. He smirks and sneaks up behind her before wrapping his arms around her waist and kissing her name, causing her to let out a moan, and turns her head to see Naruto. You know, Naruto-kun, it's not very smart to sneak up on me. He chuckles before kissing her neck again. I can't help it, especially considering how much I love you and how beautiful you are. Anko blushes a little as she thinks how much she has changed in the 8 years they have been together. She still wears her violet hair in the same pineapple ponytail. She now wears a long tan trench coat that reaches her heels. She has on a black miniskirt held up by a belt that has a snake wrapped around a fox head holding it up. She wears a black mini top with a fishnet mesh shirt covering it, black shin guards and arm guards, and a pair of black combat boots like Naruto. Naruto sits down at the table and grabs a stick of dango as Anko asks, so how was your first and last day of the academy? Naruto smiles and begins to tell her how his day went, starting with how he entered the classroom, which causes her to laugh and tell him good job. He then tells her how everyone reacted to not only him joining them, but him being Hinata's fiancé, which makes her laugh. Naruto then tells her about the tests, how Mizuki tried to sabotage and how Sasuke tried to kill him after being beaten, which caused her to nearly storm out and kill the team, before Naruto calms her down and tells her how he dealt with him. Then he tells her of the ninjutsu test and how he got extra credit, which causes her to laugh again. Naruto then tells her how he walked Hinata home and found out she still has the tattoo on her inner thigh. Anko blushes a little before laughing at that, remembering that day. Naruto then tells her about taking care of Mizuki, saving Iruka, and returning the forbidden scroll to Jai Jai. When he finishes, Anko just looks at him and smiles. All that in less than a day of being a shinobi, damn Naruto-kun, that's impressive. She then gives him a quick kiss on the lips before getting up and leads him to the bedroom. Come on, Naruto-kun, time for bed. You've had a busy day and need your rest, Anko says as she begins undressing until she is in just her purple bra and thong before getting under the blankets. Naruto then gets undressed till he is in his burnt orange boxers and get under the blankets next to her, holding her in his arms before kissing her forehead. Good night, my Hebe queen, he says. She smiles and kisses his forehead. Good night, by Foxy King, she says as they fall asleep in each other's arms. Naruto woke the next morning to find his vision blocked by something, and judging by how soft it was, he had a very good idea as to what it was. Anko's D-cup breasts. He smiles and thinks, I don't know how you do it, Anko-chan, but why is it that every morning you somehow end up without your bra even though you were wearing it when we went to bed? He slides out from under her and places a pillow in his place before covering her back up with a blanket and going to make breakfast. As Naruto makes breakfast, he thinks on what he should do for the next few days before team placements. Let's see, team placements are in 6 days. That gives me time to get to know my fellow genin minus Sakura. He shudders and prays to Kami that he isn't placed on a team with the Banshee, I mean Sakura. I should probably keep training, take Hinata on a few dates, and prepare for the shitstorm that those damn civilian counselors are going to send my way when they find out about me beating their precious Yaheha. Why does Jai Jai even keep them around? All they do is bitch about things that they have no say in. Naruto chuckles and sadistic smirk comes to his face as he plans for the inevitable meeting with the councils before continuing to make breakfast. Naruto finishes placing breakfast on the table as Anko comes out scratching the back of her head while yawning. Morning, Naruto-kun, what's for breakfast? He smiles. Well, Anko-chan, we have eggs, toast, bacon and your favorite dango. However, I suggest you take a look at your current state of dress before you start eating. Anko looks down at what she is wearing and notices the is only wearing her purple thong before looking back up at Naruto, who is smirking. Now, Anko-chan, as beautiful as you are and how much I enjoy seeing you wearing just panties, I think you should get dressed. Anko blushes before smirking and cupping Her breast swats the matter Naruto-kun, are you afraid you won't be able to control yourself seeing me like this? Naruto walks over and gives her quick kiss on lips before smirking, not at all Anko-chan, it's just if you keep walking around like it would only be fair if I started walking around in just my boxers and you likely jump me right then and there, now go get dressed or no. Dango Anko blushes at being out-teased before realizing what he said and rushes to get dresses lest she risks her dango. Naruto smiles before sitting and waiting for her to return. After they finish breakfast and Naruto washes the dishes while Anko dries them, she turns to him, so Naruto-kun, what do you plan to do for the few days until team placements? He thinks for a minute, well, I was thinking of training some more if you want to join me. Maybe we could get Hinata-chan to join us seeing how it's been a while since she did so. Anko smiles sadistically at the thought of training Hinata again before Naruto sees this and smiles, now Anko-chan, I know what you're thinking, but try to keep the injuries down to a minimum this time, especially since Hinata can't find out which team she is on if she is in the hospital. Anko pouts a little before Naruto kisses her forehead. Now none of that Anko-chan, if we're lucky I will get placed on Hinata-chan's team with you as our sensei, that way the three of us can train together all we want. Anko instantly stops pouting as that thought comes to her mind. Now other than training, I was thinking of getting to know the others who graduated and preparing for the inevitable meeting with the councils. When they hear how I kicked the Uchiha's ass, Naruto smiles, remembering the ass kicking he gave the Team Emo King. Anko smirks at hearing that and says, okay Naruto-kun, sounds like a plan, just remember to bring a camera to the council meeting. I want to see their faces when you show them why they shouldn't mess with you. Naruto smiles before giving her a quick peck on the lips. Of course my Hebe queen. Was already planning to. Anko, you better my foxy king or you're sleeping on the couch for a week. Naruto shudders remembering the last time he had to sleep on the couch after accidentally ruining Anko's dango. Naruto gives her one last kiss before they leave the tower to go and train. 1 week later. The week passed by quickly for Naruto. The first day he met up with Hinata and they went on a date in the park before watching the sunset from the top of Hokage Monument. The next day Naruto got to know his fellow genin minus Sakura and found they were pretty cool. Shino was pretty quiet, but Naruto could tell what he was saying by reading his body language. Shikamaru and Choji were pretty fun to be around, despite Shikamaru being really lazy and Choji always eating something. Hiba tried to challenge him for Hinata-chan, saying that as an alpha she was his, which ended with Naruto kicking the shit out of him figuratively and literally. The rest of the week Naruto hung out with Hinata and Anko, either training or just relaxing. It was the day of team placements, and Naruto was standing on the roof of the building across from the academy, wearing his usual trench coat, combat boots, red cargo pants, fishnet shirt, and black sunglasses, thinking about how he would enter the classroom. He noticed Iruka just walk in before standing behind the podium and instantly came up with a way to enter. Smiling sadistically he sinks into the roof. Iruka had just entered his classroom and told everyone to shut up before doing roll call. As he went down the list he came to Naruto's name and silently prayed he wouldn't do any like when he first introduced himself. And oh poor Iruka, he has no idea what Naruto has in store for him, but I do cue evil smile. As he called Naruto's name something started to come out the top of the podium slowly, inch by inch it came out till it revealed it was Naruto's head. He had a creepy smile on his face that would make Orochimaru shiver before he suddenly said I'm here in a very creepy sing-song voice that nearly made Iruka have a heart attack as he jumped into the air, screaming like a little fangirl and using chakra to stick the wall. Naruto rises the rest of the way out of the podium till he is standing on and begins laughing. Sorry Iruka-sensei couldn't resist after all. It's the last day that you will be my sensei. He then turns toward the back of the room. Did you get all that on camera? He asks. Suddenly a shadow clone appears. Holding a camera and nods his yeah boss, just like you said to, now to go get it developed and pass it around the village. See ya, the clone responds before running off. Iruka finally gathers himself before thinking, why does it feel like there is some all-powerful deity that enjoys having Naruto either embarrass me or make me want a drink. He then turns toward the class, many of whom are snickering. A tick mark before clearing his throat and begins a speech about he is proud of them. This is only the beginning and all that mumbo jumbo. Kiba then asks, hey Iruka-sensei, where is Mizuki-sensei? Naruto snickers and Iruka flinches. Well, it turns out Mizuki was not only altering grades which affected the team placements, but the night of the graduation exam he stole the forbidden scroll with the intent to sell it to our enemies. At this many in the class gasp. However, thankfully Naruto noticed him acting funny and informed the Hokage before chasing after him and confronting him, at which time I showed up at this. The class looks at Naruto, who merely shrugs. Iruka then continues, Mizuki then immobilized me before being defeated by Naruto, who when performed first aid saving my life, at which time the Hokage showed up. He finishes with a smile at Naruto. Okay, now on with the teams. Team 1 to 6 not important. He then continues. Team 7 under Kakashi Haddock will be Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Hair and Q loud squeal and rant about tour love wins all. And Kiba in Yuzuka, this Kiba just slams his head on his desk and Naruto pats him on the shoulder. I feel for you, Kiba. I really do. My advice, bring heavy-duty earplugs if you want to stay sane. Kiba looks over and nods. Iruka continues going down the list. Team 9 is still in circulation, so Team 10 under Asuma Saratobi will be Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka. At this, Ino just groans. Iruka ignores her and continue. Now here is where things get interesting. Team 8 under Kurenai Yuhi will be Shino Aburam and Hinata Hyuga. However, due to a Jonin taking an interest in Naruto's skills and wanting to take him as an apprentice, that leaves Team 8 short a member. So Hokage-sama decided to place him on Team 8 with his sensei, meaning Team 8 will now be Shino Aburam, Hinata Hyuga, and Naruto Uzumaki under Kurenai Yuhi with Ko-sensei. But before he can finish, the window breaks and in flies a black ball that opens to reveal a banner that reads the sexy but taken Anko Mitarashi, soon to be Uzumaki. At the bottom is a chibi drawing of Naruto in a tuxedo with Anko hanging off him. Wearing a wedding gown next to the banner is none other than Anko herself, with a shit-eating grin on her face as she looks at Naruto, whose simple smile and thinks, I should have known it would be Anko, this is just like her. Iruka looks at Anko. Anko-san, you're early. She merely chuckles and says, sorry about that, just couldn't wait to get my cute little genins and begin their torture or training. Yeah, that's right, Iruka sighs. The door suddenly opens and in walks a black-haired woman with red eyes wearing black sandals, a black skirt and a red and white dress that looks like it's made of bandages. She turns to Anko and glares, damn it Anko, I told you to wait. We are early. Anko just chuckles and rubs the back of her head. Sorry Kurenai-chan, I was excited. Kurenai's eye begins to twitch. Fine, okay, Team 8 meet us on the roof in 10 minutes, Naruto, Hinata, and Shino nod before getting up when suddenly Kiba looks at Anko and says, wait a minute, the banner said you're soon to be Anko Uzumaki, but the only Uzumaki is Naruto and he is engaged to Hinata. Anko just smiles, that's correct, but so am I. There is utter silence and you could hear a pin drop when suddenly everyone minus Naruto, Hinata, Anko, Kurenai and Shino yells at once. Naruto chuckles and rubs the back of his head before answering what everyone is thinking. Yes, I am engaged to both Hinata and Anko. Due to me being the last known Uzumaki, I fall under the CRA, which forces me to take multiple wives. However, just because I will only marry if both myself and the women I am to marry love each other. He finishes. Kiba and the rest of the boys in claws minus Choji, Shikamaru, and obviously Sasuke then gets up, stand in front of Naruto before dropping down to their hands and knees, before bowing their heads up and down, before creepily chanting as one, all hail Naruto Uzumaki-sama, the manliest man, the sage of manliness, please teach us your ways in manliness. We are not worthy, we are not worthy. Naruto and the rest of Team 8 just stands there with sweat drops on their heads. Naruto then turns to Iruka-sensei for some help, only to find him also bowing down to him. While chanting, Naruto shakes his head and looks at the rest of Team 8. Can we just go? This is getting too weird even for me. They just shake their heads and head to the roof. When they reach the roof, Kurenai looks at them. Okay, now that we're away from, how about we introduce ourselves? I will start. My name is Kurenai Yuhi. My like are Jinjutsu, training, my friends, wine and reading, my dislike are perverts, rapists and traitors. My dream is to become the best Jinjutsu user in the elemental nations. See you three reach Jonin and have a family. She finishes, turning towards Anko. Anko smiles. My name is Anko Mitarashi, soon to be Uzumaki. My like are Naruto-kun, snakes, sake, dango, and my friends. My dislikes are perverts, rapists, and a certain traitor. My dreams for the future are to kill said traitor, marry Naruto-kun and have a family with him. She finishes before turning to Hinata. Hinata nods and says, my name is Hinata Hyuga, soon to be Uzumaki. My likes are Naruto-kun, Anko-sensei, training, and cinnamon buns. My dislikes are perverts, rapists, traitors, and the caged bird seal. My dreams for the future are to abolish the caged bird seal and unite the main and branch families, marry Naruto-kun, and have a family. She smiles at the end and turns to Shino. Shino nods before saying, my name is Shino Aburam. My likes are insects and honey. My dislikes are people who kill insects for no reason and traitors. My dream is to become head of my clan and breed insects, to make a new breed. Shino finishes by pushes his sunglasses up and turns towards Naruto. Naruto smiles before saying, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. My likes are Anko-chan, Hinata-chan, ramen, the moon, training, foxes, snakes and reptiles in general, music, singing, playing my guitar, and cooking. My dislikes are traitors, rapists, perverts, the time it takes to cook ramen, and people who can't tell the difference between a kunai and the scroll it's sealed in. My dream for the future is to get stronger to protect my precious people, bring peace to the elemental nations, become Hokage, and have a family. He finishes with smile. Everyone nods before Kurenai says, now we will head to training ground 8 for the real Genin exam. Nobody seems surprised by this, so Kurenai asks, what's wrong? Usually this is where you ask what I mean. Naruto just chuckles, well Kurenai sensei, it's pretty obvious that there would be another test that is designed to weed out the rest of the weaker candidates while at the same time showing if those on teams can put aside their differences to work together to complete the mission, which means that the test you're referring to is merely a test on teamwork. And now that we have figured that out, we would work together and pass the test. Kurenai just stands there shocked as she looks at Naruto, who in less than a minute figure out the real meaning behind the test. Naruto gets up and walks over to her before closing her mouth. Now Kurenai-sensei, it not very ladylike to stand there with mouth hanging open. Okay, he finishes with a smile, making Kurenai blush before regaining her composure and saying, okay, then you three pass, now let's go to training ground 8-2. Train before we start taking missions tomorrow. Everyone nods before heading to the training field. After training for a few hours, Kurenai and Anko tell them they are done for the day and to go home and rest up. They then head to the Hokage Tower to report about their team. When they reach the Hokage's office, the other Jonin senseis are there waiting. The only ones worth mentioning are a tall man wearing the standard Jonin outfit. He has black spiky hair and a black trimmed beard. And is smoking a cigarette. This is Asuma Sarutobi, leader of Team 10, and son to the Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, next to his Kakashi Haddock, leader of Team 7. The Hokage notices Kurenai and Anko walk in and clears his throat. Okay, now report on which teams pass and failed. The leaders of teams 1 to 6 all report that their teams failed. Kakashi steps up, Team 7 passes, but barely. The biggest problems are Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. Sasuke wants nothing to do with his teammates and only cares about getting stronger. It is in my personal opinion that if it meant him gaining more power, he would gladly either abandon or kill his teammates or a fellow Leaf Shinobi. Case in point, the incident where he attempted to kill Naruto Uzumaki. After he losing to him in a spar, Sakura on the other hand only cares about impressing Sasuke. Kiba tried to bring the team together to get the bells, but they blew him off, and it was only after giving them a second chance did they pass. He finishes. The Hokage thinks for a minute Sasuke shall be forced to go see Inoichi weekly to check his mental state. If he fails once, he shall be stripped of his shinobi license, have his chakras sealed, and become a civilian, he said, shocking some of the Jonin. He then turned to Asuma, who his report that Team 10 passed. The Sandaime nodded before turning toward Kurenai and Anko. Kurenai, Anko, your turn, he said with a smile, already having an idea of how things went. Kurenai cleared her throat. Well, Hokage Sam Team 8 passed with flying colors. She then goes on to explain how Naruto figured out the true meaning of the test less than a minute after they were told they were not genin yet. She then proceeded to tell him of the training session they had, along with Naruto revealing his bloodline, which shocked the Jonin that didn't know he had one. When she was done, the Hokage merely chuckles, drawing everyone's attention. Well, it seems Naruto is finally revealing his skills. And the way he did so is just like him. Okay, everyone is dismissed. The Jonin leave, and the Hokage just chuckles. He then turns toward one of the corners of the room and says, Nico, please inform the council that there will be a meeting that they all are to attend in the next 30 minutes. Then go and inform Naruto of it. He probably already has a good idea of what it's about. Nico nods before leaving, and the Hokage chuckles and thinks time to go bust some heads. 30 minutes later. The Hokage sits at the head of a U-shaped ring of bleachers. On either side of him sit his advisors Koharu and Thing 1 and Thing 2, also known as Danzo and Watts. His name on the left side of him sits the Civilian Council. Aka the Peanut Gallery on his right side sat the Shinobi Council, which consisted of Shikaku Nara, Chauza Akimichi, Inoichi Yamanaka, Tsumin Yazuka, Shibi Aburam and Hiyashi Hyuga. Shikaku, Chauza, Shibi and Inoichi look like older versions of their kids, except in Inoichi's case, an older male version of Ino. Hiyashi looks the same as when Naruto met him 8 years ago. Tsuminzuka, the Inyazuka clan head and mother of Hana Inyazuka and Kiba Inuzuka, is about 5'6" with high D-cup breasts. She wears long gray pants, black shinobi sandals, and a gray jacket with the hood pulled up. Next to her sat a lager gray furred dog with an eye patch. This was her nin dog companion Kuromaru. The Hokage clears his throat. We are gathered here to not only welcome back two of Konoha most treasured clans, but also reveal a new bloodline that has been discovered. There were murmurs about which clans the Hokage was talking about before he silenced them and looked at the door and said, please come. And now the door opened and in walked Naruto wearing his usual outfit. He walked up to stand before the Hokage, a smile on his face before bowing. The Hokage, as soon as he finished bowing, one of the civilian counselors decided to be stupid and voice his opinion. Hokage-sama, what is the demon? He never finished his sentence as Naruto threw a kunai that hit the man in the head, killing him instantly, and just like that the civilian council erupted into chaos, yelling for him to be killed while he simple smiled. The Hokage merely chuckled before yelling shut up while blasting the civilians with his ki. Now before that idiot opened his mouth and broke a S-rank law, which is punishable death. Thank you for dealing with that. By the way, Naruto merely smiles before nodding his head. Now, as I was saying, we are here to welcome back both the Uzumaki clan and the Namikaze clan, along with a new bloodline. Now because some of you are too slow or stupid to figure this out on your own, Naruto is the heir of both clones and the holder of a new bloodline. He pulls out a folder. In this folder is the birth certificate of one Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, made mere second after he was born and signed by the Yondaime. Hokage himself, Minato Namikaze, Naruto's father, and Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto's mother. He holds up the document before handing it to Hiashi and asks him to authenticate it. Hiashi looks at the document with his Byakugan before looking up and saying this document is real. There are residual chakra signatures of both Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki that match Naruto's, therefore he is the son of both Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. He finishes, leaving everyone that didn't already know shocked. Suddenly one of the civilians stands up. I vote we enact a CRA on Namikaze-sama and on behalf of the civilian council, apologize for how he has been treated. There is silence until Naruto starts laughing and everyone minus the Hokage and Hiashi look at him surprised. Naruto stops laughing before saying, "Oh, that's a good one, I haven't laughed like that in a long time." He looks towards the civilians and glares, "So you apologize for not only making my life a living, but also basically pissing on the Yondaime's grave, who is my father, in case it didn't sink in yet. By taking his dying wish of me being seen as a hero like he wanted and completely disregarding, well, here is what I have to say about that." Naruto takes a deep breath. "Take your apology, shine it up real good before bending over and shoving it up your ass where you had," he yells. The entire room goes silent until Tsume starts laughing. "Oh, Kami, he is definitely Kushina's son." She stops laughing after a few minutes. The counselor that apologized gets up and looks glare at Naruto. "Now listen here, you little," but Naruto cuts him off. "No, you listen, you worthless pile of shit," effectively shutting the man up. Naruto continues, "You think I would honestly forgive a single one of bastards after how miserable you made my life? I am claiming my inheritance and have some news for all you civilians." Naruto then smiles sadistically, which makes the civilian counselors nervous and turns Tsume on a bit at the sheer amount of alphaness his radiating before he starts speaking again. "With the combined fortunes of the Uzumaki and Namikaze, I am now the richest person in Konoha." Everyone's eyes nearly jump out of their head hearing this, but Naruto continues on, "Not only that, but due to my father opening many businesses and housing projects, along with those opened by my mother and Mito Uzumaki, I own more than 70% of the entire village." This nearly caused everyone to have a heart attack, but Naruto wasn't done yet. "This means that if I wanted to, I could just take everything I own and leave the village, effectively destroying it, or I could just liquidate all of your assets, leaving all you of broke and homeless like you left me after I was kicked out of the orphanage at the age 3. This caused many of the civilians' counselors to nearly shit themselves as they all were thinking the same thing: "We're screwed." Naruto starts laughing before saying, "That's right, you dumb fucks, I have you by the balls, and before I'm through with you, you're going to wish you were never born. Now here is what I am going to do starting first thing tomorrow. Each and every one of you is go to publicly reveal in front of the entire village every single thing you have done to make my life hell and how you shit on my father's dying wish, and I will be right there to watch you do it. Now, in case you're thinking about lying, I have a surprise for you, because you see I have an ability that lets me tell if someone is lying or don't reveal the entire truth, and when I catch you lying, I will liquidate all our assets. After that is done, you will donate half of your entire fortune to the hospital and orphanage, and if you don't, I will liquidate all your assets. And if you don't like, then you can suck my glorious giant cock." Naruto finishes, leaving the civilian council shocked. Meanwhile, the entire shinobi council burst out laughing at what Naruto had just done and said. Naruto then turns to the Hokage. "Now onto the CRA being enacted on my I'm all for cause. I have always wanted a big family," he says with a smile. "However, I will be choosing my wives because I will not marry unless both the women I am marrying and myself love each other. And on that note, I already have 3 fiancés," he said, shocking everyone that didn't know. He then continues, "My first fiancé is Hinata Hyuga, who has been my fiancé for over 6 years. My second fiancé is Anko Mitarashi, who has been my fiancé for 7 years," he said, shocking them. "My third fiancé shall remain unnamed until the finals of the Chunin exams. However, if anyone tries to manipulate any of my fiancés or force them to break off the engagement, I will not only liquidate you assets, I will also make what the Kyuubi did, like a fight between academy students. Do I make myself clear?" Naruto finishes with a smirk as he sees everyone nod before turning to the Hokage. Naruto looked at the Sandaime before smiling. "Now Hokage-sama, I shall explain my bloodline. However, to this being a shinobi matter, doesn't that mean that the civilian council isn't needed?" He finished. Hiruzen smiles, catching on to what Naruto is doing. "Why, yes it does. Anbu, please escort the civilian council out and make sure they get home safely," he says as the civilians are escorted out by Anbu. Naruto then smiles. "Damn, I have wanted to do that for the last 8 years," he says with a laugh, causing the Hokage Kaheru and the Shinobi Council to chuckle. Naruto turns serious. "Now about my bloodline, I call it Saurian Soul," he begins as he goes on to explain how it allows him to transform into long dead creatures called Dinosaur After he finishes explaining Danzo and Thing to leave, and Naruto nods to the Hokage who locks the door before setting up a privacy seal. Naruto then smiles now, then let the real explanation begin, he says, confusing everyone but the Hokage. Inoichi then voices the question on everyone's mind, but Naruto, you just explained what your bloodline can do. Naruto just chuckles, no Inoichi-san, I only revealed the bare minimum to appease Danzo and his little pet. Now here is what I can actually do, he says, before explaining what he can really do, smiling as the looks on everyone's faces get more and more amusing. By the time Naruto is finished, everyone minus the Hokage and Hiashi's jaws are on the ground. Naruto smiles before asking, if you want I can change into one of my forms to show you what it looks like, he says. Everyone nods, and Tsume asks, can we see this Tyrannosaurus Rex you spoke of, as she is a little curious at what this so-called Tyrant King looks like. Naruto nods, of course, that actually happens to be one of my favorites, he says before stepping back to the middle of the room before closing his eyes and channeling the appropriate soul and opening them and saying Saurian soul. Tyrannosaurus Rex as his changes into his T-Rex form, shocking everyone that hadn't seen it before and causing Tsume to cream herself while thinking, holy shit. He isn't a alpha, he is a freaking apex. What I wouldn't give to have him dominate me. Maybe I can pair him up with Hana, she needs to finally get herself a man, they would be a cute couple, and if I play my cards right, I might be able to join her. Wait a minute, don't I have a contract of something at home somewhere? I'm going to have to check when I get home after I take a shower. That is, Naruto transforms back to his normal form and looks at the faces of everyone laughing inwardly. He clears his throat, getting everyone out of their shocked states. That is only of the forms I can take, so what do you think? Shibi is the first to respond. I have only 2 words to describe that. Holy shit. Everyone looks at Shibi, who merely raises an eyebrow what everyone shakes their head while simultaneously saying nevermind. Hiruzen simply chuckles. I believe this ends the meeting. Everyone have a nice night, he says as he gets up. Kaharu doing the same before she walks over to him and gives him a hug, to which he hugs back, and she says, it's good to see you Naruto-kun, I'm glad you're doing well. He smiles as they release each other. Me to Abe-san, how had your back been lately? She chuckles, it's been better Naruto-kun, but the past few days it's starting to hurt more and more. Naruto reaches into one of the pockets in his pants and pulls out a large bag of a strange green leaves with 5 points and hands it to her. Here Abe-san, I found these one day while training deep in the forest of death and found out that smoking them relieves all kinds of muscle aches. Kaharu's eyes go wide at hearing this before thanking him. Naruto then pulls out more bags and gives them to everyone except for Chaoza, who asks, why didn't I get a bag? Naruto chuckles, there is one side effect to using this weed, and that is you get the munchies, and you get them bad. One time after smoking some I ended up eating over 100 Naruto-sized bowls of ramen at Ichiraku's. Everyone's eyes widen, thinking what would happen if someone formed the Akimichi clan, smoked some of this weed. Naruto realizes they figured out what would happen exactly if an Akimichi were to smoke this. There is no telling how much they would eat. A shiver runs down Ivain's spine. Naruto then looks towards Shikaku and pull out a scroll before handing it to him. Here, this is a gift for Yoshino-san to thank her for those cooking lessons. Tsume then looks at Naruto before saying, Naruto, you must have huge balls of steel due to how you handled the civilians. Naruto just smirks before using Shunshin to appear behind and wrap his arms around her waist before leaning into her ear. They are more like titanium, and yes, they are huge, he whispers seductively before nibbling on her earlobe, causing her to let out a small moan before she catches herself and blushes, at which point Naruto returns to the middle of the room and everyone looks at him wide-eyed as he turns around to leave, but stops as a shadow clone appears holding a video camera. Naruto looks at the clone before saying, did you record the whole meeting? The clone nods and gives him the video camera. Good, you can dispel now. The clone does so, and Naruto looks to see everyone staring at him. What? Anko wanted me to record me sticking it to the civilian council so we could watch it later. Catch you later. I got date with Anko to watch the most handsome man alive. Stick it to some arrogant dumbuses, he says as he waves the videotape and disappears in a Shunshin. Everyone just stands there for a second before Shibi says balls of steel indeed, which causes everyone to nod their heads until Kuromeru says no, it's huge balls of titanium. Isn't that right, Tsume, which causes her to blush as everyone looks at her. Well, all the men are thinking that boy is a damn hero to men everywhere. Naruto returns to the tower to find Anko sitting on the couch in front of the TV, watching some show. He walks in and takes his boots off as Anko notices him. So where you been for so long, she says coyly. Naruto just holds up the videotape. Had to get a movie for us, it's called The Most Handsome Man Alive, sticks it to arrogant civilians want to watch. Anko smiles sadistically, you bet you hot ass I do. Now get over here, put that movie in, and sit the hell down. I want to lay on my favorite pillow as we watch it. Naruto smiles, as you wish my Hebe queen. Naruto puts the movie in, before laying down on the couch, with Anko laying on his chest as they begin to watch the home movie. It had 2 months since Naruto's meeting with the council, and a lot had not only happened, but also changed the way many things were done in the village. First there was the reveal of Naruto's heritage and what really happened the night the Kyuubi attacked. Which resulted in a variety of things. Many were shocked that Naruto was the son of the Yondaime Hokage and the Red Death. Of course, there were some people who denied this, saying things like there is no way that thing is the son of Yondaime Sama. However, after the Hokage presented Naruto's birth certificate they promptly shut up. The younger generations including Naruto's age group were shocked as well, but when they thought about it and compared what Naruto looked like to that of the Yondaime they knew it was the truth. And after learning that he had the Kyuubi all of them minus Sakura and Sasuke saw him as the hero he was, Sakura didn't care who his parents were. She caused in her mind there was no one better than her Sasuke-kun, and I swear I just died a little writing that. Well, Sasuke seethed in anger thinking that dope has so much power, it should be mine so I can kill Itachi, only an Uchiha deserves all that power and use it properly for we are the elite. After his heritage was revealed the civilian council came up and revealed all the ways they made Naruto's life hell, which appalled not only the younger generation but the adults that were either neutral to him or sympathetic to him. The Hokage then told everyone how Naruto legally owns over 70% of the village due to the various businesses and housing projects that his parents and Mito Uzumaki established. This resulted in everyone's nearly popping out of their heads and their jaws hitting the ground. After everyone got over their shock, Naruto stepped forward and looked over the villagers. Naruto smiled and waved before speaking, as you have just been told I am the son of the Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife Kushina Uzumaki, that I have the Kyuubi sealed within me, and that I own more than 70% of Konoha, more than even the Fire Lord himself owns. All of this true. He finishes with a creepy smile. Think Jin Ichimaru from Bleach's smile. This causes those who made his life miserable to visibly shiver in fear. Naruto then continues, now I'm sure some of are probably thinking, we are so screwed because of how we treated him. Well, you're wrong. You're not screwed because I'm not going to stoop to you level. He finishes with a smile. The people who made his life miserable relax at hearing this thinking he won't do anything. However, what he says next instantly proves them wrong. However, that doesn't mean there won't be some changes. First, starting tomorrow, I will be going to every store and housing complex I own and do an inspection. If I don't find things satisfactory then there will be consequences. The stores that kicked me out, refused me service or overcharged me will be seeing major changes in staff and donating substantial sum of money to various charities, the hospital and the orphanage. This shocks everyone. Naruto continues, I will also be working with Hokage-sama to not only improve the hospital and orphanages, I will also be funding the construction of a brand new hospital, 2 orphanages, and a new academy that will center around teaching those who don't want to be shinobi but still learn things like cooking, carpentry, and blacksmithing among other things. I will also be corresponding with the Fire Daimyo on ways to further increase prosperity in the village. He finishes, shocking everyone again. Naruto then continues, now just because I am the son of the Yondaime and own the majority of the village does not mean I want to be treated like royalty and have everyone kissing my ass like spoiled ungrateful, duck ass-headed. Breeding emo Team Uchiha, which causes a lot of people to snicker and a few to laugh out loud before Sasuke suddenly yells, how dare you dope, I am an Uchiha, the elite of this village and deserve to be treated as such. Naruto just ignores him before using his pinky to clean his ear and respond loud enough for everyone to hear him. Did you say something? All I heard was quacking, which causes people to laugh. Sasuke to storm off furiously, Sakura to follow him, Kakashi to smile proudly at passing on the ways of the hip cool attitude to Naruto. And Mito Guy to yell curse you and your hip cool attitude and infecting Naruto with it, causing everyone to sweat drop before leaving. The next day the Hokage disbanded the civilian council and picked 3 people to represent the various civilian-run things. Tuchi Ichiraku was chosen to represent the various restaurants in the village, the other 2 chosen represented the various other stores and public areas. Like he said he would the day before, Naruto went around to the various stores and housing complexes to inspect them, which ended up in quite a few people either being fired or sent to jail for embezzlement. He also hired large amounts of construction workers to begin building the new hospital, orphanages, and academy, and after seeding the state that the orphanage he used to live was in, he also had them renovated and sent a message to the Fire Daimyo regarding various way to increases the village's prosperity. For the next 2 months dozens of Naruto's clones were seen around the village, either supervising the construction renovation of the academy, hospital and orphanages. While the original trained and went on missions around the village with his team during the day, while Lacane trained him in his mindscape at night and occasionally running from hordes of fangirls all wanting to date him, marry him, have his babies, or just plain strap him down and ride his meat pole. After there was an incident at the public bathhouse that ended up with him accidentally walking into the women's side wearing just a towel before freezing upon seeing the many women bathing, many of whom were kunoichi, relaxing on their day off or After a mission giving them a perfect view of his well-muscled body and six-pack abs, before a sudden gust of wind blew his towel away, revealing his not-so-little friend before he had to run for his life with a pack of half-naked women chasing after him, all wanting to ride his third leg as it would. The latter known when rumors of his size spread later that day. Naruto also moved into his parents' compound with Anko and Hinata, which was an emotional experience when he saw all the pictures of them together and the room that would have been his nursery if they hadn't died the night he was born, and after crying as Anko and Hinata just stood there holding hand. The cane whispered soothing words to him through the mental link he was able to overcome it. About a week after moving into his parents' house, Naruto had a party to celebrate his heritage being revealed and moving into his parents' house, where he invited the Hokage and his grandson Konohamaru, who had taken it up to calling him boss after Naruto knocked some sense into him. Literally, he actually punched on the top of his head when they first met, the clan heads and their children, along with their senseis Anko-chan, Hinata-chan and Iruka-sensei. The party nearly lasted all night. Tsume, after having one too many drinks, told Naruto that she had chosen him as her alpha and would like to be with him, shocking everyone and confusing Naruto. The Hokage then explained it was an Inyazuka clan tradition that equates to marriage, shocking Naruto, who just turned to Anko and Hinata for help, only for them to smile and nod their heads, shocking him even further. After Naruto had recovered from his shocked state, he turned to Tsume and told her he would be honored, but he would have to go on some dates first to get to know each other better and see where things go from there. Tsume simply smiled before glumping Naruto and nuzzling his fast into her ample bosom. As the party ended, people started leaving in various states of drunkenness, either alone or with some. However, one pair who left together that shocked everyone was Iruka and Kurenai. It would later be found out that after leaving together and waking up naked in bed together the next morning, they would end up becoming a couple within the next 2 weeks. We now find teammate on a mission, hiding in the bushes stalking their target when a voice sounds in their headsets. Snake here, is everyone in position? Sound off before each of them respond. Dino here in position, Naruto says from his bush. Swarm here, ready to begin, Shino Stokely responds from his spot. Moon Eyes here in position, Hinata answers from her position. Snake Aka Anko keys her headset. Roger, that does target. Mock the description, brown hair with a pink bow in it. Naruto keys his headset. Roger that, Snake, but I have an idea. Permission implemented. Permission granted. Dino, Swarm, Moon Eyes. At ready in case target makes a break for it. Roger, they both respond at once. Naruto reaches, activates one of the storage seals inside his trench coat, and out pops a scroll. He then opens the scroll before channeling some chakra into it, and out pops a large salmon. He grabs the fish before returning the scroll to the storage seal in his trench coat. He then walks out of the bush he was hiding in with the fish in his hand and walks towards the target, a cat with brown hair and a pink bow in it. However, this wasn't any cat, it was the cat that belonged to Lady Shimei, the wife of the fire daimyo. The cat's name was Tora and tended to run away from home 2 to 3 times a week and was insanely difficult to catch even for the village's Anbu, and due to this had been nicknamed the demon cat. Tora looks at Naruto as he walks over with a big juicy fish in his hand, is torn between running and staying to hopefully get the fish, but decides to stay and see how things play out. Naruto stops walking and looks at Tora before kneeling down and holding the fish out towards Tora. Hey there, Tora, how about you come with me back to the Hokage Tower? I will give you this fish. Tora seems hesitant but ends up walking over Naruto and eating the fish before hopping into his arms and snuggling into his chest and purrs as he scratches her behind the ears. Anko, Hinata, and Shino look at him with wide eyes, or in Shino's case raised eyebrows, as he simply holds Tora the demon cat in his arms and pets her as she purrs before snapping out of their stupor and heading off to the Hokage Tower, meeting Kurenai on the way. They reach the Hokage's office and knock on the door before hearing come in. The 5 of them enter to see the Sandaime sitting behind his desk with Iruka sitting off to the side organizing some mission reports. Anko steps up, teammate reporting capture. Tora mission success. Hokage-sama. The Hokage looks over and sees Tora snuggling into Naruto's chest and chuckles, very good, and in only 30 minutes a new record. He looks over to Iruka. Iruka, please have Lady Shimei come in now. Iruka nods and keys the intercom before the doors open and in walks a middle-aged woman wearing regal robes before seeing Tora and rushing over to Naruto, who hands Tora to her before she begins squeezing the poor cat into her chest. Oh Tora dear, mommy was so worried about you, she says to the struggling cat. Naruto sees this and speaks up. Excuse me Lady Shimei, but you are hurting Tora, holding her like that, as he proceeds to show he how to hold Tora correctly and how to pet her before she begins purring in Lady Shimei's arms. Lady Shimei looks at Naruto before smiling. Thank you Naruto-kun once again of have helped me. Naruto just gives a grandiose bow before holding her hand and planting a kiss on her knuckles, causing everyone's eyes to widen and their jaws to hit the floor before he looks up at Lady Shimei and smiles. It was nothing, Melody. I was only doing what any gentleman would. Lady Shimi blushes a little before looking over at Anko and Hinata, and back to Naruto. Are these girls the ones you speak of so often? Naruto-kun causing their eyes to widen, before Naruto nods. Yes, Lady Shimi, they are Anko Mitarashi and Hinata Hyuga, two of my fiancés. Lady Shimi smiles before turning to Anko and Hinata. You girls and the rest of his fiancés are the luckiest women on earth, getting to be with Naruto-kun. He truly is one of a kind, and if I wasn't already happily married to my husband, then I would ask him to marry me, she said, shocking everyone further before continuing. Also, you have to ask him to give you a massage. They are the best there is, and the way he works his hands will make you melt, causing the Hokage and Iruka to get blown back by nosebleeds and Anko, Hinata, and Kurenai to blush picturing. Naruto just rubs the back of his neck and chuckles. Lady Shimi, I don't think saying that out loud in front of everyone is a good idea. It might cause a misunderstanding. Lady Shimi just giggles and covers her mouth with her sleeve. I have no idea what you mean, Naruto-kun. I hope you come and visit soon. My husband misses talking and playing chess with you. Naruto smile. Of course, Lady Shimi, please inform Idio Dono that I look forward to meeting with him again, and if he is available would be able to do so during the month-long break in the Chunin exams. Lady Shimi smiles one last time before bidding them good day and leaving. As the doors close, Naruto turns to see everyone staring at him. Naruto raises an eyebrow and asks what. They face vault before asking what that was all about. Naruto chuckles. Well, when I went to see the fire daimyo about ways to increase the village's prosperity, I ended up taking a walk during one of the breaks during the meeting. When I noticed Lady Shimi standing on a balcony watching the clouds while leaning on the railing when it breaks and she begins to fall, I saved her and earning the thanks of the Fire Lord, shocking everyone with what he just said. Naruto notices the shocked look on their faces and chuckles inwardly. After the meeting, we began leisurely chatting and playing chess. As Lady Shimi walked in, I noticed her limping and cradling her arm like she hurt her shoulder and asked what was wrong, and she said that she has been feeling stiff since the fall. I then asked the fire daimyo if I can see what is wrong with her, to which he nods before I have her lay down the couch. I notice she has a lot of tension built up in her shoulders and legs and inform the fire daimyo, who asks what can be done. I tell him that with his permission I will have to give her a massage. He nods and I begin to work out the tension. Everyone's jaws nearly break through the floor, they drop so hard. Naruto just smiles. In the end, I relieve her of the tension in her body before she grabs the fire daimyo and rushes off to their bedroom for the next 2 hours. And when they return, she has a satisfied smile on her face and is glowing, while the fire daimyo looks exhausted and asks me to teach him how to give massages like that. Everyone stands there speechless until Iruka, the sandame, and the two male hidden Anbu bow down at his feet and beg him to teach them his ways of manliness, while the two female hidden Anbu beg him to give them massages, while Kurenai is just standing there with a glazed look in her eyes. Anko and Hinata have a look in their eyes that says, you better give us massages when we get home tonight or else, causing him to chuckle. After a good 30 minutes, everyone is back to normal and the sandame clears his throat. Naruto, you never cease to amaze. Now how about another mission? Teammate nods and Naruto says, hey Jai, can we have a C rank mission please? The Hokage thinks for a minute. Kurenai, Anko, what do you think? Are they ready for a C rank? They both nod before Anko says, definitely. Naruto-kun could easily hand an A rank by himself. While both Hinata and Shino could probably handle a high C to low B rank mission, add in Kurenai and myself, and we can easily handle up to a mid A rank. The sandame nods. Okay, your mission is to escort a bridge builder home to Nami no Kuni and guard him as he finishes the bridge he is building there. Teammate nods as the Hokage turns to Iruka. Please enter Tazuna-san. In Naruto's eyes widen at hearing this before the door opens and in walks a man with grey hair that appears to be in his mid-40s to early 50s, drinking from a jug of sake. As he looks over the people before he says, I hire ninja, and get this is what I get: 2 women that look they can be models, a kid with glasses that looks like he might be sick, a girl who appears to be blind, and a blonde who. He stops when his eyes land on Naruto before smiling. Well, I'll be damned, Naruto, aren't you a sight for these old eyes? Naruto just chuckles. It's good to see you again, Tazuna, you old drunk, shocking everyone as it appears Naruto and Tazuna know each other. Silence. The room was in complete silence after hearing that Naruto and Tazuna knew each other. After about 5 minutes of awkward silence, the Hokage finally asked the question of everyone's mind minus Naruto and Tazuna. Naruto, how is it that you and Tazuna know each other? Naruto just rubs the back of his head before chuckling sheepishly. Well, Jai, it's actually a pretty funny story. You see, about 4 years ago I kinda may have left the village one night to train in some of the more noticeable techniques of my bloodline, while Anko-chan was on that month-long mission that required a specific set of skills. After a few seconds of letting what Naruto just said sink in, everyone minus Tazuna yelled at the same time, you did what? Which was heard all throughout the village. After regaining his recovering from nearly going deaf due to how loud everyone yelled, Naruto just chuckled. Like I said, I left the village to train in the more noticeable techniques of my bloodline. While training I noticed Tazuna here getting harassed by some bandits and went to help him. After dealing with the bandits he thanked me before I offered to escort him back to his house in order to make sure it didn't happen again, and after escorting him home and meeting his family, I left and returned to the village. Once he was done the Hokage merely rubbed a bridge of his nose and muttered, "I'm really too old for this kind of shit." He then turned to Naruto and looked at him seriously. "Naruto, please don't ever pull a stunt like that again. And besides, how did you even leave the village? All the gates have guards watching them." Naruto chuckles, "Well, I may have just slipped right by the gate guard since they were sleeping. I think it was Izumo and Katetsu," he says before he notices a tick mark appear on the Hokage's forehead. Before he turns to Iruka, "Iruka, please remind me to assign Izumo and Katetsu to clean the Akimichi sewer system for the next month, please." Everyone who knew what that specific mission was shuddered as their faces turned green. He then turns back to teammate. "Okay teammate, you have your mission dismissed." Teammate nodded before leaving the tower with Tazuna. Once outside, Kurenai turns to teammate. "Okay, meet at the southern gate in 30 minutes, pack for a month-long mission." Anko and the rest of the team nod before going to pack. 30 minutes later, teammate gather at the southern gate with Tazuna before setting out towards Nami no Kuni, and I think that's what it's called. As they were walking, Naruto notices Tazuna drinking from his jug of sake and decides to speak up. "Hey Tazuna, please refrain from drinking until we get to your house. If you do, I will give you a few bottles of this." He then pulls out a large bottle of sake from one of the storage seals within his trench coat. Tazuna's eyes nearly jump out of his head when he sees what Naruto is holding before stuttering out, "Is that what I think it is?" Naruto smirks before nodding his head. "Yep, it's Kitsune's Ambrosia brand sake." After he says this, everyone stops walking and looks at him, while Anko and Kurenai look at the bottle drooling. Hinata then asks the question on everyone's minds, Naruto-kun, how did you get that it's the rarest and most expensive sake in the entire elemental nations?" Naruto just chuckles, "Well Hinata-chan, that's simple, I'm the one who invented and makes it. I thought it would be pretty obvious considering it's named Kitsune's Ambrosia." After all, this little piece of info made everyone's jaws drop so fast they made a small crater in the ground. Anko was the first one to recover before giving Naruto a sadistic smile. "Oh Naruto-kun, have you been holding out on me?" "I hope not, because if you have I will have to punish you," she says, causing Naruto to gulp. "Well Anko-chan, I was planning on surprising you with a year's supply for your birthday, along with all you can eat Naruto special dango," he says, hoping to calm his angry fiancé. At hearing what Naruto had just said, Anko lets out a very out-of-character squeal and glumps Naruto. "Oh Naruto-kun, you're the greatest fiancé there is. I might just have to give you a reward later." Anko then looks over at Hinata before winking at her. "Of course Hinata-chan will be joining us too after all. She is your fiancé too," which causes Naruto to blush slightly and Hinata blush atomically. Shino to adjust the collar of his coat so it hides more of his face. Kurenai blushes slightly, picturing what that might look like before quickly shoving said thoughts away, thinking, "I shouldn't be thinking such things. I'm not a pervert, let alone a closet pervert." And oh poor Kurenai, just keep telling yourself that. Q evil chuckle, "Iruka, you lucky bastard." While all this was happening, Tazuna stood there trying to process what he had just heard before asking Naruto, "What did she mean by her and Hinata being your fiancés?" Naruto chuckles, "Well, due to be the last male of 2 clans and having a never before seen bloodline, I have to take multiple wives. However, that doesn't mean I will just marry anyone. I will only marry someone if both of us truly love each other." When Naruto had finished, Tazuna was kneeling on the ground drawing circles in the dirt, mumbling something along the lines of "damn lucky bastard," before Shino patted his shoulder and just nodded before they continued on their way. After walking for a while, Naruto notices a strange puddle in the middle of the road and looks to Anko and Kurenai, who nod. As they pass the puddle, it erupts. 2 people jump out wearing breathing masks, gray cloaks and pants, and clawed gauntlets on their hands connected by a chain. Before running and wrapping the chain around Kurenai and Anko to down, they say as they pull the chain, ripping Kurenai and Anko to shreds. Befo looking to Naruto, who has a pair of kunai drawn, Shino, who is already releasing some of his bugs, and Hinata, who is in her clan's Taijutsu stance with her Byakugan active 4 to go, they say before charging the group. Naruto turns to Hinata and Shino. "Hinata, Shino, defensive positions around Tazuna. I will deal with them." Hinata and Shino and take up defensive positions around Tazuna as Naruto turns back to the 2 ninja in front of him. "Now where were we?" "Oh, we were at the point where I proceed to kick your asses before taking those fancy gauntlets of yours and shoving them up your asses," he says with a smirk before charging at them. The 2 enemy ninja are furious at what this little brat just said and charge in wildly, intending on ripping him to shreds before they feel an intense pain in their legs in the jaws of 2 reptile-like creatures whose heads are sticking out the ground before they trip, and said creatures burst from the ground, landing on the 2 ninjas' backs and sinking their claws and pinning them to the ground. Naruto just looks at them before smirking and saying, "You can come out now Anko-chan." Kurenai-sensei, as Anko and Kurenai appear from their hiding spot in the trees, and Anko says, "Geez Naruto-kun, it's no fun hiding from you anymore, you're too good at finding me." Naruto just chuckles. Well, I have had lots of practice of the years, Anko-chan, before he turns to the two ninjas currently pinned under his raptor clones, as he had taken to calling them now. What are the demon brothers of the Hidden Mist Village doing way outer, and considering that you are missing nins, it can't be anything good. The now named demon brothers look up at Naruto before saying we were hired to kill the bridge builder, but we weren't told he had hired ninjas from Konoha. Naruto just smiles. Well, that's bad news for you, cause you see Tazuna just so happens to be a friend of mine, and one of the things I can't stand the most is when people try to hurt my friends, so give me one good reason why I shouldn't just feed you to my friends that are keeping you pinned right now, he says with a sadistic smile, which causes the demon brothers to gulp. Well, you could kill us, or you could send us back to village where we could be interrogated and possibly have info that could benefit Konoha, they say, trying to save their asses. However, Naruto just smiles. Well, I could do that, but I think I will put it to a vote, and turns to the rest of the group. So who thinks should send them back to Konoha? Shino raises his hand. Naruto notices this and nods. Okay, now who thinks I should just kill them? At this, the rest of the group raises their hands and Naruto smirks before turning back to the two demon brothers, who are shaking in fear. Well, it seems we have reached a decision. He then looks at the two raptor clones and says, you know what to do, just make it quick and painless. They deserve at least that. The raptor clones nod before lowering their jaws. The demon brothers' necks. Naruto then turns to the rest of the team and Tazuna. Well, now that that's taken care of, let's be on our way, and Tazuna can tell us why he lied about the mission, which causes Tazuna to gulp. As they resume their journey to Wave, Tazuna explains to the groups how Wave is currently being ruled by a tyrant named Gato, and how he came in 6 months ago, took over Wave, and proceeded to bleed it dry economically with a naval blockade, while killing anyone who opposed him. Tazuna then went on to explain how he is building a bridge to connect Wave to Hai no Kuni so that they could open trade with them and without having to worry about Gato's blockade. As Naruto heard all this, he got madder and madder before finally saying, Tazuna, I swear that by the time you finish the bridge and we leave, Gato will be dead by my hands. I'm going to show that little sack of shit what happens when you mess with my friends. Tazuna just looks at Naruto before a few tears come to his eyes. Thank you, Naruto. They then hitch a ride on a small boat owned by one of Tazuna's friends before reaching a lake. The bushes rustle and out jumps a white rabbit, which raises red flags in Anko and Kurenai's minds, while Naruto just thinks that rabbit looks familiar. I wonder, however, before he can think on it further, he hears Kurenai and Anko yell get down, and he does as a large Zanbatsu goes sailing over them before getting stuck in a tree, and a tall shirtless man with bandages around his mouth, wearing black and white camouflage pants and spiky black hair stands on its hilt. The man looks over the group and chuckles. Well, if Konoha's Genjutsu Mistress Kurenai Yuhi, Snake Mistress Anko Mitarashi, and Aburam, Ahai Uga, and he says before stopping when he says Naruto can laughs out loud. Well, I'll be damned, is that you, Gaki? It sure has been a while, and you seem to have grown a bit since I last saw you. Everyone turns to look at Naruto, who just rubs the back of his neck sheepishly and chuckles. I thought we would probably run into you after we ran into the demon brothers. It's been a while, hasn't it, Zabuza? He says, shocking them further. Zabuza just laughs again. That it has, Gaki, that it has. Silence once again. There was complete silence, like back in the Hokage's office after teammate just found out that Naruto knew Zabuza. For a whole 5 minutes, no one said a word until Anko decided to voice what was on the mind of everyone in teammate minus Naruto. Naruto-kun, would you mind telling us how you know Zabuza Mamachi? She says in a sickly sweet voice that promised pain if Naruto didn't answer. Naruto just rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Well, you know how I said I saved Tazuna and then left to return to the village. Teammate nods. Well, I may have run into Zabuza here being cornered by some hunter nin from Kiri and saved him, he said, causing everyone to sweat drop. Everyone just looks at him like he has grown a second head before Kurenai just face palms and says, Naruto, we are going to have to tell the Hokage about your actions when we get back to the village. Naruto just nods and turns back to Zabuza. So Zabuza, I take it that Gato hired you to kill Tazuna? Zabuza just nods. Naruto just sighs. That's what I thought. You do know that Gato will no doubt betray you and refuse to pay you if you kill Tazuna, right? Zabuza nods his head. Yeah, I got that feeling from him when he hired me. He doesn't seem like the kind of person to pay people when they work for him, so what do you want to do? The Tudo thinks for a minute. Is Haku around here somewhere? Zabuza nods. Well, have her come on out, there is no use in her hiding anyway. Zabuza just gives a signal and a young woman wearing a blue battle dress and a Kiri hunter nin mask appears next to him. The now named Haku removes her mask, revealing a beautiful young woman. Hello, Naruto. It's been a long time, causing Naruto to smile. That it has, Haku, he says before turning to Zabuza. So Zabuza, how about this, you and I spark in jutsu only. Before you go back to Gato and tell him you failed, then in 1 week we meet at the Tazuna's bridge and fight until Gato shows up with a group of mercenaries, which he probably will, and reveal his betrayal of you, in which we take care of him before going to his mansion and stealing all his money. After hearing this, everyone's eyes are wide. Zabuza laughs, "You got a deal Gaki, let's see your skills." He then grabs Kurichikobo and gets into a stance, however his jaw hits the ground when he sees the sword Naruto is holding. In his hand is a 6-foot-long Nadachi with a black blade and handle. Zabuza just looks at the sword before managing to say, "Is that the sword I think it is?" Naruto just chuckles, "If you think this sword is Masamune, then you would be correct. The same sword that once belonged to the Red Death of Konoha, Kushina Uzumaki, who just so happens to be my mother," he says with a sadistic smile. Zabuza just gulps and sums up the situation in just 2 words, "Well shit," before he charges swinging his blade, which Naruto easily blocks before pushing him back and making him off balance. Naruto takes advantage of this, charging forward and swinging Masamune diagonally, making a shallow gash on Zabuza's chest before jumping back to avoid a slash aimed at his arm. Naruto chuckles, "Looks like I got first blood." Zabuza causing Zabuza to laughs, "Impressive Gaki, not many have been able to draw first blood on me," he says before charging back at Naruto, who meets him halfway and locks blades with him. Meanwhile, teammate watches on in amazement as Naruto clashes with Zabuza and his winning Kurenai turns towards Anko and asks Anko, "Just how strong is Naruto? Cause this for a genin, let alone a 13-year-old boy, to be able to fight someone like Zabuza Mamachi is just insane." Anko just chuckles at Kurenai's question. "Kurenai, you don't know the half of it." Naruto is toying with Zabuza, "In all the years we trained together, other than the first few months, I have never seen him go all out. But if I had to guess, he mostly likely stronger than the Sandaime was during his prime and the Yondaime during the Third Shinobi War combined," she says, causing Kurenai's jaw to drop. Kurenai just shakes her head, "Surely you're exaggerating, Anko. I mean, yeah, Naruto must be strong, but stronger than both the Sandaime and Yondaime, that just doesn't seem possible," she says, hoping that she is right. Anko just shakes her head, "I wish I was Kurenai, but considering that Naruto can make thousands of shadow clones and has been using them to train every day for the past 8 years, and that's not including the training the Kyuubi has been giving him for the past 8 years. Makes it hard to believe otherwise. I will say this though, may Kami have mercy on the person who makes him go all out, cause I'm sure he won't," she says, shocking Kurenai even more while scaring her a little at the thought of Naruto going full out after hearing this. Anko and Kurenai turn back to see Zabuza panting with numerous shallow cuts all over his body and Naruto not even winded and uninjured. Naruto looks at Zabuza, "Hey Zabuza, how about one more attack and we call it quits for now?" Zabuza just nods his head before charging at Naruto, who just slips into a stance before whispering Gatling stab and stabbing his sword back and forth in a rapid fashion. Think Luffy's Gum Gum Gatling from One Piece but with a sword, and you get the picture, while making sure to avoid all of Zabuza's vital points. Zabuza falls to the ground with shallow stab wounds covering his body and laughs, "Damn Gaki, that was one hell of an attack, good thing you weren't trying to kill me, or I would be dead." Naruto chuckles, "Yeah, I have been working on it for some time now and just finished it about a week ago. This is actually the first time I have used it in a fight." Zabuza laughs, "Gaki, you keep up the way you are and you're going to be the best swordsman in the elemental nations before you're 20 at this rate," which causes Naruto to chuckle. Aku then walks over and picks Zabuza up. "We will see you in a week, Naruto," before leaving in a water shushin. Naruto then seals Masamune in the storage seal on his wrists and looks at teammate, who just stand there stupefied by his skills, causing him to chuckle. "Well, now with that out of the way, how about we go to your house, Tazuna? I'm kind of hungry." "And Tsunami's food is delicious," he says, snapping everyone out of their states before they continue on to Tazuna's house. After walking for about 30 minutes, they reach Tazuna's house and he knocks on the door before it opens, revealing a beautiful woman in her mid-20s with a hergless body and D-cup breasts. Wearing a blue kimono that tightly hugs her curves, opens the door. "Hello, who's there?" She then notices Tazuna. "Otu-san, you're home safe," she says before hugging him. Tazuna chuckles, "Yep, and it's all thanks to these super ninja from Konoha," he says, gesturing to teammate who wave. Tsunami bows before she spots one person in particular and hugs him. "Naruto-kun, it's great to see you." She then takes in his appearance and blushes slightly, "And you have grown so much." Naruto chuckles, "It's good to see you again, Tsunami. You haven't aged a day in the past 4 years and are still as beautiful as the day I met you," he says. Tsunami blushes, "Oh, where are my manners? Everyone please come in, dinner will be ready shortly." Teammate enters the house and sits down and relaxes as Tsunami goes back into the kitchen and Naruto going to help her. Anko then turns to Tazuna. "How does Tsunami know Naruto-kun? I mean, yeah, he stayed with you guys for a few days, but they seem too close for that," she says with a raised eyebrow. Tazuna takes a swig of the Kitsune's ambrosia sake that Naruto had given him when they entered the house before turning serious. A few days before Naruto left, Tsunami was out in the woods when a couple of bandits showed up and tried to rape her. However, Naruto was nearby and heard Tsunami yelling and rushed to save her and knocked out the bandits before they could rape her and brought her back home, where he told me what happened and told me he would be back. Everyone had wide eyes as Tazuna told them the story behind Naruto and Tsunami being so close. As Tazuna continued the story, for the next 12 hours Naruto was gone, and all we heard were the screams of the bandits. When he came back I asked what happened to the bandits. He simply said, "They won't be hurting anyone ever again." I set my compis on them. I asked what he meant by that, and he told me about some of his bloodline and showed me what a compi was, and I asked what's so bad about that. He then said, "Imagine a pack of them slowly tearing you apart tiny bite by tiny bite and eating you alive." Everyone pales and shudders. Tazuna continues, "Yeah, I had the same reaction." He then asked me to keep all of this from Tsunami, which I agreed. I then asked him why he killed them in such a brutal way, and he said, "There are a few things I have zero tolerance for, and attempted rape is one of those things, and anyone who dares to try such a thing will die the same way. Especially if they try it to someone as kind and caring as Tsunami." He then walked upstairs to make sure Tsunami was okay, and when I went to check up on her later she was asleep in his arms, and he said that she had cried herself to sleep. A few days later, after making sure Tsunami was alright, Naruto left and returned to Konoha, and about a few months after that I realized that Tsunami had developed a crush on Naruto. Teammate was shocked that there was such deep reason behind the relationship between Naruto and Tsunami. Anko and Hinata looked at each other, sharing a look that said, "We know what we must do," before nodding. Tsunami and Naruto then walked out of the kitchen with plates of food for everyone and sat at the table when the door opened, and in walked an 8-year-old boy wearing overalls and a hat. Tsunami looked up. "Inari, you're just in time for dinner, and your grandfather is home." The no-named Inari looks up and sees Tazuna and runs over and gives him a hug. "Welcome home, Jai. I'm glad you okay." Tazuna ruffles the boy's hair. "I missed you, Inari, and I got home safely thanks to these super awesome ninja I hired." Inari looks over and sees teammate before scoffing until he says Naruto and goes wide-eyed. "Naruto, Nai, is that you?" Naruto smiles before nodding. "Yep, I'm back, little bro, and here to help Wave get rid of its midget problem, if you know what I mean," causing Tazuna and teammate to laugh and Tsunami to giggle. Inari runs over and hugs Naruto before crying, and Naruto just hugs him back, letting him let it all out before Inari falls asleep in his arms, and Naruto creates a shadow clone to take Inari upstairs and tuck him into bed before turning to Tazuna, and a serious look enters his eyes. "What happened to Inari?" "Well, I was gone, Tazuna. When I left he was a happy young boy full of sunshine, now he seems broken inside." Tazuna just sighs and tells Naruto what happened with Kaiza, how Inari saw him as a hero, how Kaiza stood up to Geto, how Geto had him publicly executed, and Inari saw the whole thing. And by the end the look in Naruto's eyes turned from serious to downright murderous, and he said, "Tazuna, I'm not leaving Wave until I rip Geto limb from limb," before ripping him in half. "Nobody, and I mean nobody, hurts my little bro," and gets away with it before he gets up and walks outside, leaving everyone to their thoughts before Anko gets up and follows him. Once outside, Naruto begins destroying the forest until he senses Anko near him and sighs, "I should have come back sooner. If I did, then Inari wouldn't have had to go through something like that." Anko just wraps her arms around him and hugs him from behind. "There was no way you could have known something like that would happen, Naruto, so you have no reason to blame yourself. What's important is that you're here now, and that's what matters, because by killing Geto, you can prove to him that there are still heroes in this world," she says as she kisses the top of his head. Naruto turns around and hugs Anko back. "Thank you, Anko-chan, you always know what to say to cheer me up," he says before he gives her a quick kiss on the lips. "Now let's go back, everyone is probably worried about us," he says before he and Anko head back to the house. When they reach the house, Naruto lets everyone know he is feeling better before heading upstairs to go to sleep, and Anko looks to Hinata before they nod their heads and look at Tsunami. "Tsunami-san, can Hinata and I have a word with you?" Tsunami nods her head before following Anko and Hinata outside. They sit on the porch. The next day, Naruto wakes and head downstairs to help Tsunami make breakfast and notices everyone besides her is out of the house. He pays it no mind and goes to help Tsunami. "Good morning, Tsunami, would you like some help with the dishes?" Tsunami turns around to see Naruto and blushes slightly. "Good morning, Naruto-kun, and yes, that would be nice," she says. Naruto helps her make breakfast. Tsunami then sets down the dish she was drying and turning to Naruto, "Naruto-kun, there is something I need to tell you." Naruto stops washing the dish he had in his hands, dries his hands and turns to Tsunami. "What is it, Tsunami? You can tell me anything." Tsunami takes a deep breath to calm herself. "Naruto-kun, 4 years ago you saved me from those men, and for that I will be forever grateful to you, and a few months I realized I had a slight crush on you, however I thought it was nothing more than a case of hero worship and tries to forget about it. However, as time went on the crush just got stronger and it felt like a part of my heart was missing. However, then you came back and I felt like the missing piece of my heart had returned and I realized that I loved you," she said, shocking Naruto. Naruto just looked at Tsunami. "Tsunami, I won't lie, you really surprised me with what you just said, and your confession was absolutely beautiful." And you are a beautiful woman that any man would be lucky to be in a relationship with you, but there is something you need to know about me that might change the way you feel about me, he says. Naruto was about to continue, but Tsunami cuts him off. I already know about you being the container of the Kyuubi and having to take multiple wives, Naruto, and I don't care that you hold the Kyuubi. Even if you were the Kyuubi itself, that wouldn't change the way I feel about you. And about you having to take multiple wives, it doesn't bother me at all because I am positive that if anyone would be able to treat each wife with respect and treating each wife equally, it would be you. That's how big your heart is and how much love you hold within it, she says, shocking Naruto. Naruto just processes everything she just said before realizing, but how do you know about the Kyuubi and me having to take multiple wives? The only way you would know that is if he realizes it was Anko and Hinata, wasn't it? They realized your feelings for me and wanted to make sure they were genuine, didn't they? Tsunami just nods. Yes, last night they confronted me about my feelings for you, and after I told them, they told me about you being the container of the Kyuubi and having to take multiple wives due to being the last of your clans. I said I didn't care and that as long as you treated each of your wives equally, I am fine with sharing. They then said that you currently have 4 fiancés including themselves and that I had their blessing to be with you if you accepted my feelings. Naruto just smiles. I won't lie, Tsunami, I am attracted to you. Not only are you beautiful on the outside, but you're also beautiful on the inside. You are caring, kind-hearted, gentle. And whenever you smile, it radiates a loving warmth that only someone who is not only pure of heart but also pure of soul can radiate, and I would not only love to, but also be honored to have you as one of my fiancés and future wives, while having Inari as a son in the future. A tear of joy begin to form in the corners of Tsunami's eyes with each word Naruto says and trail down her cheeks before Naruto reaches up and wipes them away and cups her cheek within, smiling. Naruto then leans in and kisses her on the lips, lovingly causing her to melt into the kiss and wrap her arms around his neck, pulling him closer to her. They stay this way, just basking in each other's presence until the need for air and they break the kiss. Naruto stares into Tsunami's eyes lovingly and she stares back before he hugs her to his chest, feeling her warmth against him as she snuggles deeper into his chest, taking in his scent. Naruto just holds her tighter. Tsunami, let's wait till after Gato is taken care of to tell Tazuna and Inari about us. It would make for a nice surprise. Tsunami just nods. Also, when this is taken care of, I would like for you and Inari for come live with my in Konoha. I have more than enough room in my house and would feel a lot better knowing my fiancé, future wife, and future stepson would are safe and nearby. Your father can come too if he wants. Tsunami just stands there shocked before smiling and nodding. Of course, Naruto-kun, I would love to, and Inari would love to live with his future father, and 3 are probably plenty of kids for him to make friends with. Naruto smiles before kissing her on the lips again. I look forward to our beautiful future together as a family, my loving Nami-chan, he says, looking into her eyes. Tsunami smiles before saying, as do I, my loving and future husband Naruto-kun, and giving him a quick peck on the lips before they go back to cleaning dishes. Later in the day, the rest of Teammate and Tazuna return home from working on the bridge to find Tsunami smiling and humming a happy tune as Naruto helps her get dinner ready, which confuses most of the team except for Anko and Hinata, who realize that she must have told Naruto about her feelings for them and he returning them, which causes them to smile. The week passes and the day arrives for Teammate to meet Zabuza on the bridge and they head out to meet with Zabuza and wait for Gato to arrive, but not before Naruto makes a dozen shadow clones to watch over Tsunami and Inari. When they get to the bridge, they find Zabuza and Haku waiting for them. Zabuza smirks at seeing Naruto and Teammate arrive. About time you showed up, Gaki, we have been waiting here for over an hour. Naruto just smiles back. Sorry Zabuza, we wanted some breakfast before we take out the trash. Oh, and here he tosses them each a bento. Thought you might be hungry now. What do you want to do till the little rat shows up? Zabuza smiles as before eating the bento. Well, we could have another spar, but I would rather save my energy for dealing with a backstabbing little bastard, if that's okay with you. So how about we create some clones to fight it out while we just relax? Naruto nods before he and Zabu each create a clone and have them fight. He then turns towards Zabuza and pulls out a deck of cards up for some poker while we wait. Zabuza just chuckles. You're on, Gaki, and you're going down. I may not be able to beat you in Kenjutsu, but I will wipe the floor with you in poker, he says before Naruto deals the cards. 1 hour later, and Zabuza losing every hand of poker, they hear the sound of a large group of people walking on the edge of the bridge and look over to see Gato standing there with 300 thugs carrying various weapons. Gato looks at the scene before him and fumes. Zabuza, what the hell is the meaning of this? I hire you to kill the bridge builder and the ninja guarding him, and instead you're playing cards with them. Zabuza just laughs. Don't be surprised, Gato, I knew all along that you were never going to pay me, so I had a contingency plan in case such a thing happened. Gato is furious before yelling to his men, kill them all but leave the women alive, they will provide some fun later on. Before suddenly the temperature plummets and Gato looks at Naruto, whose bangs are covering his eyes. Naruto shakes in rage. Zabuza, no matter what, don't interfere with what's about to happen, or I will kill you. Is that understood, he says in a voice that sends shivers down everyone's spines. Zabuza just nods, scared shitless of Naruto. At the moment, Naruto then turns towards Gato and his thugs before rolling up the sleeves of his trenchcoat, revealing a pair of storage seals, and bites his thumbs before swiping his blood over them. He looks at Gato with pure murder in his eyes and says, Gato, you oppressed the people of Wave, killed a man, you was a hero to a boy I consider my little brother in all but blood. And then threatened not only two of my fiancés, but also another woman who is like a older sister to me with rape. There is no forgiveness for your crimes. You and every man you brought with you here today will die by my hands. However, you should feel honored, know that you're the first to witness this technique, Saurian Soul. Raptor swarm. After saying the name of the technique, the storage seals on his arms glow before there is a cloud of smoke. When the smoke clears, standing on the bridge are 500 of Naruto's raptor clones, just waiting for him to give the command. Naruto raises his arm in the arm before swiping it down and saying, kill them all but leave Gato alive. He is mine. What happens next can only be described as a bloodbath. The raptors tear into Gato's thugs like a tornado in a trailer park. Sorry, the only comparison I could think of to describe the carnage. Blood and body parts fly everywhere. The swarm tears the thugs to shreds, leaving only Gato alive, who is paralyzed in fear. When the raptors are done, all that's left of Gato's men are piles of severed limbs and shredded torsos. Naruto then walks up to Gato, who begins to beg for his life and ask for mercy, to which Naruto scoffs, sorry, all out of mercy for people like you. All I have in stock is this Saurian style. Dual T-Rex execution before a shadow clone appears next to him, and they both change into his T-Rex Dino form and biting Gato, who is trying to crawl away on the leg, causing him to scream as Naruto flings his head up and releasing Gato, who cartwheels up before falling down, where both Naruto and his shadow clone both catch him in their mouths, half of him in each, as he screams in pain before they rip him in half and throw his severed halves over the edge of the bridge. Before the shadow clone dispels and he changes back to normal. Naruto spits out Gato's blood that was still in his mouth and says, good riddance, and may you burn in hell for all of eternity, you miserable bastard, before turning to see the shocked faces of his team, Tazuna, Zabuza, and Haku, and asks what I said. I was going to rip him in half when I saw him and I did. Why are you all looking at me like that? Prompting everyone to sweat drop. Naruto then looks at Zabuza. Hey Zabuza, think you could use a water jutsu to clean all this up? I sense the villagers on their way here and I doubt they want to see this carnage, to which Zabuza just nod and cleans the bridge of all the blood and body parts. Naruto walks over to his team just as a mob of Wave's villagers show up with makeshift weapons, with Inari leading them, to which he just smiles. Yo, what's all this about? If you're looking for Gato, you just missed him. He ended up have an accident and fell to pieces, he says, causing those who knew what really happened to sweat drop. The villagers just looked shocked before Inari says, you really mean it? Gato is dead? Naruto just nods. Inari runs up and hugs Naruto. As the villagers start cheering as Naruto hugs Inari, he sees Tsunami walking toward him and smiles as she comes up and kisses him on the lips, much to the surprise of Kurenai, Tazuna, Inari, Zabuza, Haku, and the villagers before Naruto says, I told you I would take care of it. Tsunami just smiles, I never doubted you for a moment. Inari then looks at his mom before asking why she did that, which makes her smile. Well, Inari, Naruto and I confessed our feelings for each other and have decided that you, me, and maybe your grandfather if he wants to will be moving to Konoha after the bridge is finished, where we will be living with Naruto, as I am going to be one of his wives, making him your stepfather, she says, shocking everyone who didn't already know. Inari looks at Naruto, who only smiles and nods before Inari hugs him again, saying Tusan over and over again, to which Naruto just hugs him tighter while repeating yes after each time he says it. At night, Wave celebrates their freedom with food, dancing, and drinks. The next morning, Naruto wakes up to find 3 women in bed with him. Anko is on his left snuggling into the left side of his neck, Tsunami is on his right doing the same as Anko, only on his right side, and Hyanta is sleeping on his chest, all 3 of them only wearing their underwear. Naruto smiles before just going back to sleep. Later that day, Naruto, Zabuza, and Haku go to Gato's base and take all his money and the deed to his shipping company, which Naruto signs over to himself. Zabuza takes half of Gato's money and leaves with Haku, saying they are going back to Kiri now that the civil war is over, while Naruto takes the other half and gives it to the people of Wave. Over the course of the month, Tazuna finishes the bridge and Naruto spends time relaxing and growing closer to his fiancés until it's time to leave. Naruto and the rest of Team 8 along with Tsunami and Inari stand at the end of the newly completed and named Great Naruto Bridge and look at the villagers and Tazuna, who had decided to stay in Wave. Naruto smiles, well, I guess this is it, Tazuna, see you around. Oh, and check on the kitchen table, I left you a present. Tazuna nods before telling Naruto to take care of his daughter and grandson, to which Naruto agrees and they set off back to Konoha. Naruto looks at Inari and smiles. So Sachi, are you ready to head to your new home? Inari just nods good, and don't worry about making friends, I know a few kids who would love to be friends with you. Inari smiles, I'm not worried too san, and I can't wait to see our new home, causing everyone to smile, while Anko, Hinata, and Tsunami think he will be a great father in the future, which causes them to blush at the thought of children, with a combination of features belong to Naruto and themselves running around the house. Naruto meanwhile smiles and thinks Akane-chan, our family keeps growing, and I couldn't be happier. Akane just smiles from within the mindscape and says that it does, kid, and I'm sure your parents are looking down on you with smiles on their faces at how poor they are with you. Naruto smiles and looks to the sky and swears, he says his parents' faces smiling at him, and I'm sure they are. Akane-chan, I'm sure they are, before continuing towards Konoha with a smile on his face. Teammate, Tsunami, and Inari had arrived at Konoha, and after checking in had went to the Hokage's office, give their mission report on the mission to Wave, and after knocking on the door and being told to enter, they now stood in front of the Hokage. Anko and Kurenai snap off a quick salute. Teammate, reporting in on a successful mission to Wave Hokage-sama, Anko says with a smile on her face. The Hokage just nods and tells them to proceed to give the mission report, not leaving anything out from leaving the village, encountering the demon brothers, and finding out that Tazuna had lied about the mission details, continuing the mission. Encounters Abusa and discovering he and Naruto knew each other, which causes Hiruzen to just shake his head and Naruto to chuckle, arriving at Wave, meeting Abusa at the bridge, and them waiting for Gato to arrive. Interrupted at this point and had Tsunami and Inari wait outside before continuing the report, and how Naruto slaughtered Gato and his men, recounting every single little bloody gory detail, and by they finished the Hokage looked a little green. And the hidden Anbu had all rushed into the office's bathroom and were emptying the contents of their stomachs into the toilet sink and shower. The Hokage looks at Naruto. Naruto, did you have to report every single detail about how you dealt with Gato, he asks. Naruto just nods his head, yes, nobody messes with my precious people, and by reporting how I dealt with Gato and his men in all its graphic details, it will send a message to anyone who thinks about trying to hurt those precious to me, and that message is a murderous look enters his eyes before he says, try to hurt my precious people, and I will tear you limb from limb before ripping you in half, in an emotionless voice, sending shivers down everyone's spines, while Hinata and Anko get a little turned on. Naruto then walks over to the door and tells Tsunami and Inari to come back in, before the three of them return to standing in front of the Hokage, who looks at them. Now who might you two be, he asks. Tsunami and Inari bow. My name is Tsunami, and this is my son Inari, she says, causing the Hokage to smile. Naruto then holds Tsunami's hand and says, during the mission Tsunami and I were reunited due to her being Tazuna's daughter and us meeting when I saved him 4 years ago. And after talking, Tsunami revealed her feelings for me, and I accepted them because I felt the same way and have for the past 4 years, but thought they were one-sided, so never let anyone know about them, and she agreed to be one of my fiancés and future wives. While Inari would be my stepson, he finishes with a smile. Hiruzen just smiles. Well, congratulations Naruto and Tsunami, I wish the both of you along with Anko, Hinata, Tsum, and any other future wives, the best for the future, he says, causing Naruto to smile while Anko, Hinata, and Tsunami blush. Naruto rubs the back of his and smiles, thanks Jai Jai, but if we're done here, I would like to head home and show Tsunami-chan and Inari around their new home, he says, to which the Hokage just nods his head and dismisses them before they leave. Once outside the Hokage's tower, Kurenai and Anko turn to the team and pull out some forms before Kurenai says the Chunin exams are in a week and we will be nominating the three of you, however it is entirely your choice if you wish to compete. However, if you do decide to compete, you need to fill out these forms and head to room 301 at the academy before handing each of them a form and leaving. Shino nods his head to his fellow teammates and leaves himself before Naruto turns to Tsunami and Inari. Now, with the boring stuff out of the way, how about Anko-chan, Hinata-chan and myself show you two around the village before we head home, he says before Tsunami and Inari smile and nod. After showing Tsunami and Inari around the village, the group arrives at Naruto's house, and the sheer size and elegance of it leave Tsunami and Inari speechless. Naruto chuckles and shows them in and showing them around, before making dinner and showing them to their rooms and going to bed. A week had passed since teammate along with Tsunami and Inari had returned to Konoha, and Naruto had spent the week spending time with Tsunami, taking her out on dates and getting to know each other better. He had introduced Inari to Konohamaru and his friends Mogi and Yuden. The four had become fast friends, and Inari even developed a little crush on Mogi, which Naruto, Anko, Hinata, and his mother had enjoyed teasing him about. Naruto had also taken Anko, Hinata, and Tsume out on a few dates as well, which consisted of all-you-can-eat Naruto special dango with a bottle of Kitsune's ambrosia while relaxing on top of the Hokage monument watching the sunset. His date with Hinata consisted of a picnic in a field of flowers, and after Hinata tasted the cinnamon buns he had made for her, she jumped into his arms, and they just sat there for a while enjoying each other's warmth and presence. Naruto's date with Tsume consisted of a heated game of tag in the Forest of Death, followed by Naruto cooking a wild boar he had caught earlier that morning, and them enjoying the meal and learning more about each other. And Tsume telling Naruto about Kiba's reaction when she told him and her daughter Hana that she was engaged to him, which caused Naruto to laugh before he walked her home. Today was the day of the Chunin exams, and Naruto along with Team 8 were on their way to the academy, where the first test would take place, when they turned a corner to see Konohamaru being held up by a boy wearing a black cat suit and a blonde girl with a large fan on her back. The blonde girl turns to the boy, "Come on Konoru, just let the kid go, we don't want to get in trouble." The now named Kankuro just tightens his grip on Konohamaru and "Am I new Tamari, this little brat ran into me, and he's..." Naruto walks up to Kankuro. "Excuse me Nico-chan, can you let him go? If you do I will give you some catnip," he says, causing teammate to chuckle, while Tamari giggles. Kankuro drops Konohamaru and looks at Naruto. "What the hell did you just say to me, you little punk?" he says with his eye twitching. Naruto just cleans his ear with his pinky before pulling out a small bag with some catnip in it. "I asked you let Konohamaru go, and if you did I would give a bag of catnip, Nico-chan. And because you were a good kitty and did as I ask, here is your reward," he says before tucking the bag of catnip into a pocket on Kankuru's shirt, causing everyone to break out in a fit of laughter minus Kankuro of course. Kankuru's nearly busts a vein and reaches to grab the object wrapped in bandages on his back. Tamari notices this. "Kankuro, are you crazy? You can't bring Crow out here. You know what will happen if Gaara finds out," she says, trying to talk some sense into him. Kankuro just looks at her and says, "I don't care Tamari, this bastard thinks he can just insult me and get away with, well, I'm going to teach him a lesson," before he feels something cold and metal on his throat and looks down to see a kunai held to his throat and Naruto behind him holding its handle. Naruto chuckles. "Now Nico-chan, if you keep being a bad kitty, I will have to punish you." His voice then takes an icy tone, "and that it not something you want me to do. Besides I think your sandy friend in the trees is either disappointed in you or just mad, it's a little hard to tell." Kankuro freezes at hearing what Naruto just said before turning to see a red-haired boy with green eyes, a tattoo over his eye that reads love in kanji, on his back is a large gourd, and he is wearing a tan shirt and pants. Kankuro gulps. "Hey Gaara, we were just..." The now named Gaara interrupts him. "Kankuro, you are a disgrace to the village, now shut up or I will kill you." Gaara then turns to look at Naruto. "I apologize for my brother's actions, I am Sabaku no Gaara." Naruto smiles. "It's not a problem, I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze by the way, and these are my teammates Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburam," he says, gesturing to Hinata and Shino. "Are you competing in the Chunin exams too?" Naruto asks. Gaara nods his head. "Yes, my team, and I will also be participating." Gaara then grabs his head like he is in pain. "Mother says you are strong Naruto, killing you will prove my existence." He then looks to Tamari and Kankuro. "We're leaving." The three then leave. Naruto stares at them as they leave before looking at Konohamaru. "Well, that was interesting. Now Konohamaru, run along Hinata-chan, Shino, and I have to get to the academy for the first exam." Konohamaru nods and leaves. Naruto turns to Hinata and Shino. "Come on, let's get going, we don't want to be late." Hinata and Shino nod before continuing on their way to the academy. As they're walking, Naruto thinks about his encounter with Gaara and how something felt off about him when he hears a cane get his attention. "Naruto, be careful around that Gaara kid, he hold the Ichibi Tanuki Shukaku within," she says, shocking Naruto. Naruto nods his head. "Are you sure Akane ni-chan? Because if you're right then we might have a big problem and something might be going on because it seemed like he isn't able to sleep and Shukaku might be influencing him. And the fact that Suna would send an unstable Jinchuriki to another village and have him participate in the Chunin exam seems fishy." Akane just nods from within his mindscape. "I know, and I'm positive that he holds the Ichibi. I can sense the Yauki in him, and his mastery over sand is a dead giveaway due to it being a trait that all of the Ichibi's hosts gain. And the fact that he can't sleep means his seal is either faulty or has been tampered with. Whatever the case, you should inform the Hokage as soon as possible, because I got a bad feeling that something really big is going to go down soon," she says, getting a nod for Naruto. Naruto creates a shadow clone and has him go inform the Sandaime of what he has discovered before turning to Hinata and Shino and letting them know what Akane had told him, shocking both of them before they continue on their way. But the Naruto clone. The clone had just arrived to the Hokage's office, surprising the Sandaime. "Naruto, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be on your way to the first exam?" he asks. The clone nods. "I'm just a clone Jai. The boss sent me here to inform you about some disturbing news that he came across about one of the genin from Suna that Akane confirmed," he says, shocking the Hokage. Here is in turn serious. "What has he discovered for him to have to inform me right away? It can't be good news," he says before the look in the clone's eyes confirms his suspicions. The clone just nods his head. Indeed it is. The boss found out that Suna Genin Gara no Sabaku is the holder of the Ichibi Tanuki Shikaku, and to make matters worse, the Biju seems to be able to influence Gara quite heavily to the point that prevents Gara from sleeping. Which can only mean that either the seal holding the Ichibi is faulty or has been tampered with to give the Biju more control, and the fact that Suna sent him to another village for the Chunin exams, let alone an allied one, raises too many red flags. Which the boss believes can only mean one thing: Suna plans to attack the village at some point during the Chunin exams, most likely during the final exam, whatever that may be he finishes. Hiruzen just nods grimly. This is very disturbing news, but based on the evidence you have provided we must prepare for the worst case scenario. Naruto, do not tell anyone other than your teammates about this information. We can't have our possible enemies know that we know about their plans or they might strike sooner. I will discuss what actions we shall take. The clone nods before dispelling, leaving the Hokage to his thoughts as he stares out the window. Naruto, once again you surprise me. This possible threat you have discovered might just save a lot of lives. And for some reason I believe that includes my own. Before he snaps out of his thoughts and tells his secretary to inform the clan heads for emergency meeting. Naruto blinks as he receives the memories of his clone and tells Shino and Hianto what he and the Hokage talked about, shocking them, before they simply nod and enter to find a 3 genin arguing with some other genin about letting the pass so they can take the exam. And Naruto chuckles recognizing them. The first is girls wearing white top and brown shorts and black shinobi sandals and had 2 large scrolls on her waist. This was Tenten Higurahi, a weapons expert and the only Kunoichi of Team 9. The next was a boy with a bowl haircut and huge eyebrows, wearing a full-body green spandex jumpsuit with orange arm and leg warmers. This was Rock Lee. Finally there was a boy with waist-length black hair and pupil-less wide eyes that were signature to the Hyuga clan. He wore a whitish-gray shirt and pants. This was Niji Hyuga, Hinata's cousin. Naruto looks at them for a second before getting their attention. Hey Tenten, Niji, Lee, come over here for a second, he says, surprising them before they walk over to him. Niji walks up to Naruto and bows. Hello Naruto-sama, how are you today? He asks, causing Naruto to sigh. Naruto just rubs the bridge of his nose. Niji, how many times have I asked you to not call me Naruto-sama? You know I don't like being called it, causing Hinata, Tenten. And Lee to laugh before he continues. Anyway, that's not room 301, it's room 201. The 2 guarding it are actually the eternal gate guards Izumo and Katetsu. They placed a Jinjutsu on the sign to weed out the weaker applicants, he says, getting shocked looks from Team 9 as they realize he is right. Naruto then gains a sadistic smile. However, that doesn't mean we can't have a little fun with them, just play along and you will see something really funny, he whispers before raising his voice so that everyone could hear him. Did you guys hear that all of the female Anbu had their panties stolen from their houses last night? Apparently they have been searching everywhere for the culprit. However, I told them that I saw the gate guards Izumo and Katetsu leaving one of their houses late last night and they have been looking everywhere for them. In fact, the only place I think they have left to look is this building, he says, causing a few people to chuckle. Meanwhile, Izumo and Katetsu paled at hearing this, knowing that even though they didn't steal any panties, the female Anbu wouldn't believe that and would still beat the shit out of them, so they decided to do what any sane man would do in their situations. Run for their lives and immediately dropped the Jinjutsu and ran. Naruto and everyone else in the room started laughing at this before walking up the stairs to the exam room, but just as they are about to enter, Naruto hears a familiar voice. Hello Naruto-kun, it's been a while. Naruto turns around to see a trio of genin from Kumo standing behind him and smiles, recognizing them. The first is a tall 16-year-old Redeed with dark skin and green eyes, wearing a white and gray battle dress that goes down knees, black socks that go up to her shins, black sandals and a white bandana. Strapped to her back is a sheathed katana. This person is Kari. Next to her stands a 16-year-old boy with white hair, brown eyes, wearing a gray and white shirt, red pants with white X on them, red socks, and black shinobi sandals. He had a sheathed katana strapped to his back and was sucking on a lollipop. His name is Amoy. The final person, and the one that said hello to Naruto, was a 16-year-old girl with short blonde hair and blue eyes. She wore a gray open V-cut shirt that showed with a fishnet shirt underneath that showed of a decent amount of DD cup breasts, a gray skirt that went down to her mid-thigh, black socks that went up to her kneecaps, and strapped horizontally to her lower back was a sheathed tanto. This person was Samui, and another of Naruto's fiancés. Naruto smiled at Kari and Amoy before turning to Samui and pulling her into a hug and kissing her on the lips, surprising Lee, Tenten, Shino, and Samui herself a little before she closed her eyes and melted into his embrace, kissing him back. When they broke apart, Naruto smiled as he stared into her beautiful blue eyes. I missed you, my queen of cool, he said, causing her to blush a little. Samui recovers from her blush and smiles, and I missed you, my king of heat, she says before kissing his cheek. Tenten, who had just recovered from her shock at Naruto and Samui's public display of affection or PDA, then asked the question that was on the minds of everyone who didn't already know how Naruto and Samui knew each other. Naruto, what's all this, and how do you know these Kumo ninja? She says, gaining nods from Shino and Lee. Naruto chuckles, well Tenten, I'm old friends with Carrie and Amoy, and Samui here is one of my fiancés, he says, gaining another shocked look on the faces of those who didn't already know. Naruto, seeing this, chuckles and decides to explain how Samui became one of his fiancés. It all started with Hinata's attempted kidnapping. When we were 5 by the Kumo ambassador, I was the one to save Hinata-chan that night. However, it turned out that the ambassador was actually a Kumo shinobi, given a mission by the village's council behind the Raikage's back to gain the Byakugan, he says, shocking everyone who didn't know the full details of that night. Naruto smiles and continues, well after I saved Hinata-chan and the Sandaime informed the Raikage of what had happened, the Raikage was pissed and immediately took care of Kumo's council before sending a letter back to him with his apologies for what had happened and letting him know that he would be coming to the village to discuss how to deal with the aftermath of the attempt, along with wanting to meet the boy who was able to take down one of his jounin at such a young age. Naruto takes a breath before continuing. A week later, the Raikage showed up along with Samui, Carrie, and Amoy met with the Hokage and myself to discuss reparations. When the Raikage saw me, he immediately recognized me as the son of the Yondaime, who was his rival in speed and one of his closest friends after the end of the Third Shinobi War. Came up with a way to not only cover the aftermath of the kidnapping attempt but also strengthen ties between our villages. Naruto takes another deep breath before continuing. He proposed an arranged marriage between Samui-chan and myself, however I told him that I would not marry unless it was out of love and would not force Samui-chan into a marriage with someone she just met. But shocked her that someone she just met would fight for her happiness. However, Samui came up with the idea for us to get to know each other first, and if we ended up falling in love with each other, then we would get married. So for the week that the Raikage was here, the two of us got to know more about each other before she left. Everyone is enthralled with Naruto's story as he continues. After she left with the Raikage, Carrie, and Amoy, we communicated through letters and would meet whenever the Hokage went to Konoha or the Raikage would come here. And over time we genuinely fell in love with each other and confessed our feelings to each other. Samui knew I would have to take multiple wives to restore my clans and at first was apprehensive about it, but after meeting Anko-chan and Hinata-chan and getting to know them, she fully accepted the fact. On the condition that I love and treat each of my wives equally, and after informing the Hokage and Raikage of this, we were engaged to each other and have been ever since, and after I turned 16 we along with the rest of my fiancés will be getting married, he finishes. Everyone is speechless as Naruto finishes his story. Naruto turns and gives Samui a quick kiss on the cheek. Go ahead into the exam room, I will be right behind you. After I deal with a certain emo who is smugly making his hair like he is Kami herself, Samui and her team realizing who Naruto is talking about nod their heads and leave, not wanting to deal with the headache that is surely coming their way. Right after Samui and her team enter the exam room, a familiar group of people walk up a staircase, these people being Team 7 and 10, consisting of Kiba and Yuzuka, the king of emos himself Sasuke Chiha, and the pink banshee Sakura Haruno, for Team 7, and Ino Yamanaka. Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi of Team 10. Sasuke sees Naruto and smirks smugly. Well, if it isn't the dope and his little team of weaklings delusional much, he then sees Team 9 along with more people to see the might of the Uchiha clan again delusional much. Naruto just cleans his ear with his pinky before turning to Sasuke. Did you say something? All I heard was a duck quacking causing Sasuke to clench his fists and grit his teeth. Meanwhile in the Jonin lounge, Kakashi smiles proudly at his sensei's son following him in the ways of the hip cool attitude, while the other Jonin laugh at how Naruto dealt with the spoiled brat of an Uchiha, and Mido Guy yells about Kakashi's hip cool attitude infecting the younger generation. Naruto then turns to Kiba. Hey Kiba, you still able to hear and have your anal virginity intact after being on a team with the Banshee and Sasuke, causing everyone to laugh except for Sasuke and Sakura, whose faces turn red with anger. And Sasuke clenches his fists tighter and grinds his teeth harder. Kiba finishes laughing. Yeah, thanks to the earplugs you gave me and Kakashi-sensei letting me sleep in his tent whenever we are on missions. I do. Naruto Otu-san, he says, shocking everyone that didn't know Naruto and Kiba's mother Tsume were engaged. Naruto chuckles. Watch it, Sachi, don't make me have to bend you over my knee and give you a spanking in front of everyone. Which causes Kiba to pale at the thought and everyone minus Sasuke and Sakura to laugh. As everyone laughed, a tall teen with silver hair and glasses wearing a grey shirt, green pants and sandals. And a Konoha hate walks up to the group and adjusts his glasses before saying, you may want to keep it down, there are a lot of teams here that would love to take out a bunch of green genins like Yasuls. He then smiles creepily, which sets off a red flag in Naruto's head before he notices that this I reeks of snakes, and considering there are only two people who can summon snakes and one of them is a traitor, while the other is Anko-chan, it raises another red flag in his head. Hiba then speaks up, well, who the hell are you, voicing the question on many of the genin's minds. The cyber-haired teen just smiles, my name is Kabuto Yakushi, and like you I am here for the Chunin exams, I even have information on many of the people participating. Sasuke's eyes light up, I want information on the kid in the green spandex and Naruto Uzumaki. The little glint comes to Kabuto's eyes as he pulls out a stack of ninja info cards and channels chakra to one that is labeled Rock Lee. Okay, first is Rock Lee, he is a part of Team 9 under Mito Guy, his teammates are Niji Hyuga and Tenten Higurashi, he has been on 69D rank. 24C rank and 1B rank mission, he is unable to use ninjutsu and jinjutsu, however his skills in taijutsu are at least low jonin levels, he finishes. Kabuto then smiles, now I don't have any information on a Naruto Uzumaki, however I do have information on a Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, he says, causing Sasuke to growl and Kabuto to smirk before continuing, he is the only child of the Yellow Flash and Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze. And his wife the Red Death Kushina Uzumaki, he is part of Team 8 under Kurina Yuhi and Anko Mitarashi, his teammates are Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburam. He has been on 120D rank mission 1C rank and 2A rank. Sasuke seethes in anger at finding out that the dope has been on 2A rank missions, while he has only been on 1C rank. Naruto grabs the card out of Kabuto's hand and looks at the info on it before another red flag is raised in his head at how detailed it is, and most of the info on it is only known to the Hokage before glaring at Kabuto. This is pretty detailed, especially the fact that one of those A rank missions was only known to the Hokage and myself and was classified in the Hokage's personal copy of missions. Add into the fact that the info on my skills, while not even cover a quarter of what I can actually do, is still more detailed than it should be, and much of the info on it is also classified, which no one other than the Hokage should have access to, let alone some random genin, raises a lot of red flags. Kabuto gulps, but is suddenly slammed into the wall and pinned there by Naruto, whose eyes turn murderous. Add to the fact that you reek of snakes, and there are only two people who have the access to that specific summoning contract, one who is a traitor to the village. And the other, who I know for a fact you have never been in contact with, makes me believe that you are a spy sent to this village to gain information for aforementioned traitor, he says, causing Kabuto's eyes to widen before Naruto knocks him out, seals his chakra with a seal tag, and tying him up, leaving everyone shocked. There is a cloud of smoke at the head of the exam room, and when it clears, a group of chunin with clipboards and a tall scarred man wearing a long black trench coat are standing there. The man in black looks at the genin gathered and smirks before he notices Naruto standing over Kabuto. Genin Uzumaki Namikaze, what is the meaning if this, he says in a voice that sends shivers down the spines of all the genin. Minus Naruto. Naruto chuckles, well, Ibiki Nai-san, I was just minding my own business waiting for the exam to start with my team when Genin Kabuto Yakushi here came up and began handing out information on those gathered here to anyone who wanted it. And after the Imo Uchiha asked for information on Rock Lee and myself, after which he revealed the stats of Rock Lee. Naruto takes a breath before continuing, however he then went on to reveal some information about me, including that of how many missions I have been on, along with what rank they were, some of which are only known to myself and the Hokage. I proceeded to take said info card and have a peek on it, which went on to reveal even more classified information that only the Hokage and myself are aware of. It raised more red flags, not to mention he reeks of snakes. I concluded he must be a spy in the category of OS. And subdued him by knocking him unconscious, sealing his chakra, and tying him up so that he may be interrogated. He finishes before smirking, however, if I knew you were going to be the one to give us the test, I also would have slapped a bow on him for you, he says. Ibiki chuckles, damn Naruto, you sure have been busy and good work on catching another traitor, he then signals, and some Anbu arrive to take Kabuto away, before he turns to everyone, alright, with that out of the way, take your seats, the first exam will be starting in 5 minutes, everyone takes their seats to begin the exam and Ibiki goes over the rules. Exam is the same as canon except Samui's team also passes. 1 hour later, Ibiki has just given the 10th question and informed those who are left that they pass when the window breaks and a black bolt flies through the air before attaching to the blackboard and opening, revealing a banner that says the incredibly sexy Anko Mitarashi soon to be Uzumaki Namikaze is here. Underneath that is a chibi drawing of Naruto and Anko, with Naruto in a tuxedo carrying Anko, who is in a wedding dress bridal style. However, Anko isn't standing next to the banner, she is sitting in Naruto's lap making out with him, causing many of the males in the room to suffer nosebleeds before Ibiki clears his throat, gaining Naruto and Anko's attention. Anko, you're early. Anko just gets up from Naruto's lap and pouts at having to stop making out with her Foxy King and turns to Ibiki, sorry about that, was too excited. She then turns to the genin and smirks sadistically, alright, meet in front of training ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death, in 15 minutes or you Fail, she says, causing many to gulp, and gets ready to leave before Naruto picks her up bridal style and begins to carry her out the window, much to the disappointment of Hinata and Samui, until Naruto creates a pair of shadow clones and has them carry them both bridal style and follow the original. Naruto towards the forest of death with the rest of the genin following them a few minutes later after recovering from their shock. Naruto, Anko, Hinata, Samui and his clones had arrived at the entrance to the Forest of Death and were sitting around talking with each other when the rest of the genin arrived and Anko switches to scary proctor mode and begins to explain the second exam. Alright maggots, here is how the second exam is going to go, so shut up and pay attention, she says, getting their attention and causing a few to gulp. Anko notices this and smiles sadistically before pulling out 2 scrolls. These are Heaven and Earth scrolls, and each team will be given one of the 2, after which you will need to acquire the type of scroll you do not have and make it to the tower in the center of the forest. However, you only have 5 days to do so before you and your team is disqualified, she says, getting shocked looks. Toji drops his bag of chips that he was eating and manages to stutter out 5 days. What will we do about food, he says, getting nods from some of the other genin gathered. Anko smiles and says there are plenty of edible plants and animals in the forest for you to eat, however, most of they will also try to eat you, before laughing evilly. Many of the genin's faces pale at hearing this. Naruto just laughs and looks to Anko before smiling sadistically. Hey Anko-chan, remember the time when that group of giant tigers tried to eat me? He asks her. Anko realizes what Naruto is trying to do and smiles sadistically while nodding. I ended up ripping the leader of the group in half before eating his still beating heart in front of the others, he says, causing some of the genin to vomit the contents of their stomachs. Naruto just laughs after that. They made me their leader and spread the word to all the other animals, who in turn made me the king of the forest, he says before laughing evilly, sending shivers up the spines of many of the genin, while Anko, Hinata, and Samui get a little turned on. Anko then clears her throat. Now line up and I will hand you your scrolls. After receiving them you will go to your assigned gate and wait for the exam to start, she says before passing out each team's scroll. Naruto gets his scroll from Anko and gives her a quick kiss on the cheek before heading to his team's assigned gate, which is right next to Samui's team. He looks over at Samui and smiles. So you guys want to team up with us and help each other get our scrolls, he asks. Samui smiles and nods. Sounds like a good idea. We have our Earth scroll, what about you? She asks. Naruto smiles and waves his team scroll. We also have an Earth scroll, looks like we both need Heaven scrolls, then he says, getting nods from Samui's team before he turns to see Anko about to start the exam. Anko looks around seeing each team at their gates. All right, on you marks, get set, go, she yells as the gates fly open and each team rushes into the forest. Anko smiles as she hears a familiar roar a few minutes later, followed by screams causing her to chuckle. Now I think I will get some dango, she says before she feels something in the pocket of her trench coat and pulls out a scroll before opening it and unseals its contents, revealing a large box of Naruto's special ramen, causing her to smile. Anko then notices a note attached to the box and reads it. Anko-chan, thought you might get hungry, so slip this into your pocket when I gave you that kiss. P.S. Thanks for giving Samui's team the same scroll as us. I will be sure to pay you back. How's a massage sounds? Love your foxy king. Anko just smiles. Naruto-kun, you sure know how to treat a girl, she says before munching on the dango with a content smile on her face. A few minutes earlier, right after Team 8 and Team Samui entered the forest. Team 8 and Team Samui had just entered the forest and linked up when 2 teams of Iwa genin jumped down from the trees and land in front of them with smirks on their faces. Well, look what we have here, the yellow flashes son, his team and a team from Kumo. How lucky can we get? When we kill you we will be famous back home, one of the Iwa males says, before looking at Hinata, Samui and Carrie, and a lecherous grin comes to his face. However, after we're done killing you, we be sure to have some fun with the girls, he says before licking his lips and the other. May Iwa genin do the same. Naruto eyes turn murderous before he lowers his head, causing his bangs to cover his eyes. Nobody interfere, this guys are mine, he says, his voice causing he a shiver to run up the spines of his teammates and Samui's team before he takes a few steps toward the Iwa genin. So you think you can just threaten women with rape in front of me, especially 2 of which are my fiancés? Well, you just singed your death warrants, however you should feel honored because you're going to be the first to die by this form, he says, causing the Iwa genin to stop laughing. Naruto then says something that sends shivers down Samui and Hinata's spines. Knowing that the genin before them are as good as dead, Naruto raises his head and fire can be seen in his eyes before saying sorry in soul. Diabolus Rex and his body begins to change. Naruto's skull becomes elongated, his teeth turn to fangs and begin to spread out along his jaws. Think how a crocodile or alligator's teeth are spaced, but a little further apart and much bigger. His spine lengthens and forms a tail, his arms and legs get bulkier. His fingers become longer while his nails turn to claws and grow until they are around 2 feet long. His skin turns hard and leathery, with little spiny bumps running down his back and changing from a light tan to an ashy gray. His eyes change from ocean blue to a deep blood red that makes you feel like you're staring into hell itself. Finally he grows taller until he stands around 25 feet tall and 40 feet long. Naruto finishes changing and lets out a bone-chilling roar before lunging at the Iwa Genin and slashing with his claws, slicing 2 of them in half before they could jump out of the way. The other Iwa Genin managed to dodge. Only for Naruto to turn and slam one with his tail, causing him to fly into a tree with a sickening crunch, where he slides down to the ground motionless and blood leaking from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. The re-aiming team of Iwa Genin look on in terror as this creature wipes out their comrades before snapping out of it, and the leader of the team looks to his teammates, "Get it together, and let's kill this thing," he says, getting nods from his teammates, only for one of them to be grabbed. Naruto grabs the Genin with both of his claws and rips him in half, scattering his blood and guts all across the forest floor, before throwing the halves of his body to the side where they slam into the ground with a squelch. He then turns and grabs another of the Iwa Genin before throwing him in the air before catching him in his mouth and biting him in half. The remaining Iwa Genin looks on in horror as not only his fellow team, but also his team is slaughtered by this monster in under a minute before it turns to look at him with blood dripping from its mouth and claws. Its blood-red eyes freezing him in place before he begs for mercy. "Please spare me." He then pulls out an earth scroll and puts it down on the ground. "Here, take our scroll, just please let me live." He continues to beg, praying to Kami that he would be spared. Naruto just stands there looking down at the Iwa Genin who threatened women with rape in front of him, 2 of those women being his fiancées, while the other is a close friend, beg for his life before taking out a heaven scroll and laying it on the ground before continuing to beg for his life. Naruto reached out and gently rolled the scroll out of the way with one of his claws before reaching out and grabbed the Iwa Genin and lifted him up, bringing him up to his jaw level. Naruto then squeezed the Genin, causing him to scream in pain before Naruto crushed his ribcage, causing it to pierce his lungs and heart. He then began to open his mouth wide and dislocated his jaw, causing it to rest at a 45-degree angle, before he placed the rapidly dying Genin into his mouth and closing it, swallowing him whole. Naruto then let out a bone-chilling victory roar. Think the roar the T-Rex lets out at the end of the first movie, or the one the T-Rex lets out after breaking out of the cargo ship and standing on the rocks facing Los Angeles in the second movie, before he changes back to normal. Wipes the blood of his mouth and hands and picks up a scroll. The Iwa Genin tried to beg for his life, with which turned out to be a heaven scroll, and turning to the others. Naruto just looks at them. "Nobody, and I mean nobody, threatens women with rape in my presence, especially not women who are my fiancés or close friends," he says before searching the other dead Iwa Genin for their other scroll and finding it on one of the Genin he slashed in half when he first attacked. And throwing it to Samui. Samui catches the scroll and looks at it and sees it is also a heaven scroll before a small smile comes to her face and she tuck it into her pocket before walking over to Naruto and hugging him before she gives him a quick kiss on the cheek. "Thank you, Naruto-kun. Even though we were perfectly capable of protecting ourselves, it was still very cool of you to protect us like that," she says with a loving smile. Naruto wraps his arms around Samui's waist. "I know you could, Samui-chan, but what he said was unforgivable and he deserved to die in a horrific way, and what better way than eaten alive," he says before kissing her lips, causing her to let out a small moan and wrap her arms around his neck. Naruto breaks the kiss and smiles at Samui lovingly before kissing her forehead and letting her go, and turns to see Hinata pouting slightly, causing him to chuckle and walk over her before wrapping his arms around her waist and smiling. "No need to pout, Hinata-chan, I'd never forget about you," he says. Before kissing her like he did Samui and her reacting the same way. After breaking the kiss with Hinata and kissing her forehead, he turns to the others. "Well, now that we have our scrolls, how about we head to the tower," he says, getting nod from everyone as they set off for the tower to finish the second exam. After running for about an hour, Naruto senses something wrong and alerts the others. "Hey guys, I sense something a little ways off to the left. You head to the tower, I am going to check it out." Everyone reluctantly nods and heads off to see what he sensed. After running for a few minutes, Naruto hears a scream and runs faster. He comes across a clearing and sees a girl with red hair and glasses, wearing a purple top, black skirt, black socks going up to her knees, and a pair of black shinobi sandals sitting on the ground, shaking as a huge bear with brown fur stands on its hind legs about to kill her. Naruto jumps down in between them and glares at the bear. "Winnie the Pooh, what the hell do you think you are doing?" The bear stops what it's doing and immediately lowers itself down as far as it can and lets out a low growl, causing Naruto to just shake his head. "I don't care if she woke you up from your nap, what have I told you about harming women?" he asks, still glaring. The now named Winnie the Pooh just lowers itself closer to the ground and lets out a series of low growls, causing Naruto to nod his head. "That's right, you can only attack a woman if they attack you or your cubs first." Now go back to your den and think about what you have done or no special honey for a week. I am clear, he says as if he was scolding a child. Pooh just nods his eye quickly before running as fast as he can to his cave, not wanting to risk not being allowed to have the special honey for a week. Naruto nods his head before turning the girl behind him, smiling and extending his hand to help her up. Are you alright? He asks, causing the girl to blush a little. Karen just looks at the boy who appeared out of nowhere and stopped the bear from killing her, before scolding it like a parent scold their child before the bear runs off, and he turns to her smiling with his hand outstretched to help her up, causing her to blush slightly as he asks if she is alright. Karen can only nod as he helps her up before she dusts herself off and adjusts her glasses. Yes, I am. Thank you for saving me from the bear. My teammates left me behind and ended up getting eaten by some huge leeches, she says. Naruto only chuckles. Don't worry about it, I'm just glad I got here in time, he says with a smile, causing her to blush slightly. I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, by the way, what's your name? He asks with a smile. Karen blushes at his smile before she realized what he said. Wait, did you say your last name was Uzumaki? She asks with hope in her eyes. Naruto nods. Yes, my mother was Kushina Uzumaki, but when she married my father Minato Namikaze, she changed it to Uzumaki Namikaze. Why? He asks, a little curious as to why his last name would be so important to her. Karen just smiles. My name is Karen Uzumaki, she says, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. Naruto looks at her for a second and gets a good look at her, and when it hits him, that specific shade of red hair, it's unique to the Uzumaki clan. She is part of my mother's clan. Naruto just looks at her for another minute before smiling. Karen, I'm going to ask you an important question, so I want you to think about it for a minute before answering, okay? He asks in a serious tone. Seeing Karen nod, Naruto just smiles. Karen, would you like to come live with me and my fiancés at my house, your family, and in my mother's diary? She said that an Uzumaki never abandons their family. He asks her with a smile. Karen just stands there for a second until what he said registers in her mind and tears come to her eyes before she wipes them and nods her head. I would love to live with you and your fiancés, Naruto. My parents died a few years back and I have been alone ever since, she says before Naruto wraps his arms around her, hugging her. Naruto hugs Karen and smiles. Welcome to the family, Karen, you will never be alone again, he says as she breaks down crying in his arms, and he just rubs her back while whispering soothing words in her ear. 30 minutes later, Karen is done crying and smiles at Naruto before she remembers what Naruto said. Wait, Naruto, did you say you have fiancés, as in more than one? She asks, a little curious, thinking she heard him wrong. Naruto just nods his head. Yes, due to being the last no male Uzumaki and the last living Namikaze along with my never before seen bloodline, I fall under the CRA and am forced to take multiple wives or be used as breeding stock, he says, shocking her. Naruto smiles. I currently have 5 fiancés. They are Hinata Hyuga, Tsume Miyazuka, Anko Mitarashi, Tsunami, and finally Samui of Kumo. However, just because I fall under the CRA doesn't mean I will take just anyone as my fiancé. I will only have someone as my fiancé if both the woman in question and myself genuinely love each other, because I will not be in a loveless marriage. He finishes with a smile, causing Karen to blush slightly. After hearing what Naruto explained, him having multiple fiancés, she thinks his fiancés are the luckiest women ever, just knowing him for such a short time, and I can tell he treats them equally, and from my sensor ability, I can tell his chakra is so warm and I feel safe in his arms. Not to mention that he is the most handsome man I have ever seen. Wait, where did that come from? And blushes slightly. Naruto smiles. Well, let's get headed to the tower, my team is waiting for me, and I have to introduce you to Hinata-chan and Samui-chan. Before we go, see Hokage Jiji and let him know you will be living with me from now on, he says before leading Karen towards the tower, but stops when he notices her limping. Are you alright, Karen? You're limping, he asks, worried she might be hurt. Karen winces as she takes a step. I think I may have twisted my ankle when I fell down, she says before blushing at what Naruto does. Naruto bends down and scoops her up in his arms and carries her bridal style before jumping to the tree branches and jumping from one branch to the other towards the tower. All the while Karen blushes, thinking, he is carrying me in his arms. Wait, are those his muscles? Dear Kami, he is ripped, and blushes harder. Naruto smiles and looks at Karen. You know, this is similar to how my parents ended up together when they were genin. My mother was kidnapped by Kumo and my father rescued her before carrying her back to the village, just like how I am carrying you. Naruto chuckles. On the way back, my father told her that he found her by following the strands of her red hair, like it was some kind of red string of fate. Karen blushes some more. She got angry, thinking he was making fun of her hair like many of the other kids would. But he told her he wasn't and that he thought her red hair was beautiful, and looking at your hair, I can see what he meant. Your red hair is truly beautiful, he says with a smile. Karen just blushes more before snuggling into Naruto's chest, thinking, that's the most romantic thing I have ever heard. Wait, this is just like how his parents met. Could that mean? No, it couldn't be. But maybe in time it could happen. Before she begins thinking about what a future with Naruto might be like. Naruto just looks at Karen and thinks, "Dad, I can see one of the reasons why you fell in love, Mom, and it's almost like the two of you guided me to meet Karen," before he suddenly feels like two people placed their hand on his shoulders and turns to see no one there and chuckles thinking maybe you too. It'd guide me to her after all before he continues towards the tower. Naruto and Karen arrive at the tower and go in to find Samui and her team, along with his own team waiting for him and smiles, before gently setting Karen down. Hinata and Samui look at Naruto as he carries the unknown red-haired girl in bridal style and sets her down, and not able to handle the curiosity growing within her, Hinata decides to ask the question that she was also on Samui's mind, "Naruto-kun, who is this?" she asks, getting a nod from Samui. Naruto chuckles, "This is Karen Uzumaki, and she will be living with us from now on," he says, as if he was talking about the weather, laughing at the shocked faces of his fiancés, team, and friends before he goes on to explain how he met Karen. By the end of his explanation, everyone is shocked again before Hinata and Samui walk up to Karen and smile before shaking her hand. "It's nice to meet you, Karen. I'm Hinata Hyuga, and this is Samui of Kumo," Hinata says, causing Karen to smile and formally introduce herself to them. Naruto smiles at seeing his fiancés and Karen getting along so well before he clears his throat, getting everyone's attention. "Now I think we have an exam to finish, so let's finish it." Everyone nods and opens their scrolls, causing two clouds of smoke to appear and disperse, revealing Kurenai and the Jonin sensei of Samui's team, Yujido Nai, the Jinchuriki of the Nibi demon cat Matabi. Kurenai looks at her team and smiles, "Congratulations on passing the second exam, teammate," before she looks at Karen. "Naruto, who is this?" she asks, causing Naruto to smile. Naruto smiles, "This is Karen Uzumaki, and she will be living with me and the girls from now on, and will be under the protection of both the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans, and I'm willing to bet Hinata-chan will give her the protection of the Hyuga clan, too," he says before turning to Hinata, who nods. "Make the under the protection of the Namikaze, Uzumaki, and Hyuga clans," he says with a smile. Naruto then turns serious. "Kurenai-sensei, I ask that you keep this a secret until I am able to meet with the Hokage, and ask him to meet with me as soon as possible." Kurenai just nods. Naruto then turns to Yujido, who is talking with her team. "Hello Yujido Nisan, how have you been?" he asks, getting her attention. Yujido smiles. "Hello Naruto-kun, I have been fine, thank you for asking," she says, getting a nod from Naruto. Naruto then decides to tease her a little. "So is Nibi still being her perverted self?" he asks her. Yujido just sighs and nods her head. "You have no idea," she says tiredly, getting a chuckle from Naruto. Naruto just walks over to her and gives her a hug, which she returns before he says, "You know, if you want I can go in and have a little talk with her to get her to stop, or at least ease up for a while," he says with a smile. Yujido just smiles and nods her head. "Thanks Naruto-kun, that would help out a lot. The last time you did that she eased up for a year, which really helped. How about when the second exam is over, I have you do that for me," she says before kissing his forehead, like a big sister would to her younger sibling. Naruto smiles. "Okay Yujido Nisan, it's a plan," he says, getting a nod from her. Kurenai then decides to ask the question that has been on her mind since Naruto offered to go into the seal and talk with the Nibi. "Naruto, what do you mean by that?" she asks, causing Yujido to blush slightly, along with Hinata and Samui. Naruto chuckles before he walks over and whispers what he meant in Kurenai's ear, causing her to blush furiously before rocketing back via nosebleed, causing those who knew to laugh and Karen to ask what he meant before he tells her, and she too rockets back via nosebleed, gaining even more laughter from everyone. After Kurenai and Karen had recovered, Yujido and Kurenai said their farewells before leaving in a Shunshin, and teams 8, Samui and Karen left to go to their rooms and relax while waiting for the other teams to arrive. Over the next 5 days the rest of the teams who passed showed up. These included the team from Suna, the team from Itagakure, along with team 7, 9, and 10, some of whom looked pretty banged up. Naruto had found out a few days into the exam the Orochimaru of the Sannin had indeed infiltrated the exams like he suspected after catching Kabuto, and had gave the duck-ass Asuka curse mark. Naruto had also learned that Anko had gone to confront Orochimaru and nearly got herself killed when he saw her being carried in on a stretcher with a bunch of cuts on her, and had spent the rest of the time until the second exam ended by her bedside, making sure she was alright. When she had woken up he immediately hugged and kissed her before laying into her for being so reckless and that she wouldn't be getting any Naruto special dango for a month, which nearly gave her a heart attack. Before Naruto kissed her again and told her that Orochimaru will die, but they will do it together. Naruto had also talked with the Hokage about Karen, and he had reassured Naruto that she was welcome in the village and had not only the protection of the Sarutobi clan, but also himself as the Hokage, which Naruto thanked him for and gave him a hug. The 5 days had passed and the Genin teams that passed now stood in an indoor arena with their Jonin senseis. Naruto looked at the Hokage as he gave a speech about the true meaning behind the Chunin exams. When he was done, Hate stepped forward. "Now, due to how many teams pass, we will be having preliminary fights to determine who moves on to the finals. The names will be picked randomly and shown on the screen behind me. If your name is shown, please stay in the arena while everyone else goes up to the stands. I will be the proctor for the fights, and when I say the fight is over, then it's over. Failure to stop when I say will result in being disqualified. He finished as the screen began to spin through names, and everyone looked on in anticipation, wondering if it will be their names shown. The screen continued to cycle through names until it stopped to show Sasuke Uchiha vs Dosu of Odo, causing the duck-ass-head Uchiha to smirk arrogantly. It seems they decided to start with an elite like they should have all along, he says, causing many to just sigh. And his howler monkey to screech about his greatness. They just sighs. Will everyone other than Dosu of Odo and Sasuke Uchiha please return to the stands so we may begin the match, he says as everyone heads to the stands, except for Sasuke and Dosu. After everyone is in the stands, Hei turns to Sasuke and Dosu, who both nod, and he begins the match. Fight plays out the same up until the end. Sasuke looks to the bloody and beaten form of Dosu before smiling and walking over to him and snaps his neck, killing him, and begins laugh like a madman. That's what you get for going up against an elite like myself, he says before spitting on Dosu's dead body as Kakashi grabs him and leaves in a shunshin as Hayate declares Sasuke the winner. While many are shocked at the brutality in which Sasuke showed along with his disrespect of his dead opponent. Hayate clears his throat as Dosu's body is taken away and the screen begins cycling through names before stopping and says, will Shino Aburame and Zaku of Odo please come to the arena, as Shino and Zaku enter the arena and he begins the match. Match same as canon with Shino being the winner. After Zaku's taken away by the medics, Hayate looks to the screen and calls the next match. Will Samui of Kumo and Sakura Haruno please come to the arena, he says as Samui shushens to the arena floor and waits for Sakura. Sakura makes it to the arena floor and looks to Samui. When I beat this big-breasted bimbo, Sasuke will realize his love for me and we will be together forever, she says, causing many to sigh and shake their heads and Samui to just sweat drop. Hayate clears his throat and starts the match as Sakura takes out a kunai and charges at Samui, only to trip over her own feet and smash her head into the arena floor, knocking herself out and causing many to sweat drop at the pathetic display. As Hayate declares Samui the winner, Samui just sighs, so not cool, I at least wanted to fight a little, she says before returning to the stands in a shunshin. Hayate just sighs before looking at the screen. Will Kari of Kumo and Ino Yamanaka please come to the arena, he says as Kari and Ino enter the arena and prepare to fight. Ino looks at Kari and smirks. This will be easy, there is no way I would lose to some flat-chest bitch from Kumo, she says, and a tick mark appears on Kari's forehead. Up in the stands, Naruto just chuckles, causing everyone to look at him. Well, this match is over before it even started. Ino is going to lose hard, especially after that she made fun of Kari's chest, he says, getting nods from Hinata, Samui, and Amoy, who shudders remembering what happened to the last person to make that mistake. Asuma looks to Naruto and says, isn't that a little mean, Naruto? Ino has a chance of beating her, only causing Naruto to laugh even harder. After he stops laughing and turns to Asuma, no Asuma-san, it's not mean because it's the truth, unlike Ino who worries more about looking pretty than training. Kari trains every day until she passes out from exhaustion, as indicated by the calluses on her hands, he says, causing Asuma's eyes to widen as he continues. Add to the fact that Ino made fun of her chest, and the last person to do so wound up in the hospital in a full body cast for 6 months. And to this day still pisses blood, isn't that right, Amoy, he says turning to Amoy. Amoy only nods his head yes, however it is not as much as I used to, thankfully, he says, getting a nod from Naruto, and Asuma just drops his cigarette thinking Ino is screwed before turning his attention back to the match. Kari hears Hayate and smiles sadistically before going through some hand seals and slams her hands on the ground yelling Raiden. Electromagnetic murder as a field of electricity flows across the arena floor before hitting Ino, who yells out in pain before collapsing unconscious. Hayate sees Ino unable to continue and declares Kari the winner as medics come to take Ino away. Naruto turns to Asuma and smiles. See, I told you Ino was going to lose badly, he says, only getting a nod from Asuma before they turn their attention back to the arena. After the medics had taken Ino away, the screen starts going through names before stopping and Hayate calls out the next match. Will Shikamaru Nara and Kin Tucci please come to the arena, he says as Kin enters the arena. Shikamaru just stands there in the stands. Troublesome, I have to fight a girl, maybe I will just give up, he says before Naruto boots him over the railing and he falls to the arena floor face first and lands in a heap. Naruto smiles sadistically. Shikamaru, you will fight or I will tell Yoshino-san you gave up, saying it was too troublesome to fight a girl. I'm sure she will be more than happy to hear this and introduce you to the frying pan I gave her as a gift for teaching me how to cook, he says, chuckling at the end. Shikamaru shivers at the thought before he realizes what Naruto said. Wait, you were the one who gave her that new demonic frying pan that my dad keeps talking about, he says, a little scared of Naruto's answer. Naruto laughs. Yeah, I made special seals that not only make the frying pan incredibly more durable, but also one that makes it so food doesn't stick the pan. But from the sounds of it, I might need to touch up the durability seals, he says, causing Shikamaru to pale before quickly getting up and ready to fight. Hayate sees both contestants ready and begins the match, as both Kin and Shikamaru start fighting. Fight is same as canon, with Shikamaru winning. The medics take Kin away, and the board starts cycling through names again. The board stops and Hayate calls the next match. Will Tenten Higurashi and Tamari of Sand please come to the arena, he says as Tamari and Tenten enter the arena and get ready to fight, as Hayate begins the match same as canon with Tamari winning, and after Tamari wins the match, Tenten is taken by the medics as the board starts to spin again. The board stops and Naruto smirks noticing the names on it as Hayate says, will Naruto, Uzumaki, Namikaze and Kiba Inuzuka please enter the arena, as Naruto appears on the floor in a wind shushin. Kiba gulps at seeing who he is against before hearing Naruto say, Kiba, if you don't get down here right now I will tell Tsun-chan that you back down like a newborn pup, causing Kiba to pale at the thought of his mother finding out about such a thing and then teasing him about it for the rest of his life before he jumps down onto the arena floor. Naruto smiles, good boy, now let's have a good fight, alright Sachi, he says teasing Kiba, who gains a tick mark on his forehead. Kiba forces a smile, you got it too san, he says, causing Naruto to chuckle as Hayate begins the match before Kiba charges at Naruto and swings his arm trying to slash at Naruto's chest. Naruto dodges Kiba's slash and grabs his arm before flipping him over his shoulder, slamming him into the floor with a thud and backflipping a few times to gain some distance before he smirks, too predictable Kiba, who just rushed in without any plan of attack, he says before Kiba gets back up. Naruto smiles before charging in and delivering a rapid series of punches and kicks that overwhelm Kiba, who is only able to block 2 or 3 before he is overwhelmed and pummeled by the punches and kicks before he flies back into the wall and slides down unconscious. Hayate, seeing Kiba unable to continue, ends the match and declares Naruto the winner as medics come to take Kiba to heal his wounds and Naruto returns to the stands and watches as the board begins to cycle through names again. The board stops and Hayate looks to it before calling out the next match, will Neji Hyuga and Hinata Hyuga please come to the arena floor for the next match, he says as Neji walks to the arena floor. Hinata gulps a little at having to face Neji before Naruto gives her a hug, good luck Hinata-chan, and remember to just do your best, win or lose, I will still be proud of you and love you, he says giving her a quick peck on the lips before she walks to the arena floor. Neji smiles slightly before giving a small bow, good luck Hinata-sama, I look forward to seeing how much you have improved since our last spar, he says to her before getting into the standard Jaiken stance. Hinata smiles and nods her head, good luck to you as well Neji Nai-san, she says before getting into her modified Jaiken stance, which is a combination Anko's Hibi style and her own style of Jaiken that she created with Naruto's help called the gentle step, as Hayate begins the match and they both rush at each other and engage each other in a fierce taijutsu battle. For 15 minutes Hinata and Neji trade blows, each scoring a few hits on the other while blocking each other's attacks until Neji lands a hit to Hinata's arms, blocking her tenketsu and the flow of chakra to them, rendering them useless for the rest of the fight. Neji smiles, you have fought very well Hinata-sama and have improved greatly since our last spar, but the match is over, I have disabled your arms, he says with respect at how much Hinata has improved. Hinata just smiles before lashing out with a kick that hits Neji in the side and bruises one of his ribs, you shouldn't count me out yet Neji Nai-san, I have found a way to incorporate kicks into my gentle step style by adding in elements of Anko Sensei's Hibi, making my new gentle Hibi step style, she says, shocking everyone who didn't know while Naruto just smiled. Neji and Hinata resume the fight with Hinata delivering a flurry of kicks while Neji continues to deliver Jaiken strikes until he lands a few more hits, disabling Hinata's legs. It's over Hinata-sama, I have disabled your legs, he says as Hinata slumps to the ground, her legs unable to hold her up anymore. Hayate sees this and declares Neji the winner as Naruto jumps down to help Hinata before he picks her up bridal style and carrying her up to the stands. You were amazing Hinata-chan, he says before kissing her forehead as she snuggles into his chest. The board starts cycling through names again until it stops and Hayate calls out the next match, will Amoy of Kumo and Choji Akimichi please come to the arena floor so we may begging the next match, he says as Amoy and Choji jump down to the arena floor and Hayate begins the match. Naruto watches Amoy attacks with his katana while Choji uses his clan's expansion jutsu and for a little while, Choji has the advantage until Amoy cuts his arm, causing Choji to let out a yell. Giving Amoy a chance to coat his sword in Raiten chakra and slash Choji's chest, shocking him and causing him to fall to the arena floor unconscious and Hayate declaring Amoy the winner as the medics come to take Choji to heal his injuries as the board once again began to cycle through names. Hayate watched the board as it stopped, will Gaara of Sand and Rock Lee please come forward so we may begin the final match of the prelims, he said confusing some people before he continues, due to not have an opponent Kangaroo of Sand will be given a pass to fight in the finals, he clarified as Gaara and Lee arena floor. Naruto has a bad feeling about the match and watches closely as Hate begins the match, and Lee engages Gaara using Taijutsu fight is the same as canon, and Naruto's bad feeling proves to be right on the money, as Gaara is able to crush one of Lee's arms and legs before Hate was able to stop the match and Lee's sensei was able to save him from Gaara's sand. After the match, Anko steps forward with a box. Alright, everyone who passed come and pick a ball from the box. The number on the ball will determine who you fight against in the finals, and in what order, she says, as one by one everyone who passed comes up and picks a ball from the box before showing it to Anko. Anko nods. Alright, the matches for the finals will be Neji Hyuga vs Naruto Uzumaki Namix, Sasuke Uchiha vs Gaara of the Sand, Samui of Kumo vs Kari of Kumo, Shikamaru Nara vs Tamari of Sand, Shino Aburam vs Kankuro of Sand, and Amoy of Kumo vs the winner of match 3. She says, getting nods from everyone. The Hokage then walks forward. The finals will take place in 1 month in the Chunin Exam Stadium, that way visiting dignitaries and potential clients, he said, getting nods from everyone before he leaves in a shunshin. Naruto turns to see Kakashi and gets his attention. Hey Kakashi, nice. And Kakashi turns to Naruto before walking over to him. Kakashi smiles. What's up, Naruto? But seeing the look in Naruto's eyes turns serious. Naruto nods. It's about the team's match against Gaara, as you are probably aware Gaara is like me, which means Sasuke doesn't stand a chance, he said, getting a nod from Kakashi, which means you were probably thinking of teaching him a powerful or difficult jutsu to impress the judges, weren't you? Kakashi nods again. Naruto just sighs. You can't do that, Kakashi nice, and look at the way Sasuke is obsessed with revenge and gaining power to carry out his revenge, no matter the cost. He is like a drug addict. And by teaching him a powerful jutsu you are only feeding his addiction and enforce his way of thinking that he is entitled to anything he wants. Kakashi nods, seeing the truth in his words. Naruto turns even more serious. My advice is to have him work on his taijutsu and speed, and depending on how he reacts to that, maybe teach him a mid-rank jutsu, maybe a water one to combat Gaara's sand, but that is only if he doesn't complain at all about how you are training him, he says, getting another nod from Kakashi. Naruto just continues on. Also be very careful when you are training from now on with your jutsu, especially with the Chidori, and Rikiri Kami only knows what he would do if he got his hands on those techniques and who he would hurt with them. Because I will say this only once, if he ever gets his hands on those techniques, I will end his career as a shinobi. It is better that way than him going traitor or hurting killing a fellow leaf ninja with them, he says, getting a nod from Kakashi, who agrees that it's safe for everyone if Sasuke's career was ended if he somehow got his hands on the Chidori or Rikiri. Naruto nods, seeing Kakashi agree with his way of thinking. Also, I would advise you to start training yourself seriously again. I have a bad feeling something big is going to go down during the Chunin exams, and it would be a safe bet that Orochimaru is going to be the cause of it. I'm going to tell Jai about it, but it's so we can be prepared in case of the worst, he says, causing Kakashi's visible eye to widen. Kakashi nods his head. I agree, Naruto. I have been getting that same feeling since the second exam started. I will pass the advice on to the fellow Jonin senseis and some of my old Anbu friends, however I hope we're both wrong about this, he says, getting a nod from Naruto before leaving in a shunshin. Naruto just looks at the spot where Kakashi was and smiles grimly. Me too, Kakashi nice, and me too, before he leaves in a wind shunshin to go home and prepare for the month-long break in the finals. A week had passed since the second exam ended, and Naruto had spent the time training, showing Karen around Konoha and getting to know her, and by spending time with his fiancées, taking them on dates or just relaxing with them. He had also begun teaching Inari some basic self-defense, while helped the Konohamaru Corps with their training, and teasing Inari about his crush on Mogi, and was currently heading to the Hokage's office after the Sandaime sent an Anbu to tell him he was needed. Naruto arrives at the Hokage's office and is waiting to be called and talking with the Hokage's secretary Kimiko, so then I pulled out a kunai and threw it at the bandit, hitting his pants, which caused them to fall, revealing his pink boxers and tripping him up, which ended up with him falling face first into a pile of fresh horse crap, Naruto says, causing Kimiko to laugh. Kimiko finishes laughing. Naruto, that is the funniest thing I have heard in a long time, she says before the intercom beep signaling that it was time for Naruto to head in. The Hokage is ready to see you now, Naruto, she says with a smile. Naruto nods. Thanks, Kimiko. Have a nice day, he says before walking into the Hokage's office and smiles at who he sees sitting across from the Hokage. Sitting across from the Hokage was a tall, bulky, dark-skinned man with silver hair braided into cornrows. This was the Yondaime Reikage. He is wearing his 4th Shinobi War outfit. Naruto then notices one of the most beautiful women he has ever seen sitting on the couch. She has long auburn hair tied into a top knot that flowed wildly down her back. Her eyes were crystal blue. She had what Naruto estimated to be around mid-cup breasts and legs that seemed to go on for miles. She wore a navy blue battle kimono that hugged her curves tightly and a pair of gray shinobi sandals. This was mate Terumi, the Gade Mizukage. The Hokage sees Naruto enter and smiles. "Ah, Naruto, good to see you," he says with a smile while in his head he is chuckling about what is about to happen. Naruto smiles. "Hey Hokage Jiji, what's up?" he says, getting a chuckle from Hiruzen and the Raikage before he turns to the Raikage. "Hey Uncle A, how you doing this fine day?" he raps, causing the Hokage to chuckle while A just groans. "A Fasipums Naruto, I knew having you train with B when you would visit would be a bad idea," he says tiredly. Naruto just chuckles. "Sorry Uncle A, just couldn't resist teasing you by rapping like Uncle B," he says with a smile. Naruto turns to the Mizukage before walking over and getting on one knee and gently holding her hand before giving it a chaste kiss on her knuckles and looks to her smiling. "Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and who might the Tenchi angel before me be," he says, shocking the Hokage and Raikage. While the Mizukage just blushes slightly. The coy smile comes to Mei's face. "Why, what a gentleman you are. I am Mei Terumi, the Godame Mizukage," she says, getting a nod from Naruto, causing her to smile more. "And your fiancé," she says, shocking Naruto. Naruto just stares at her owlishly and says the only thing that comes to his mind as it tries to process what she just said. "What?" he says, getting a chuckle from her. Mei decides to confirm his train of thought. "Yes, I am your fiancé Naruto," she says before explaining. "You see, I come from the Terumi clan, who were incredibly close to the Uzumaki clan when Uzushisho was still around, to the point where they would often marry each other," she says, shocking everyone. Mei smiles. "Now my father, who was the clan head of the Terumi clan at the time, and his best friend Ichigo Uzumaki, who was not only the clan head of the Uzumaki but also the Uzukage at the time, found out that their wives were pregnant and decided to set up a marriage contract between. However, both my mother and Ichigo's wife Orihime gave birth to girls, being myself and your mother," Kushina sh says, causing Naruto's eyes to nearly jump out of his head. Mei smiles fondly as she continues. "Now my father and your grandfather decided to simply push back the marriage contract a generation so that their grandkids would be married. However, after a night of drinking they added a something to the contract that your mother and I wouldn't know about until we were older and decided to look at the contract." Naruto gulps slightly, thinking about what it might be before Mei smiles. "As we grew up, your mother and I were best friends, and when she was sent to Konoha to become the second Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi shortly before the fall of Uzushio due to Iwa, Kumo, and sadly Kiri teaming up to destroy them out of fear for their skill in Fuinjutsu, we kept in contact through messages," she says, bowing her head along with the Raikage. Naruto turns to the Hokage, who only nods before A speaks up. "Naruto, my father was the Kage at the time, and like Mei said, out of fear he formed a temporary alliance with Kiri and Iwa to attack Uzushisho. However, there were many shinobi in the village who were not only against it but also had friends in Uzushisho that they secretly met with the shinobi and Kiri, who also opposed attacking Uzushisho about warning Uzushisho. Myself and B were among those. As was the entire Terumi clan," he says, shocking Naruto. A bows his head slightly in remembrance. "We were able to send a message to Uzushisho and warn them, which gave them time to prepare, and we decided that when the attack started, we would turn on our villages and help Uzushisho. The fight lasted almost a month of non-stop combat, and we, along with Uzushisho, were able to hold them off, but we're slowly getting overrun," he says, getting a nod from Mei and the Hokage. A then continues. "Your grandfather then decided that Uzushisho was lost and ordered all of us to help get as many Uzumaki as possible out safely, while he and the remaining Uzu shinobi, which was only around a few hundred due to their losses and not having more than a 1,000 before the attack started. The Uzumaki putting quality above quantity," getting another set of nods from Mei and the Hokage. Naruto smiles, hearing his clan were so powerful before the Raikage continues. "However, as we were getting ready to escort the Uzumaki not fighting to safety, we were caught in a surprise attack and nearly wiped out. However, the Uzumaki we were taken with escorting weren't as lucky and all killed, except for maybe 5 or 6 who managed to escape during the confusion. However, most of them were heavily wounded, so there is no telling if they lived or not," he says sadly. Mei then takes over when the allied shinobi return to inform the Uzukage of what had happened and fight with him to the last man. They found all of the Uzumaki who stayed behind dead, along with every single Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri shinobi that followed their orders to attack Uzushisho, she says, getting a nod from the Raikage. A tear falls down Mei's cheek. "It was then that my father and the rest of those who allied with the Uzumaki all swore to never forget what really happened to the Uzumaki clan and tell their respective villages that they were the only survivors." She manages to get out. Naruto walks up to her and gives her a hug, realizing this is tough for her to talk about, before she continues. "About a week later my father and I traveled to Konoha to break the news to Kushina, which nearly broke her and would have if it wasn't for your father being there for her when she needed it most." Mei smiles slightly. "Afterwards my father and I returned to Kiri, but I kept in contact with Kushina via letters. When she found out she was pregnant with you and that you were going to be a boy, she was ecstatic and sent me a letter to tell me the great news," she says with a smile, remembering the day she received that letter. Mei then continues the story. I showed the letter to my father, which caused him to chuckle and pull out the marriage agreement, and the little addition he and your grandfather added the night they were drunk, which was if the daughter of either one of them was pregnant with a boy and the other's daughter was not married, then they would be engaged to each other, she says, causing Naruto's jaw to hit the ground. Mei giggles at his reaction. I reacted the same way when I found out, she says before continuing. I showed Kushina the marriage contract, which shocked her. However, she was happy that her baby would have someone waiting for him from the moment he was born, she says with a smile. Mei then lowers her head slightly. Then the Kyuubi attack happened and Kushina and your father died, and it felt like I had lost a sister. And to make things worse, an Anbu from Konoha arrived a week later and said you had also died that night, and hearing this made my heart shatter as I thought about the loss of the one I would get to know and hopefully fall in love with before one day marrying, she says, as tears fall from her eyes and Naruto to hold her to his chest to comfort her. Hiruzen is shocked by what Mei just said. Wait a minute, Mizukage don't know. I sent an Anbu to tell you Naruto had survived, but to keep it secret until he was old enough to defend himself due to his father's enemies. What did the Anbu who told you he died look like, he asks, dreading the answer. Mei's eyes widen hearing this before they turn serious. He had a blank mask with the symbol for rude on the top and spoke in an emotionless voice. Why, she says, curious as to why such a thing would matter. The Hokage slams his fist on his desk. Damn that Danzo. He yells, shocking everyone while Naruto's eyes widen before turning downright murderous, and he leaks Ki like a broken dam. Everyone turns to Naruto, who just growls, Jai, you best find a new advisor, because Danzo will be dead by the end of the day, he says before leaving in a wind shunshin. The Hokage realizes what Naruto just said. Shit, we have to go with him. He is going after Danzo, and from the look in his eyes, he might use all of his power against Danzo, he says, shocking the Raikage and confusing the Mizukage. Mei recovers from his shock. You can't be serious, Hokage-sama. We have never even seen him use over half of his full power. But if he does go all out, he says, shuddering at what that might look like before the three of them leave the Hokage's office as fast as they can. Naruto had arrived at one of the entrances to the hidden root base and immediately blown the entrance to smithereens, announcing his presence to all who are inside as all the root Anbu rush out and begin to attack, launching various elemental jutsu at him, only causing him to smirk before disappearing. And a golden flash before reappearing behind them. Naruto stands behind the group of root Anbu in a golden cloak with black lines on a Kyuubi cloak version 2 and turns his head to look at the root Anbu. Frozen in place, die, he says, and the root Anbu explode into a bloodly mist, blood and guts flying everywhere. Limbs falling to the ground as Naruto makes his way into the base. Naruto walks through the base until he gets to a large chamber with Danzo sitting in a large chair that looked like some sort of throne looking at him. So the Kyuubi Jinchuriki has come to pay me a visit. To what do I owe this appearance? Danzo says in a high and mighty voice. Naruto smirks sadistically. You should know, Danzo, after all I did just slaughter all of your root Anbu on my way in here, he says, causing Danzo to frown as he continues. 13 years ago, you had one of your root intercept a message sent by the Hokage to Mei Terumi of Kiri, my fiancé, who was grieving from the loss of my mother, who she saw as a sister, letting her know I was still alive, and had that root tell her I died, causing her further grief and sadness, he says, causing Danzo to frown even more. Naruto smiles even more sadistically. Now one of the things I can't stand is when someone hurts a woman, be it emotionally or physically, and you have done just that, and to make matters worse you did it when said woman was already hurt from losing someone extremely close to her. And because of that and all the other crimes you have committed, you will die here today, he says before rolling up a sleeve and channeling some chakra into a seal tattoo, causing a large sword to pop out. The sword is a large zanbatsu about 5 feet long and 2 feet wide. It had a red guard-less handle. Cloud's fusion sword. Naruto grabbed the handle and set the sword on his shoulder. Allow me introduce the first Tsurugi. You should feel honored, Danzo. You will be the first person to die by this sword, since it chose me as its wielder, he says before channeling some of his golden chakra cloak into the sword, giving it a golden flame with a crimson outline. Danzo gets up from his throne and steps forward, removing the bandages from his head and arm, revealing Sharingan implanted in his arm and eye socket. You will either become my weapon like you should have been all along, he says before going through some hand seals Mokuton. Nativity of the trees, he says as trees begin sprouting from his arm and the ground breaking through the ceiling, opening the room up to the area above ground. Naruto easily dodges Danzo's attack and lands outside the base as Danzo lands on one of the trees. Is that all, Danzo? It's pathetic. Now I will show you real power, he says, channeling more energy into his sword before dashing at Danzo and swinging the sword, launching Danzo into the air. Naruto jumps up and his sword splits into 7 swords. Omni slash, he yells, grabbing one sword after another and slashing Danzo with each sword before combining them back into one sword and swinging it down, releasing a huge golden arc of energy as he yells breaker as the arc impacts Danzo, slamming them down into the ground as Naruto lands a little way from the crater. Naruto looks at the crater to see Danzo stand up with all of the Sharingan eyes on his arm closed and bleeding. Danzo looks at Naruto, to think you would force me to use the Izanagi so much that all of the eyes in my arm are now useless. With just one attack he says before going through some more hand seals before yelling wind style. Vacuum blades launching compressed blades of wind at Naruto who easily dodges them disappearing in a golden flash. Naruto reappears behind Danzo and smirks too slow, he says before swing his sword down, slicing off Danzo's right arm, before reversing the sword's direction, while adding a diagonal angle, causing the blade to slice through Danzo from hip to shoulder. As his now diagonally severed torso slides off his lower half, hitting the ground with a wet plop. Naruto looks down at the rapidly dying Danzo and swings his sword, ridding it of the blood on it, before resealing it in his seal tattoo, and dropping his chakra cloak. Look at you now Danzo dying like some common thug, completely outclassed by your adversary, pathetic he says before walking away from Danzo's now lifeless corpse. Naruto walks away from the battlefield to see the Hokage, Raikage, and Mizukage all stop before him. Naruto, there you are, where is Danzo? The Hokage asks, getting a creepy smiles from Naruto. Naruto looks at the three cages. Well, after I trimmed all of his roots, he tried to control me with the Sharingan he had implanted in his bandaged arm and eye socket. But when that failed we fought, but he ended up falling to pieces. I can show where if you would like, he says, getting nods from the cages. Naruto leads them to where he fought Danzo, and showing them Danzo's severed arm with the now useless implanted Sharingan and first Hokage's cells. He then showed them what was left of Danzo. The Hokage looks at Naruto, you did very well Naruto. However, if something like this happens in the future, please wait for backup, he says. Naruto rubs the back of his neck sheepishly. Well, Jai, there are a few things I have zero tolerance for, and hurting a woman is one of them. Especially one who is already hurting from the loss of someone close to them, he says, getting nods from the cages. Now Jai, we should all head back to your office. There is something I need to inform all of you about, he says, getting nods from the cages, as the group heads back to the Hokage's office. Naruto and the three cages reach the Hokage's office and take a seat as the Hokage turns to Naruto. Now Naruto, what is it you need to tell us, he says, getting nods from the other cages. Naruto sighs, I have a bad feeling about that finals. I think Orochimaru is going to use them to attack the village and try to kill you Jai, he says, shocking everyone before continuing. I have been playing the events of the second exam over and over in my head and Orochimaru's actions don't add up. Why would he infiltrate the village during such a high security event, such as the Chunin exams, to give Sasuke the curse mark, when he could have easily done it when Sasuke is outside the village on a mission? It just doesn't add up unless he also uses it as an opportunity to attack the village and kill you Jai, he says, shocking them even more. Naruto sighs before continuing, add to the fact that ever since the exams started, I have been having a bad feeling that has only been growing stronger the closer we get to the finals. And I captured one of Orochimaru's spies, Kabuto, and it's pretty much a sure thing he will attack the village during the exams he finishes. He looks at Naruto, how strong is this bad feeling right now, he asks, wondering if his theory is right. Naruto looks to the Raikage, you remember that bad feeling I had that time Onless B left on that mission to Iron Country and ran into Han and Rashi of Iowa. And barely made it back alive, he asks, getting a nod from the Raikage. It's currently 10 times stronger than that and only growing stronger with each passing day, he says, shocking the Raikage. A turns to the Hokage, don't know, I would advise heading Naruto's advice. If his sense of foreboding is that strong already and we still have 3 weeks until the finals, then it must be true, he says, getting a nod from Mei. Naruto also nods. I also think that Suna might attack with him based on the fact that they sent an unstable Jinchuriki into an allied village for the Chunin exams raises too many red flags to ignore, he says, shocking the cages. Hiruzen rubs the bridge of his nose. I agree with you Naruto, there is too much evidence to suggest otherwise, he says, getting nods from Naruto and the other 2 cages. I will send out some Anbu to do recon and up patrols in the village, he says as Naruto shakes his head. Naruto shakes his head. No Jai, we can't let Orochimaru or Suna know we are onto their plans, or they might attack at a time where we aren't expecting them to. I will take care of the recon using shadow clones and my compy soul and report any findings to you, he says, getting a nod from the Hokage and Raikage. Mei is confused. Naruto, what do you mean your bloodline, unless you have your mother's chakra chains? She asks. Naruto only chuckles before he tells Mei how he got his bloodline and all about it. By the end of explanation, Mei's jaw is on the ground before Naruto goes over and closes it for her, smiling as she blushes slightly. But what is the compy soul, and how will it allow you to do recon without getting caught, she asks, curious as to what it is. Naruto smiles before he steps back, closes his eyes for a second and says, Saurian soul. Proxima. Naruto's line lengthens and forms a tail, his head gets longer and narrower, his legs and arms get skinnier, his skin turns green. And he shrinks until he is only about a foot tall and a foot long. Mei just looked at the little creature standing before her until it jumped up onto her lap and nuzzled its head against her waist cutely, and unable to contain it anymore, she lets a fangirlish squeal before yelling kawaii and pulling the little thing into her ample chest, smothering it. The Hokage and Reikage look at this scene and mutter something along the lines of lucky bastard before Naruto turns back to normal and blushes slightly at being pressed into Mei's ample chest before clearing his throat. That is my compy soul, whose main function is recon and spying, he says, getting a nod from Mei. Naruto turns to the Hokage now onto when Orochimaru will attack. I would place my money on the fight between Sasuke and Gaara. He will probably use the match to have Gaara transform into his Biju state or release it in the village to cause maximum damage and loss of life, he says, shocking the cages. Naruto smiles sadistically. So what better to not only disrupt his plans and piss him off than by disqualifying Sasuke if he isn't there on time, which odds are he won't be since Kakashi Nai-san is training him, he says, causing the cage's eyes to widen even more before Hiruzen and A burst out laughing and made a giggle. After they finish, the Hokage looks to Naruto. Naruto, you are so much like Minato and Kushina that it's scary sometimes, he says, causing the other cages to nod in agreement. Naruto smiles before turning serious. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if the Kazekage is actually Orochimaru in disguise. He doesn't seem like the type of person to trust others with something as important to him as killing Ujiji. I actually have an idea on how to determine if the Kazekage is Orochimaru or not, he says, surprising the other cages. The cages nod and Naruto tells them his plan, and by the end they are speechless, but all smile devilishly at how brilliant it is, and the Hokage just chuckles. Naruto, that is brilliant, we will have everything in place, he says, getting the other cages to nod. Naruto smiles and nods before turning to Mei-san. I know we are engaged, but I will not marry unless it is out of love, so I would like for us to spend some time together and get to know each other before we think about marriage, if that is all right with you, he asks, causing her to nod. Mei smiles at Naruto's words. Of course Naruto-kun, that is fine. I would also like to meet your other fiancés and get to know them, so that in the event we to end up getting married things won't be awkward between them and myself, she says, getting a nod from Naruto. Naruto smiles. Good, how about we go introduce you to them after we're done here, he says, getting a nod from Mei. For the next hour Naruto and the three cages go over plans for the invasion, and when they are done, and Naruto leads Mei to his house to meet the other girls. Naruto and Mei arrive at his house, and Naruto smiles, ready to meet everyone. Mei. He asks, getting a nod from her before they enter the house to see Tsunami in the kitchen cooking dinner, Hinata helping her, Karen and Anko watching TV. With Tsume and Samui out in the backyard teaching Inari some more self-defense. Naruto smiles. Hey everyone, I'm back and we have company, he says, getting everyone's attention as they run to see him. Anko reaches him first and notices the woman standing next to him. Naruto-kun, who is this? She asks, a little curious and getting nods from the others who have just arrived. Naruto chuckles. This is Mei Terumi, the Gade Mizukage of Kiri and, possibly one of your fellow sister wives, he says, shocking everyone. Naruto laughs at their shocked faces and tells them how them everything from his grandfather and Mei's father setting up a marriage contract when their wives were pregnant, altering it after a night of drinking, Mei knowing his mother, to Danzo telling Mei he had died the night Kyuubi attacked. To Naruto disposing Danzo and his route to the upcoming attack by Orochimaru during the finals, shocking all of them, and by the end they understood the entire situation. Naruto then looks to Mei. Oh, I almost forgot, allow me to introduce everyone, he says before turning to the others and saying their names as he gestures to said person until he gets to Inari and Karen, and this is Einer, Tsunami's son and my adopted son, he says, getting a smile from Inari and a nod from Mei. Naruto then gestures to Karen. This is Karen Uzumaki, he says, shocking Mei, before he tells her how they met during the second exam. Mei smiles. It's nice to meet all of you, she says, getting nods from everyone before they all sit down for dinner and to get to know one another. 3 weeks had passed since Naruto's meeting with the Hokage, Reikage, and Mizukage, and he had been extremely busy. He had sent hundreds of clones out in his compy soul to do recon every day and had reported his findings to the cages. He had also spent time with each of his fiancés, going on dates or relaxing together. A few days after he met with the cages, he had run into Jiraiya spying as usual at the public bath and informed him of everything that was going on, and they began training together to prepare for the invasion. Naruto had also been spending time with Mei, getting to know her and hearing stories about his mother and grandfather and him telling her of some of his adventures. It was the day of the Chunin exams, and many of the villagers and shinobi along with visiting dignitaries were gathered in the Chunin exam stadium along with those competing. Naruto stood hidden on the Chunin exam stadium roof thinking he had Tsunami and Inari stay at the house hidden in the basement just to be safe. Even though the compound had an extremely strong barrier around, it was always better to be safe than sorry. Naruto noticed the Hokage greet the Mizukage and Reikage before the Kazekage showed up and then greeted him as well when he showed up and smirked, seeing him flinch slightly as he noticed the Mizukage and Reikage. Naruto saw his fellow contestants in the arena floor and noticed Sasuke missing and smirked, thinking how he will likely be late and get disqualified. He noticed Hate start to call his name and smiled, thinking well time to make one hell of an entrance before moving to start his entrance. Everyone was watching in anticipation for the match between Naruto and Neji to start, but there was just one problem: Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Hayate looks around. If Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze is not here in the next 2 minutes he will be disqualified, he says as some people in the stand start to whisper among themselves. Right before Hayate was about to declare Neji the winner, a bunch of banners suddenly unfurled, all of them reading Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the sexiest man alive, is here, and there is a large shadow above the arena floor, causing everyone to look up, and after seeing what's in the sky their jaws drop. In the sky was what looked like a large leathery bird. It had a wingspan of at least 30 feet, medium-sized claws, a long pointed beak, and a medium-sized crest on the top of its head, but what really shocked everyone was what was on its back. Standing on the creature's back was Naruto in all his glory, wearing his usual outfit consisting of black steel-toe combat boots, dark red cargo pants, a fishnet shirt that shows of his six-pack abs and chest, a long red trench coat with black flames on the bottom that goes down to his ankles. On the back of the trench coat near the top are the words Saurian Soul in gold lettering, and underneath it, there is some kind of creature's skull Jurassic Park logo, and he is wearing black sunglasses. The creature does a few loops before soaring straight up and free-falling towards the ground. Suddenly the arena doors burst open and dozens of velociraptors run out and form a circle. When the large creature gets so close to the ground that everyone thinks it's going to crash, it suddenly pulls up and Naruto jumps off its back and flips into the air before changing into his T-Rex form and lands in the middle of the circle of velociraptors with a mighty thud and raises his head to the sky before letting out a mighty roar and changing back to his normal form as the velociraptors dispel. Everyone is speechless after seeing what will later be called the greatest entrance of all time, before they all hear a mighty cheer erupt from the section of the stands that many of the Inyazuka are sitting in and look over and seeing something that causes many to sweat drops. Seeing all of the Inyazuka women magically pull out banners, many of which read Naruto-sama is the greatest, we want your puppies Apex-sama, and so on, with Tsume leading them. Naruto looks over to see the signs and chuckles before waving at them, causing many of them to squeal. He then hears laughter and looks to see Hate laughing his ass off. Hate finishes laughing and looks to Naruto. Naruto, that was without a doubt the most baddest entrance I have ever seen, he says, causing Naruto to chuckle and rub the back of his head sheepishly before he continues. Now that both contestants are here, we will now begin the first match of the Chunin exam finals, he says before turning to Neji and Naruto. Neji nods his head before getting into the standard Jukin stance, as Hayate looks to Naruto, who smiles before taking off his trench coat, leaving him in just his fishnet shirt that does nothing to hide his muscular chest and abs, causing many women in the stands to either drool at the sight, at massive nosebleeds, be blown back by aforementioned nosebleeds, or become very moist in their nether regions, and throws it to Hayate. Hayate catches his coat and chuckles. Naruto, you really are the luckiest man alive, and many men would kill to be in your position, myself included, he says, getting a nod from Neji. Naruto laughs. You know, Hayate, nice, and Yugani-chan might not find what you just said very funny, he says, causing Hayate to go paler than Orochimaru at the thought of his girlfriend finding out about what he just said. Naruto sees this and laughs. Don't worry Hayate, nice, and I won't tell her, he says, causing Hayate to sigh in relief. Naruto smirks sadistically because she already knows due to already being here. He finishes, causing Hayate to pale once again. Naruto looks to Neji. You ready to start, Neji? He asks, getting a nod from Neji. Good, cause I've been itching to fight you since our last spar, he says before Hayate starts the match and jumps out of the way as Neji and Naruto charge at each other and engage each other into jutsu. Naruto goes for a haymaker before feinting to a sweeping kick aimed at Neji's ribs, which Neji dodges before going for a strike on Naruto's leg, only to miss as Naruto pulls his leg back and spins around him and deliver a punch to his lower back, sending him rolling across the arena floor before he recovers and backflips to his feet. Naruto smiles. You almost had me there, Neji. Your reaction time has gotten much better, he says, getting a nod from Neji. However, let's kick this up a notch, shall we? He says before going through some hand seals before saying Kiri style. Hidden mist jutsu and a thick mist forms in the arena floor, blocking everyone's view of the battle. Neji scans the mist trying to find Naruto with his Byakugan, but can't find him and thinks, damn, this mist is laced with chakra, which makes my Byakugan practically useless before he hears a creepy voice. Naruto looks at Neji from his hiding spot in the mist before an idea comes to his mind and adds some of Akane-chan's chakra to his voice to distort it. 1 2 Naruto's coming for you, 3 4 blood will hit the floor, 5 6 I'll shred you to bits, 7 8 I'll shatter your fate. 9 10 begin again, he says, causing many in the audience to shiver in fear. Up in the cage booth, Hiruzen shivers before turning to the other cages. That was the sacriest thing I have ever heard. It gave me goosebumps, he says, getting nods from the Reikage and Kazekage before the Mizukage shivers. Indeed it was, she says, also getting nods. However, it was also the hottest thing I have ever heard, she says before adjusting her legs, and a blush comes to her face, causing the Reikage and Hokage to chuckle. Neji was literally shaking after hearing Naruto's song before he senses someone behind him and dodges, barely avoiding a kick to his back. Before turning around to see Naruto's glowing red eyes before they fade back into the mist, and he thinks, I have to get rid of this mist if I'm to even have a chance of winning. However, I was hoping to save this for when I really needed it. Before he spaces his feet apart and begins to spin while expelling chakra and yells Kaiten, and a sphere of chakra forms before kicking up the wind, blowing the mist away. Naruto sees Neji blow the mist away and smiles. So you finally got the Kaiten down, Neji, very impressive, getting a smile in return from Neji. Now how about we kick it up a notch once again, he says before they once again engage each other in another fierce Taijutsu battle. 15 minutes of Naruto and Neji trading blows pass before they disengage each other and gain some distance. Naruto looks at Neji and notices Neji winded and getting tired, so he decides to end it. Hey Neji, how about we do one more clash and the winner of it wins the match. Your Kaiten versus my newly finished move, he says, getting a nod from Neji before he smiles and begins gather chakra in his right hand as it forms a ball, shocking many. Naruto sees the shocked faces of everyone. Yes, this is the Rasengan created by my father, however I have taken it a step further and improved it, he says before the ball begins to expand, gaining a point and traveling up his arm until it looks like a spinning drill of chakra covering his arm. Naruto smirks, get ready Neji, causes I come, he says before charging at Neji, who uses Kaiten as Naruto's attack draws near and impacts the Kaiten. Naruto smiles and says Giga Rasen Drill Breaker as his attack breaks through the Kaiten and hits Neji as he rushes past him. However, Naruto makes sure to only grave him so as to not hurt him too bad. Naruto stops a few yards from Neji, who just stand there, unseals another trench coat and slings it over his shoulders before taking out Masamune and twirling it around his neck before resting it on his shoulder, adjusts his glasses. And points to the sky. My drill is the drill that will pierce the heavens, he yells as Neji falls over unconscious and explosions appear out of nowhere behind Naruto. Everyone is speechless at the display before they hear the Inuzuka women erupt into cheers and praise, causing a chain reaction that spreads through the whole stadium as they cheer for Naruto's victory, and Hayate declares him the winner as medics come to take Neji away. Up in the cage's booth, Hiruzen and the rest of the cages have their jaws on the floor before the Reikage snaps out of it, laughing. Naruto sure is full of surprises. To not only know the Rasengan at such a young age, but also take it a step further, something his father was unable to do, he says, getting nods from the others. The Hokage smiles indeed, especially since he only mastered the Rasengan a little over a year ago. He is indeed Chunin material if not Jonin. After seeing this match, he says, getting nods from the other. Mei smiles without a doubt. Now if you will excuse me, I need go to the restroom to freshen up, she says, getting up and heading to the bathroom to clean herself up after witnessing Naruto's sheer awesomeness. If you catch my drift. Naruto leaves the arena floor and walks over to the other genin as Hayate calls Gaara and Sasuke to the arena and stands by Samui and Carrie and gives Samui a kiss. So what did you think of my entrance and match, Samui-chan? He asks, causing her to giggle. Samui kisses Naruto's cheek. It was without a doubt the coolest thing I have ever seen, she says, getting a smile from Naruto and a nod from Carrie. Naruto chuckles. I'm glad to see you liked it, Samui-chan, he says before turning to look at the arena, seeing that Gaara and Hayate are standing there waiting for Sasuke to show up, causing him to smile and think so looks like the team will be disqualified. Up in the cage's booth, Anbu appears next to the Hokage. Hokage-sama, Sasuke, Uchiha and Kakashi Haddock are nowhere to be found. What should we do? The Anbu asks, causing the Reikage and Mizukage to smile slightly. The Sandaime thinks for a minute, inform Hayate that Sasuke Uchiha is disqualified and to begin the next match, he says with a serious expression. The Kazukiya Orochimaru hearing this frowns. Hokage Dono, isn't it possible to postpone the math? Many have come to see the last Uchiha fight, so shouldn't we give them what they want, he says, trying to stall for his forces to get in position so stat the attack. Hiruzen shakes his head. No, he will be disqualified. There is no excuse for being late. If this were an actual mission or a time of war, being late could mean the life or death of his fellow shinobi, he says, getting nods from Mei and Mei. The Kazukiya scowls behind his veil at having his plans interrupted. Very well, Hokage-sama, he says before discreetly making a few hand signs to one of his hidden Anbu. Back in the arena floor, Hayate receives the message from the Hokage and smiles inwardly. Sasuke Uchiha is disqualified for failing to show up, therefore the winner of the match is Gaara of Sand, he says, causing some in the stands to yell in outrage, mainly the few who still worship the Uchiha as the greatest thing since sliced bread, like the pink banshee. Gaara leaves the arena floor as Hayate says, will Samui of Kumo and Carrie of Kumo please enter the arena so we may begin the third match. Naruto gives a quick kiss good luck Samui-chan, he then turns to Carry you too Carry, however you both remember the plan right, he says getting nods from them before they enter the arena. Hayate looks between the two as they nod and he says begin before leaping out of the way as Samui and Carry draw their swords and charge each other. Naruto watches from the sidelines as Samui and Carry engage each other in Kenjutsu before noticing Shino and Shikamaru walk up next to him. So is everything going according to plan, he asks getting nods in return before he goes back to watching the math. For the next 20 minutes Samui and Carry clash, each scoring minor hits before they separate and both jump back to gain some distance as Carry smirks. How about we finish this in one more clash Samui, she asks. Samui smiles slightly. That's cool with me, she says before they charge at each other and clash one final time before they both collapse to the ground unconscious. Hayate looks at Samui and Carry, since both combatants are unable to continue the match as a draw, he says as medics come to take them away, and after they are gone, he then says will Shino Aburam and Kankuro of Sand please enter the arena so we may begin the next match. Kankuro frowns realizing that he can't reveal his puppet secrets, yet Proctor I forfeit, he says, causing some in the stands to boo. Hayate sighs very well, winner by forfeit Shino Aburam, now will Shikamaru Nara and Tamari of Sand please enter the arena, he says before Tamari glides to the arena floor on her fan and Shikamaru just sighs and walks into the arena floor. Hayate looks between the two to see if they are ready, getting nods before saying begin and leaping out of the way as Tamari and Shikamaru start fight same as canon. Until Shikamaru ends forfeiting, causing some of the people in the stands to boo before Hayate declares Tamari the winner and they leave the arena floor. After Tamari and Shikamaru exit the arena floor, Hayate clears his throat. Will Naruto, Uzumaki Namikaze and Gaara of Sand please enter the arena, he says before Gaara and Naruto enter the arena. Hayate looks between the two and is about to start the match when two people appear in between Naruto and Gaara. They are Kakashi and Sasuke, and Kakashi I smiles. Yo, are we late, he says, getting sweat drops from nearly everyone in the stands while Sasuke stands there in his usual smugness. Hayate chuckles. Yes Kakashi, you are both very late. Sasuke Uchiha has been disqualified due to not showing up on time and you are currently interrupting the match that's about to begin between Gaara and Naruto, he states calmly while inwardly laughing his ass of seeing the Uchiha's face. Sasuke is furious as he hears Hayate say he was disqualified and that Naruto is fighting his opponent before turning to Naruto. Dope, I demand you withdraw and give me your spot. For only an elite like myself deserves to fight instead of some loser like yourself, he yells, causing many in the stands to have WTF expressions on their faces. Naruto merely cleans his ear with his pinky. Did you say something? All I heard was a duck having a bad case of diarrhea, he says uncaringly and loud enough for everyone in the arena to hear, causing everyone minus Sasuke, Sakura, and the Kazekage to burst out laughing, which caused Sasuke seethe in anger. Sasuke pulls out a kunai and charges at Naruto. I'll kill you, dope. He yells, charging at Naruto with the intention to kill him before Naruto appears right behind him with a kunai at his throat. Naruto hold the kunai to Sasuke's throat tight enough to draw a thin line of blood before whispering in his ear, foolish little Uchiha, I warned you once what would happen if you tried to kill a fellow leaf shinobi. And you try something like this again, it seems you won't learn your lesson unless it's beaten into you, he says, causing a shiver to run down Sasuke's spine before Naruto knocks him unconscious and throws him to Kakashi. Kakashi catches the unconscious Uchiha and looks to Naruto, who glares Kakashi that was his last chance, he will be punished for his actions and will be lucky if he gets life in prison, he says, causing Kakashi to nod before going to the stands to watch the match. Hayate sighs before turning to Naruto and Gaara. With that out of the way, the match between Gaara of Sand and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze will now begin, he says before leaping out of the way as Gaara sends a wave of sand at Naruto. Naruto dodges the wave of sand before running through some hand seals and yelling water style. Water Dragon Jutsu, causing a large dragon made of the water in the air to fly towards Gaara, who uses his sand to block it before getting slammed into the wall by the sheer force of the attack. Gaara climbs out from the hole in the wall with a manic smile on his face before he starts laughing. Yes, that's it, Uzumaki, make me feel alive, mother craves your blood and killing you will prove my existence for a long time, he says before launching multiple waves of sand at Naruto before forming a cocoon of sand around himself. Naruto dodges the waves of sand before noticing the cocoon of sand around Gaara and wonders what he is up to before Akane yells at him through the mental link, Naruto, you have to break that cocoon, he is trying to release Shukaku. Naruto, hearing this, immediately forms a Rasengan in his hand before turning it into the Ransen drill and charges forward, plunging the chakra drill into the sphere and out the back of it with a little blood on the tip of the drill before he stops the technique and looks at the crumbling cocoon of sand, wondering if he stopped Gaara from releasing his Biju, and upon seeing what Gaara looks like when the sand finally crumbles away, only two words come to mind, oh shit. Half of Gaara's face is covered in sand and looks like a raken head, his right eye is a sickly yellow with a black cross in the middle, His right arm is covered in sand with a claw at the end, and he has a tail made of sand. Suddenly there is an explosion from the cage's booth as feathers fall, putting those who don't realize it's a genjutsu asleep, as Sand and Sound Shinobi hidden amongst a crowd of people in the stand spring into action and start attacking everyone around them before hitting Kumo, Kiri, and Konoha Shinobi retaliate, surprising them. Temari and Kankuro leap into the arena and grab Gaara before taking him out to the forest. Naruto heads after them before dodging a sword strike from their Jonin sensei Baki and goes to pull out Masamune when Hayate jumps in front of him. Naruto go after Gaara, you know what to do, he says before clashing with Baki. Naruto nods his head, got it, and Hayate Nai-san, you better not die or I will bring you back to life just so that Yugao-ni-san can kick your ass before killing you herself, he says with a smile before chasing after Gaara and glancing at the top of the cage's booth where Orochimaru is facing off against Mei and the Hokage inside of a purple barrier and thinks you better survive Jai before continuing to chase Gaara. The invasion of Konoha had begun. Naruto was chasing after Gaara and his siblings. He could hear the sounds of battle in the distance and he could only hope that the plan he and the cages came up with would work. At the village gates, Ibiki stood on top of the village walls with a bunch of Leaf, Mist, and Kumo shinobi and looked out at the approaching army of Sand and Sound shinobi with 3 huge snake summons, all of them with 3 heads. They had already closed the gates minutes before the invasion started as the plan detailed and were currently waiting for phase 2 to start when he notices someone appear next to him and looks over to see Naruto. Ibiki smirks, don't you have a Jinchuriki to take care of, kid? He asks. Naruto only smirks, I'm a blood clone, the boss is currently pursuing Gaara, will I begin phase 2, he says as a bloodthirsty smile appears on his face. BC Naruto turns to the shinobi gathered. Sand and Sound think they can just attack us and we will just sit back and let them get away with it. He yells, they think we are weak, well let's show them just how wrong they are and what happens when they mess with the Kono Kiri Kumo alliance. He tells, getting a unified battle cry from the shinobi gathered. BC Naruto then erupts in golden flames with black lines, entering his tailed beast cloak version 2, the one he gets when he and Kurama fist bump in the manga, and yells, come on you apes, you wanna live forever. Follow me, closing his eyes as he extends his arms before yelling Saurian Soul Sage style. Golden Velociraptor Ocean as nearly 1,000 velociraptors erupt from the seals on his arms, all of them in his golden-tailed beast cloak version 1, and begin charging at the enemy forces as one, making them look like an ocean of golden death. Ibiki and the others just stand there a minute in disbelief at what BC Naruto just did before they see him pull out a long Nadachi and charge the enemy, snapping them out of their stupor as they follow his lead while letting forth a mighty battle cry. With the cages and Orochimaru. The 3 cages and Orochimaru were currently inside a large purple barrier that 4 of Orochimaru's men had set up, staring at each, waiting for someone to make a move. Orochimaru pulls of his disguise and sneers, well, it's nice to see you again Sarutobi-sensei, I hope you're ready to die, he gloats. Hiruzen just chuckles, which gets a chuckle from Mei and Ao. Orochimaru, you are still so foolish, do you really think we didn't know about your little invasion, he says, surprising Orochimaru, in fact we have known since the second exam started. And have been making plans to stop you, in fact your plan was so obvious that it was a rookie genin who brought the information to us, he says, taunting Orochimaru. Ai and Mei by this point start laughing out loud as the Hokage continues, not only that, but Iz was also said genin who came up with a brilliant plan on how to stop you. And that plan is right here, Hiruzen says as he pulls out a small green reptile-like creature from within his robes and sets it on the ground. Orochimaru just stares at the little creature before laughing, you must have gone senile in your old age Sarutobi-sensei, how is that little thing going to stop me, he laughs out before the creature changes shape to reveal another blood clone Naruto. BC 2. Naruto looks at Orochimaru and smirks, hello Orochi-pito, how does it feel to know that a 13-year was the one to discover your oh so brilliant plan, he taunts, causing Orochimaru to grind his teeth in anger. Orochimaru grits his teeth until he smiles and starts laughing, really this is your big plan, some little wet behind the ears genin fighting Mia-san, and he laughs out, thinking it's some kind of joke. BC 2. Naruto laughs, Orochimaru, you truly are a fool and idiot, I have never used more than half of my full power in a fight and I am able to beat both Hokage Jiji and Uncle A when they are at full strength, he says, causing Orochimaru's eyes to widen slightly before he paling at what Naruto says. Next, and that is with only using half of the Kyuubi's power and half of my own. Naruto finishes with a sadistic smirk. Orochimaru recovers, impossible, there is no way a genin has that kind of power, he says, thinking it's a bluff before being forced to his knees as he feels an intense pressure on him and looks to Naruto, who is just smirking and begins to feel something he hasn't felt since he was a genin, fear. Orochimaru feels the pressure lessen and manages to get to his feet before thinking, what the hell was that, it felt like a building was on my shoulders, before he smirks, so how about we get started, then he says before going through some hand signs and yelling Ito Tensai. Impure world resurrection as 3 coffins begin to rise from the ground with the numbers 1st, 2nd, and 4th on them. Hiruzen sees this and knows what Orochimaru is planning. Quick, we can't let him finish that jutsu, he yells before he and the other cages begin going through hand signs, only for Naruto to stop them. Wait, let him do the jutsu, he says, shocking them. Orochimaru is in for quite the surprise, Naruto says while smiling as the coffins fully rise and the lids open to reveal 2 empty ones and the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and Naruto's father, causing Naruto to smirk even more and the cages to pale. Orochimaru sees that the coffins that the 1st and 2nd Hokages were supposed to come out of are empty and looks to Naruto, who starts laughing. What the hell did you do? He yells, furious that things aren't going his way. Naruto laughs even more. Oh poor Orochi, what's wrong? Are your plans not going the way you want? And all because of one little genin, he taunts, getting a snicker from May. You see, during the month break, I had hundreds of clones disguised as the creature you saw earlier spying around the outside of the village for your forces. He says, causing Orochimaru's eyes to widen. Naruto smirks, that's right, and earlier today I discovered the coffins before us with some of your men in them and figured it was for a jutsu to bring back the dead Hokages under your control after seeing them labeled 1st, 2nd, and 4th, so I simply removed the bodies from the 1st and 2nd coffin, he finishes with a laugh. Orochimaru seethes with anger before smiling. Well, it seems like you made a mistake because you left me the 4th Hokage, who will be more than enough to beat all of you, he gloats before walking forward and jamming a kunai with a sealed tage on it into the 4th Hokage's head, causing his eyes to open. Minato looks around and sees May, Hiruzen, and what's going on, Sarutobi. He asks before he sees Naruto. Naruto, is that you? He asks, curious if the man before him is his son. Naruto smiles, yes Two-san, it's nice to meet you, he says, happy to finally meet his father. Minato smiles, it's good to see you, son, but what am I doing here? I'm supposed to be in the Shinigami's stomach, he says, curious as to how he ended up here, before seeing Naruto point behind where he sees Orochimaru and realizes what is going on. Edo Tensei, he asks, turning to Naruto, who only nods. Orochimaru, having enough of the reunion, says, enough, 4th Hokage, I order you to kill them before the Minato disappears, only to appear right in front of him with a Rasengan in hand, before slamming it into Orochimaru, who barely dodges only for it to hit his right arm, nearly tearing it off. Orochimaru stumbles back, gripping his now useless arm. What is the meaning of this? You're supposed to obey me, he yells, only to turn to Naruto, who is laughing his ass off. Naruto finishes laughing and wipes a tear from his eye. Orochi, you are just so stupid that it's funny. Two-san's soul was eaten by the Shinigami, which means that you have no control over it, he says, causing Orochimaru to pale furthermore. What you just did by summoning Two-san here is steal from the Shinigami, and I'm will to bet a lifetime supply of raiment that the Shinigami is pretty pissed at you. Right now, Naruto finishes before smiling at Orochimaru, who looks like someone just told him the Sharingan went extinct and he has AIDS, not making fun of AIDS here. It is a very serious disease. BC2. Naruto then smiles before entering his tail beast cloak version 1 and rushes Orochimaru while creating 2 chakra arms and grabs Orochimaru's arms, burning them with a Kane's chakra, making them useless before he jumps back and rejoins the cages. I have taken the most important thing to you in your life from you, Orochimaru, your ability to use jutsu, he says, shocking the cages and causing Orochimaru to nearly bust a blood vessel in anger. Orochimaru seethes, thinking how the little shit in front of him just took away his ability to use jutsu before noticing that his forces have nearly been defeated. I will kill you, Naruto, mark my words, I will take everything from you, then kill. He then turns to his 4 guards, we're leaving the invasion. Was a failure, he says, causing the 4 guards to drop the barrier and rush to him before throwing a smokescreen, allowing him to escape before the cages and Naruto can stop him. Naruto turns to the cages. Well, looks like Orochi got away for now, but with his arms useless, he will be much easier to kill in the future, he says, getting nods from the other cages, before turning to his father. So how long do you have before the Shinigami comes for you, Two-san, he asks. Minato thinks for a second. I'd probably says a few minutes at most. So how about you tell me about your life so far, he says, getting a nod from Naruto, who then gives him a brief rundown of how his life has been, including how the villagers treated him, unlocking his bloodline, training, and so on. Minato smiles. I'm sorry for how the pin my choice put you through, but I'm glad that Akane Nisan has been there for you like she was for your mother and me, he says, getting a smile from Naruto. Naruto smiles. Yeah, my life has been pretty good the last 8 years. I even have some wonderful women in my life, smiling at his father's shocked expression. Want to see a picture of all of them, he asks Minato, before pulling out a picture of him and all his girls and showing it to Minato, who cries an I'm tears while saying something like, my son is the luckiest man in all of the elemental nations. Naruto and the other cages laugh, seeing Minato's reaction before the Shinigami appears. It is time, Minato Namikaze, the Shinigami says, getting a nod from Minato, who gives Naruto a hug. Naruto returns the hug before stepping back and kicking Minato right in the family jewels, with all his strength causing him to let out a high-pitched scream, while the Hokage and Raikage cover their manhood and wince in sympathy that was for sealing a Kane-chan in me. Even if it lead to things being the way they are, it was still a stupid thing to do, but with that kick I forgive you. He says as Minato gets up and smiles before his soul returns to the Shinigami. The Shinigami looks to Naruto, my sisters, and I expect great things from you in the near future, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and if you succeed, you will be given a gift worthy of all your hard work and suffering, the Shinigami says, shocking everyone before disappearing. BC 2. Naruto turns to the cages. Well, that was interesting, he says, getting nods before there is a massive explosion from the forest area in the direction of where the original Naruto headed to fight Gaara. 30 minutes earlier. The original Naruto was chasing Gaara and his siblings when he senses two presences coming up beside him and turns to see Shino and Shikamaru, along with a small dog he recognizes as Pack in one of Kakashi's summons. Are you two my backup? He asks, figuring that they must have been sent to support him. Shikamaru nods. Yeah, Kakashi had Pack-in lead us you to provide backup, he says before sighing, thinking how troublesome it is that the village is being attacked. Naruto nods. What's the status of the fight so far? He asks, curious as to how the defense of the village is going. Shino adjusts his glasses. The enemy is beginning to be pushed back. When we left the arena, Anko-sensei, along with Hinata-san, Samui-san and her team, and Yujito-san were in a group defending and escorting VIPs like you had stated in the plan, he says, already knowing that Naruto would be worried about his loved ones. Shino continues. Kurenai-sensei along with the other Jonin-senseis are working with the Mist and Kumo forces that were hidden in the stands to force the enemy back. And on a side note, Sasuke Uchiha is still unconscious, so there is that bit of good news, he says, nearly causing Naruto and Shikamaru to nearly fall from the tree branch they just landed on at hearing Shino make what could be considered a joke. Naruto laughs. Well, that is some good news. The last thing we need is for him get in the way, he says, getting nods from Shino and Shikamaru before he looks in front of him. Well, looks like one of them is trying to delay us, he says, seeing Kankuro standing before them. Shino looks to Naruto and Shikamaru. I will handle this, you two go on ahead, he says, getting nods as they wish him good luck before rushing past Kankuro. Shino turns to Kankuro. Now let's have outmatch, shall we, he says before he and Kankuro begin fighting. Naruto and Shikamaru continue on until they see Temari and Gaara stop and Gaara bat Temari away, where she almost crashes into a tree before Naruto catches her. You alright? He asks her as he sets her down. Temari looks at Naruto. Why do you care? We're your enemies. She asks, curious as to why the enemy would care if she is injured. Naruto smiles, because you're not the enemy. Orochimaru killed your Kage and impersonated him in order to use your village to attack, he says, shocking her. Now if you will excuse me, I have to go knock some sense into that brother of yours and save him from himself, he says, causing her eyes to widen. Naruto turns to Shikamaru. Shikamaru, get her out of here, things are going to get messy and you won't be safe, which will prevent me from letting loose, he says, getting a nods from Shikamaru, who moves to help Temari before Naruto looks to her. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill Gaara. Just break his self-destructive way of thinking, says, getting a nod from Temari as Shikamaru takes them to safety. Naruto turns to the semi-transformed Gaara. Now Gaara, how about we finish our match and I save you from yourself, eh? He asks with a smile as Gaara growls. Gaara looks at Naruto. Uzumaki mother will have your blood, he says before launching a shower of sand at Naruto, followed by another and another. Naruto dodges the sand and begins to formulate a plan. Okay, so I can't use the Rasengan or Rasen drill because that could kill Gaara. Wind jutsu will be useless as will lightning, so that leaves fire and water. However, my fire jutsus are a little on the weak side, so I guess water it is, he finishes thinking. Naruto goes through some hand signs before yelling water style. Water dragon jutsu as the water in the air forms a dragon and slams into Gaara, knocking him down and causing some of his sand to fall to the ground as mud. Gaara gets up and fires more sand at Naruto, who dodges before having to jump back as Gaara rushes him and tries to slash him with his sand claw before Naruto uses and water dragon jutsu to slam him into the ground again before he gets up. That's it, Uzumaki, prove my existence, he laughs out manically. Before a bunch of sand gathers and forms into a huge one-tailed tanuki and Gaara yells playing possum jutsu and falls asleep, releasing Shikaku. Shikaku roars before laughing. I'm free, baby, let the slaughter begin, he yells before seeing Naruto and smiling before trying to crush him. Naruto dodges the attack. Damn, he just had to go full Biju, didn't he? Any ideas on how to deal with this, Akane-chan? He asks her, hoping she has an idea. Akane looks at the scene from within the mindscape. Naruto-kun, you need to wake Gaara up, it's the only way to force Shikaku back into the seal. He is likely on Shukaku's forehead, she says, a little worried for his safety because he is facing a Biju after all. Naruto sighs. I was afraid you were going to say that, he says, dodging more sand and a few wind bullets that Shikaku fired at him before going through some hand signs and yelling water style. Hydra's head jutsu as the water in the air gathers and forms 9 giant snake-like heads before they slam into Shikaku, causing him to stumble back a little. Shikaku regains his balance before glaring down at Naruto. "Ah, you bastard, that's it, I'm done playing around with you, you're dead now," he yells as begins gathering energy in front of his mouth and it begins to form a black ball. The Kane sees this and immediately knows what he is up to. "Naruto, you have to get out of the way, he is going to fire a Bijidama," she yells, warning him of the attack that can level mountains. Naruto's eyes widen. "Shit, are you serious?" He begins to run, but realizes that if he moves it will have a straight shot at the village and stops before turning around, narrowing his eyes before entering his tail beast cloak version 2. The Kane sees this. "Naruto, what are you doing? You have to get out of here," she yells frantically. Naruto shakes his head. "If I move it will hit the village and countless people will die. I have to stop it here," he says before spreading his legs out and turning his waist to the right side, while bring his wrists together at his waist, while his hands form a claw-like cradle and gathering energy as it forms a golden ball. The Kane sees the technique he is about to do, causing her eyes to widen. "Naruto, you have never used that technique outside the mindscape, there is no telling if it will work," she yells frantically. Naruto only smiles. "Well, it's as good a time as any to find out," he says as he continues to charge the energy while noticing Shikaku nearly done. Naruto takes a deep breath, pushing more energy into the attack as he begins saying "Kitsune." The ball begins to grow and beams of light begin shining out from the ball. The beams of light shine brighter as in he and Shikaku finish charging their attacks at the same time and yell "Ha! Bijidama!" at the same time and launch their attacks at each other. Naruto thrusts his wrists forward and releases the golden ball of energy that launches as a beam as it collides with Shikaku's Bijidama, and the attack begin battle for dominance, blowing back trees and causing chunks of earth to begin levitating. Naruto digs his feet into the ground as he pushes more energy into the attack, increasing the beam size as the two attacks continue pushing against each other, while Naruto thinks, "Damn, the force of the attack is putting a major strain on my arms, it feels like my muscles are being ripped apart. I need to end this fast." Naruto grits his teeth before putting even more energy into the attack, causing the beam to nearly double in size as he lets screams out high. And the attack pushes the Bijidama back where it and his attack collide with Shukao, resulting in a massive explosion and mushroom cloud as Shikaku screams in pain. Shikaku screams as he feels Gaara waking up new. "I just got out," he yells before the sand falls apart and Gaara lands in the huge crater created by the attack. Naruto manages to make his way over to Gaara and sees him waking up, and upon seeing Naruto heading for him, a terrified expression on his face and tries to back away. "No, I won't let you end my existence," he yells out. Naruto just smiles softly. "I'm not going to kill you, Gaara, for I too know the pain of being hated and the loneliness you have gone, though," he says, which calms down Gaara a little. Gaara stops backing away and looks at Naruto. How are you so strong, Uzumaki?" he asks. Naruto just continues to smile. "I'm strong because I fight to protect those precious to me and my friends, that is where not only my strength but also true strength comes from, Gaara," he says, causing Gaara's eyes to widen. Gaara looks at Naruto. "But I don't have anyone precious to me, nor do I have friends," he says, only for Naruto to continue to smiles. Naruto looks at Gaara and for a brief moment sees himself in Gaara's place. "If it weren't for people like Hinata-chan and Anko-chan in his life, Gaara, you do have precious people. Your brother and sister are your precious people, isn't that right, Temari?" "Kankuro," he says as Temari and Kankuro appear next to Gaara and Temari hugs him while Kankuro guards them. Naruto smiles again. "As for friends, I will be your friend if you want," he says, extending his hand to Gaara, who looks at it for a second before reaching out and shaking it. Naruto then turns to Temari. "You guys can get out of here if you want, or you can stay. I know someone who is a seal master and he can take a look at Gaara's seal before possibly strengthen it, allowing Gaara to sleep without Shikaku coming out," he says, causing their eyes to widen. Gaara looks at Naruto. "I would like that, thank you, Naruto." "Uzumaki Namikaze," he says with a small smile, surprising Temari and Kankuro, as the only time they have seen him smile is when he is killing someone. Naruto smiles back as the cages show up, causing Naruto to give them a smile. "Hey everyone, you missed the fireworks," Naruto jokes before falling to a knee, causing Mei to rush over to him. Naruto smiles as she helps him before turning to the Hokage. "So is the invasion over?" he asks, getting a chuckle from the cages. Hiruzen smiles at Naruto. "Yes, Naruto, the invasion is over, and thanks to your plan, less than 15 people died out of all our forces, while nearly all of Sound's forces. However, Suna only lost around 100 people due to them getting a message that Orochimaru had killed their Kage, which stopped them from fighting and surrendered," he says proudly at how Naruto's plan saved many lives. Naruto smiles. "That's good to hear." He then gestures to the Suna siblings. "Gaara and his siblings have surrendered and are under my protection. I need Jiraiya to take a look at Gaara's seal to strengthen it so Gaara won't be influenced by Shikaku and will be able to sleep," he says, getting a nod from Hiruzen. Naruto smiles. Now you're probably wondering what that explosion and mushroom cloud was, he says, getting nods from the cages causing him to smile. That was from a new attack I had to try out in order to prevent the village from getting hit with a Bijudama, and as you can see it was a success, he says. Shocking them? Naruto smiles. However, the attack took a lot out of me, so I will explain it later because right now I'm going to pass out, he says before passing out in Mei's arms, getting a chuckle from the cages and even Gaara and his siblings. The Hokage looks at Naruto and smiles, thinking, Naruto, you truly are one of a kind, and I have a feeling you will be the greatest shinobi to ever walk the elemental nations since the Sage of Six Paths, before turning to Gaara and his siblings. Now how about all of us return to the village, he says. Betting nods as everyone heads back to the village. Hiruzen looks to the sky and smiles. The invasion was over, and thanks to Naruto, hardly any of their forces had lost their lives. It had been almost a week since the failed invasion of the village by Sound and Sand, and Naruto was currently sitting on the porch of his house, with Hinata snuggled up next to him, as he remembered all that had happened since he passed out from using the Kitsune Himiha. Naruto had spent a day passed out from using the Kitsune Himiha, and woke up in his bedroom with Anko and Hinata by the side of his bed, and upon noticing him awake, they both proceeded to hug him and call him an idiot for worrying them like that and doing something as stupid as trying to stop a Bijudama. After he had been chewed out by Anko and Hinata, Naruto went to check on the rest of his girls and found them all safe and sound before an Anbu appeared and told him that the Hokage wanted to meet with him as soon as possible. Flashback. Naruto walked into the Hokages and smiled, seeing Mei and the Sandaime standing there along with Shikamaru, Shino, Niji, Samui, and Kari. Hey everyone, what's up? He says with a small wave. The three cages smile as Naruto walks in before the Sandaime clears his throat. It's good to see you up and around, Naruto, he says, getting a chuckle from Naruto. Now that you're here we can begin. All of you are gathered here because you have shown the necessary skills and qualities required for you to be promoted, he says, causing the Genin's eyes to widen. Mei nods her head. That is why the three of us have decided to promote each of you, she says before steps forward and hands Shikamaru, Shino, Niji, Samui, and Kari their Chunin vests before stepping back. Naruto notices that he wasn't handed one and wonders what's up before looking at the Hokage, who smiles. Naruto for not only informing us of the invasion, doing extensive recon, gathering intel that enabled us to form a counterattack. Defeating over 95% of the enemy forces single-handedly, resulting in less than 15 of our shinobi being killed, aiding myself and the other cages against Orochimaru, single-handedly stopping not only Tsuna's Jinchuriki, but also the Biju sealed within him when he released it. And finally stopping a Bijudama fired by said Biju that, I might add, would have resulted in countless lives lost and major damage to the village single-handedly, while putting yourself at risk using a technique you had no idea if it would even work, the Sandaime says, causing the jaws of the Genin who didn't know all of what Naruto did to nearly bust through the floor. The Hokage reaches into his desk and pulls out a custom-made golden flak jacket with a few black stripes. On the back is the Uzumaki whirlpool symbol. Along with the word Saurian Soul stitched in black, and below it is the same skull logo as his trench coat, the Jurassic Park logo, and hands it to Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, I hereby grant you the rank of Takebetsu Jonin, with the possibility of being promoted to Elite Jonin in the next 6 months depending on your performance, he says, causing Naruto's eyes to widen as he takes the flak jacket and puts it on underneath his trench coat before hugging the Hokage and Raikage while giving Mei a quick peck on the lips, surprising her and the others. Naruto steps back and stands next to the others and smiles. Thank you everyone, I will continue to perform to the best of my abilities, he says before they are all dismissed. End flashback. After leaving the Hokage Tower, Naruto decided to head back home and tell the girls the good news, and after he did they decided to throw a party to celebrate, which ended with one of the most unforgettable nights of Naruto's life. Sorry, another flashback. As the party celebrating Naruto's promotion winded down, Hinata told Naruto she needed to speak to him alone. They entered his bedroom. Naruto turns to Hinata and smiles. So what do you need to tell me, Hinata-chan? He asks, curious about what she need to tell him. Hinata fidgets a little before locking his bedroom door and smiling at Naruto before kissing him on the lips, surprising him before he returns the kiss and wraps his arms around her waist as they stay like that for a few minutes before Hinata breaks the kiss. Naruto-kun, I want us to become one, she says, blushing slightly. Naruto's eyes widen hearing this. Hinata, you mean you want to, he says, trailing off a little at what she just told him. Hinata nods. Yes, Naruto-kun, I am ready and I talked it over with the others and we all agreed that I would be the first to make love to you, she says, causing Naruto's eyes to widen even more. Naruto looks at Hinata. Are you absolutely sure you want to do this, Hinata-chan? He asks, wanting to make absolute sure that this is what Hinata wants. Hinata nods before unzipping her jacket, revealing her mesh shirt underneath that strains against her already low C-cup breasts, before she takes off her shirt and wraps her arms around Naruto's neck, kissing him as he removes his shirt, and they make their way to the bed. The back of Naruto's knees hit the edge of the bed, causing him to trip and land on the bed, pulling Hinata with him. As the two of them lay there they begin removing each other's pants, leaving them in just their undergarments, bra and panties for Hinata, and a pair of black boxers with orange flames at the bottom. Hinata leans up as she straddles Naruto and unclips her bra, revealing her low C-cup breasts to him, before noticing a rather large tent form in his boxers, causing her to smile at how he is getting excited seeing her body before she removes her panties, leaving her naked as the day she was born. Naruto stares at the image of beauty before him and can't help but get aroused before he slips off his boxers, revealing his rather large and hard member to her, before he smiles and cups her cheek. "Ready, Hinata-chan?" he asks, getting a nod from her. "Sorry, no lemon in here, we'll be putting all the lemons for my stories in a single story that will be made up of the lemons in my other stories, so I don't run the risk of the story that each lemon belongs to being deleted." Flashback end. The next morning Naruto and Hinata woke up in each other's arms, both thoroughly satisfied after their love-making the previous night. After they got up and took a shower together, they walked into the kitchen where they saw the smiling faces of Naruto's other girls, causing them both to blush. After the other girls grilled Hinata for the details on how it was, which resulted in each girl having a rather large nosebleed by the time she was done telling them, everyone ate breakfast and went about their day. For the next few days things were quiet as Naruto spent time with his girls, taking them on dates and just relaxing with them, training Inari in some more self-defense, meeting with the Rookie 12, and having a small party to celebrate the promotion for those that got promoted. As Naruto finished remembering all that had happened in the past week, he smiles before holding Hinata closer to him when he notices someone watching them, and upon recognizing who it is promptly throws a kunai at the person and chuckling when he hears it hit. Jiraiya hops out from the spot he was hiding and glares at Naruto slightly as he holds his now ruined research notebook in his hands. "That wasn't very nice, Brad," he says, a little mad that Naruto just destroyed all of his precious research. Naruto merely chuckles, "Well, that's what you get for spying on me and Hinata-chan while we're relaxing," he says, getting a giggle from Hinata. Jiraiya just sweat drops. "Fine, be that way. Anyway, the old man has a mission for us, so meet me in front of the village gates in 20 minutes, he says, getting Naruto's eyes to widen slightly. Naruto stares at Jiraiya. "Is it just you and me?" he asks, getting a nod from Jiraiya, causing him to sigh. "No thanks, I would rather stay here with my girls," he says before kissing Hinata on the cheek, causing her to blush slightly. Jiraiya's jaw drops before he sighs. "Fine, you can bring one of your girls with you," he says, knowing that it would be easier to allow Naruto to bring one with him instead of arguing with him. Naruto smirks. "All right, see you in 20 minutes, he says before Jiraiya nods and leaves. Naruto turns to Hinata and kisses her on the cheek again. "Now how about we head inside so I can decide who to take," he says before they head inside. When Naruto and Hinata reach the living room they see Anko sitting on the couch munching on some dango while watching TV, Samui reading a book, Tsunami in the kitchen making lunch, Karen reading some scrolls on medical jutsus, and Inari was doing his homework. Naruto smiles. "Okay everyone, I have some news," he says, getting their attention. Naruto smiles. "Jiraiya and I have a mission issued by the Hokage and will be leaving for a few weeks. However, I manipulated him so that I can bring one of you with me," he says, getting nods. "However, those of you who aren't able to go, don't worry, because I will bring you back some souvenirs and take you out on some special dates to make up for it. So discuss it amongst yourselves who will go and meet me out front in 10 minutes, he says before heading to his bedroom to pack, leaving the girls to discuss who would join him. 10 minutes later Naruto was waiting outside his front door for who would be joining him, and upon seeing the door open he smiles. "So ready to go, Anko-chan," he says, causing Anko to smirk before they rush off towards the village gates to meet Jiraiya. Jiraiya sees Naruto and Anko arrive and giggles perversely. "Naruto, you lucky dog," he says before Naruto appears behind him with Masamune at his throat, while Anko has one of her snakes poised to bite his manhood off. Naruto smiles sweetly, causing Jiraiya to gulp. "Now pervy sage, what have I told you about being a pervert in front of my girls?" he says, causing Jiraiya to gulp again. "Do I need to bring out the corn cob again?" he asks, causing Jiraiya to go paler than Orochimaru before shaking his head. Naruto smiles and reseals Masamune. "Good, now how about you tell us what the mission is," he says, getting a nod from Anko. Jiraiya recovers from his terror and clears his throat. "Our mission is to find my teammate Tsunade and bring her back to the village so she can become the goddamn Hokage," he says, shocking Anko and Naruto before they nod, and the three of them head out to find Tsunade. The Megakure Akatsuki's hidden base. 10 shadowy figures were standing in a circle. "Hey, this shitty author just gave away our location," a silver-haired man holding a tri-bladed scythe says. Suddenly they all feel a heavy pressure forcing them down to their knees. "Hide, you will shut the hell up or I will have Kakuzu take you up the ass with his black tendrils. I am the author of this story, which means I am God," the boy says, causing all of the members to pale as they picture that scene in their heads, none more so than Kakuzu, cause he wouldn't do that for all the money in the world. Aiden just laughs. "Yeah right, you're no go, the only god is the glorious Jashin-sama." He yells defiantly, causing everyone to look at him like he is crazy, only to remember that he is in fact crazy. The pressure gets even heavier. "Oh, is that right? Well then," sounds of him walking off followed by crashes and screams before returning. "Now what do you think about what your follower just said, Jashin-chan?" The voice says. Everyone hears what sounds like whimpering. "I nothing compared to you, Master Kuranado. No, now for the love of Mew, please don't use the corn cob on me again," the now named Jashin whimpers out before returning to his realm. Haiden can't believe what he just heard. "Lies, blasphemy, there is no way in hell that was the mighty Jashin-sama." He yells in disbelief. The pressure on everyone gets even heavier. "Okay, that's it." The voice yells before Kakazu suddenly starts walking forward and wraps Haiden up in his black tendrils before walking out of the room with a screaming Haiden. A few minutes later everyone heard Haiden screaming in pain, yelling at Kakazu to get his tendrils out of his ass. An hour later Kakazu returns looking absolutely mortified and retakes his spot when he notices 3 huge sacks of money and 3 huge bottles of hand sanitizer appear out of nowhere next to him. Okay, with that out of the way and with no further interruptions, let's continue the story and no more breaking the fourth wall. It is a pain in the ass to hire a dimensional contractor to repair it. Oh, and before I forget, Toby, keep being a good boy and you might get a present in the future. The voices says before there is the sound of static. Everyone just stands there for a minute, processing what the hell just happened before a man with purple ringed eyes clears his throat. "Okay, let's all agree to never piss whoever that was off again like Haiden did." "Agreed," he asks, getting nods from everyone. The man clears his throat again. "Now let's get back to the matter of the locating the Biju and their Jinchuriki," he says, getting nods. The man with red eyes that have 3 black tomos in them clears his throat. "We have located and identified the Biju and Jinchuki for all of them," he says, getting nods. "The Ichibi is in Sunagakure and its container is Gara of the Sand. The Nibi is in Kumo, as is the Hachibi, and their containers are Yujito Nai and the Raikage's younger brother Killer B," he says. The tall man with blue skin and shark-like teeth continues where his partner left off. The Sanbi is currently reforming after its previous host Yugura was killed and is estimated to reform in 3 years. The 6 Tails along with its container Utakata is currently wandering around water country and should be hard to find, he says, getting nods. The man with long blonde hair and a ponytail, the Yanbi and 5 Tails, and their containers Han and Rashi, are currently wandering around Earth County, he says, getting another series of nods. The red-eyed man then clears his throat again. The Kyuubi and its container are in Konoha and recently took place in the Chunin exams held there and was instrumental in repelling the sand and sound ninja that attacked during the final exam. Saved the Sandaime Hokage's life from Orochimaru before crippling Orochimaru, preventing him from ever using jutsu again. And last but not least, not only stopped a Bijidama fired by the Ichibi from impacting the village, but also forced a Bijidama back at the Ichibi with a single attack, he says, causing the eyes of everyone to widen and their jaws to hang open. The man with the purple ringed eyes clears his throat. "Do we know the identity of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki?" he asks. The red-eyed man nods. He is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of the Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife Kushina Uzumaki. "We have also received word that he is currently with Jiraiya of the Sannin, and they are looking for Tsunade Senju to bring her back to Konoha, where she will be crowned the Godaime Hokage," he says, causing the man with the purple ringed eyes to widen his eyes just slightly, but not enough to be noticed by anyone except for the blue-haired woman standing next to him. The man with the purple ringed eyes nods his head. "Itachi, you and Kisame will try and capture the Kyuubi and its Jinchuriki while we have the chance. However, if Jiraiya shows up, you are to retreat immediately," he says, getting nods from the red-eyed man and the man with the blue skin before they vanish. The man then turns to look at everyone else. "The rest of you are to keep tabs on the other Jinchuriki and keep collecting bounties, because regardless of whether or not Itachi and Kisame capture the Kyuubi Jinchuriki in 3 years, we will begin capturing them," he says, getting nods from everyone. Before they too vanish. In a room atop a tall tower, the man with the purple ringed eyes turns to see the blue-haired woman looking at him. "Pain-sama, what will you do after finding out who the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is?" she asks, curious as to what he will with this new information they found out. The now named Pain sighs. "I don't know, Conan. I thought Kushina died during the fall of Uzushio, but I just learned that not only did my little sister survive, she also got married and had a son who is the new Kyuubi Jinchuriki. What do you think I should do?" he asks the now named Conan. Conan sighs. "You once told me that an Uzumaki never abandons or betrays their family no matter the situation, so if there is still a part of you, no matter how small, that is still Nagato Uzumaki instead of Pain, then you have your answer. But no matter what you choose, I will stand by you," she says, knowing that he will make the right choice. Einaka Nagato Uzumaki thinks for a minute before he comes to a decision. "Conan, I need you to send a message to Itachi and inform him of the situation and that I want to meet with Naruto Uzumaki at some point in the very near future. However, no one can find out about this," he says, getting a nod. From Conan before she leaves and a flutter of origami butterflies, leaving him to think Kushina, I will do what is right, I swear on my Uzumaki blood, he thinks before closing his eyes to meditate on everything he just found out. Back with Naruto and the gang. Naruto, Anko, and Jiraiya had been searching for Tsunade for nearly 2 weeks, and after nothing but dead ends, they got a lead and were currently on their way to a town named Tenzakugai when they stopped at a small town for the night and got 2 hotel rooms to stay in. Jiraiya went chasing after a woman while Naruto and Anko decided to stay in their room. Naruto was currently making out with Anko on their bed when Anko breaks the kiss and smiles at Naruto. You know Naruto, the girls and I talked and we decided that it's my turn to become one with you, she says seductively, licking her lips. Naruto smiles back at her. Are you sure, Anko-chan? I don't want to rush you, it is your first time after all, he says, not wanting to pressure her into anything. Small I'm start. Anko smiles happily at the fact that Naruto cares more about her being comfortable than making love to her. Anko removes her jacket before taking off her top and shimmying out of her miniskirt, leaving her in just her bra and panties, which happen to be a black thong. How's this for an answer, my foxy king, she says before kissing Naruto and helping him out of his clothes, leaving him in just a pair of black boxers with orange flames. Naruto wraps his arms around Anko's neck as they kiss and rubs her back as he deepens the kiss, and Anko removes her bra, leaving her DD cup breasts open for him to see. Naruto smiles before kissing his way down her neck until he reaches her breasts and begins suckling and licking them, causing Anko to moan as she grinds on Naruto's fully hardened member before she reaches down and slides him out of his boxers and releasing his manhood. Naruto flips them over so he is on top of Anko and begins trailing kisses down her stomach before reaching her moistened clothed womanhood and sliding her thong out of the way before he begins licking and kissing her womanhood, sending shivers down her spine, causing her to moan and her toes to curl. Then short lime. Suddenly they hear a knock at the door, but Naruto ignores it and continues to please his Hebe queen. Only for whoever it is to knock on the door again, causing him to sigh. Guess they can't take a hint, he says before looking up to Anko. I will be right back, he says, getting a nod before he gets up and walks over to the door, still new to answer it. Naruto opens the door. You better have a good reason for bothering us, he says, looking up to see a tall blue-skinned man with shark-like teeth and a sword wrapped in bandages on his back. Standing next to him is a man with black hair and red eyes with black tomos in them, and both are wearing black cloaks with red clouds on them. Naruto looks at the shorter of the two and smiles. Yo, hey Itachi, it's been a while, he says. The now named Itachi chuckles a little. That it has, Naruto-kun, you sure have grown, he says, getting a chuckle from Naruto. You do know you're not wearing clothes, right? He asks, wondering if Naruto was aware of his current state of dress or lack of. The blue-skinned man just mumbles something about damn blonde brats and their third leg. Naruto chuckles. Yeah, I was right in the middle of pleasing one of my fiancés when you two interrupted, by the way, he says, causing Itachi to raise an eyebrow. It's Anko, by the way, and she is not happy about us being interrupted, just like when somebody ruins her dango. And you know how she is when she isn't happy, Itachi, he says. Itachi shivers a little, remembering when he accidentally ruined some of her Naruto's special dango, her reaction to it scarred him for life both physically and mentally. Itachi clears his throat and whispers, Tsukiyomi. Naruto finds himself in a world with a red sky and Itachi standing before him. We can talk in private here, Naruto, Itachi says, getting a nod from Naruto. Naruto looks around a bit before turning to Itachi. So how have you been, Itachi? He asks, curious as odd how life on the run has been. Itachi chuckles a little. I have been better, Naruto. My illness is starting to act up, he says with a sad smile. How has Konoha and Sasuke been? He asks. Naruto sighs. Konoha has been good. I whipped it into shape when my heritage was revealed. There was little to no damage from the Sand Sound invasion, he says, getting nods from Itachi. Naruto's eyes narrow. Sasuke, however, has been worse than you can imagine, he says, causing Itachi's eyes to narrow slightly. Naruto sighs once again. He thinks that he is entitled to everything due to him being an Uchiha, and that he is better than everyone else. When I beat him in a spar during the Genin exams, he got angry and tried to kill me with a fire justu, he says, causing Itachi's eyes to narrow even more. Naruto rubs the bridge of his nose. Then during the finals of the Chunin exams, he was disqualified for not showing up on time for his match. But when he did show up and found out that not only was he disqualified, but that I was fighting his opponent, he demanded that I withdraw and give him my spot, for only an elite like him deserves to fight, instead of some loser like myself, he says, causing Itachi to rub the bridge of his nose. Naruto shakes his head. That's not all. When I refused, he once again tried to kill me and is currently sitting in a Anbu prison cell. Itachi just sighs. Hearing this, Itachi, I know it must be hard to hear, but he is beyond hope of saving. He has shown it by his attempts to kill his fellow Leaf Shinobi. When things don't go his way, Naruto finishes, letting everything he just said sink in. Itachi thinks for a minute. I didn't know he had fallen so far. I had hoped that he would overcome his hatred and bring the honor back to the Uchiha, he says with a sigh. Naruto nods his head. I know you did, Itachi, and I know the truth behind the Uchiha massacre, he says, causing Itachi's eyes to widen slightly. I know why you left Sasuke alive, but he won't be able to do it, so it is up to you to bring honor back to the Uchiha clan, Naruto says as his eyes narrow. Slightly, with everything Sasuke has done, he will be lucky if he gets life in prison instead of being executed, and if he is in prison, there is no chance of him accomplishing what you had planned for him, the blonde says with determination. Itachi sighs. I know, Naruto, as much I want to deny it, you speak the truth, but what can I do? He asks, wondering what he can do to save what is left of his clan. Naruto smiles a little. You come back to the village, Jiji can reveal the truth behind the massacre and why you did what you did. And then you rebuild the Uchiha clan, but make it better than before, he says, looking Itachi in the eye. Don't even try the excuse about your illness, because you know the way to beat it, he says. Itachi sighs. I was hoping it wouldn't come to that, Naruto, but it seems I have no choice, he says, getting a nod from Naruto. Naruto smiles. Good to hear. When I get back to the village I will let Jiji know, he says, getting a nod from Itachi. Now how are things with Akatsuki? He asks, curious about what the organization is up to. Itachi narrows his eyes slightly. They will begin the hunt in 3 years, however I just received a message from the leader that I need to give you, he says, causing Naruto's eyes to widen before Itachi hand him a slip of paper. Naruto reads the paper, causing his eyes to widen even more as he finishes reading it. Is this true? He asks in disbelief of what he just read. Itachi nods. Yes, your mother told me a few stories about her older brother Nagato Uzumaki and how she believed he had died during the fall of Uzushio, he says, causing some tears to form in the corner of Naruto's eyes. Apparently he thought the same thing about Kushina, not knowing that she was actually smuggled out of Uzushio to become the next Kyuubi Jinchuriki, he says, getting a nod from Naruto. Naruto thinks for a minute. It would be best if I meet him outside the village, so we would have to set up a time when I am outside the village on a mission or training, Naruto says, getting a nod from Itachi. For now, however, we should probably get back to the real world, he says, getting another nod from Itachi before he ends the Tsukuyomi. Naruto and Itachi return to the real world, and only a second has passed since they entered the Tsukuyomi. Itachi turns to Kiss him. We're retreating for now, he says. The now named Kiss him raises an eyebrow. What, why? He asks, curious as to they were leaving already. Itachi sighs. It's because Jiraiya will be here any minute and Naruto is with Anko Mitarashi, he says, causing Kisum's eyes to widen. That's right, and the fact that we interrupted them goes against the bro code, he says, getting a nod from Kisum as he knew the bro code and followed it. Also, we don't want to see her mad, he says cryptically before shivering. Kisum raises an eyebrow. Why don't want to see her mad? He asks, curious as to why Itachi was so spooked. Itachi rubs the bridge of his nose. Just trust me on this, okay? I would rather face all of the Biju at the same time than fight an angry Anko Mitarashi, he says, getting a nod from Naruto. I will explain, okay, so let's go, Itachi says before he and Kisum leave. Naruto closes the door and walks back over to Anko and smiles. So where were we? He asks, causing her to giggle slightly before she pulls him onto the bed, and they continue their activities from before they were interrupted, only to hear someone knocking on the door again. Naruto sighs before getting up and storming over to the door and opening it to see Jiraiya standing there. About say something, Jiraiya, you have 3 seconds to go to your room for the night or I will shove a Giga Raisin drill up your ass, he growls out, causing Jiraiya to go pale before rushing into his room for the night. Naruto once again closes the door and walks back over to Anko to continue where they left off, and finally they get to finish this time. The next morning Naruto walks out of his room with Anko, who has a glow about her and a slight limp, to see Jiraiya waiting for them. Naruto sighs. I will explain on the way, so let's get going, he says before the group heads out. Later that day they reach Tenzakugai and head to a small bar to search for Tsunade when they see a woman with blonde hair pulled into 2 ponytails, wearing a green haiori with the kanji for gamble on it over a gray shirt. Sitting next to her is a black-haired girl wearing a black kimono holding a pig. Jiraiya, seeing them, rushes over to them. Tsunade, he yells, getting the blonde-haired woman's attention. The blonde-haired woman turns to look at them. Jiraiya, she asks, wondering why he is here. As Jiraiya and Tsunade stare at each other, a blur shoots past Jiraiya and collides with Tsunade, nearly knocking her off her seat. The blur turns out to be Naruto, who wraps his arms around Tsunade, hugging her. Tsunade-chan, it's great to see you again, he says, nuzzling his head into her bosom. Jiraiya and Anko have their jaws on the ground, see this before they hear Tsunade's stat to giggle. Wow, Naruto-kun, you sure have grown, she says as she wraps her arms around him and kisses his forehead. Naruto looks up at her and smiles. Of course I have, Tsunade-chan, he says before looking at Shizune and smiling. It's good to see you, Shizune-chan. Same to you, Tuntun, he says, getting a smile from Shizune and a oink from Tuntun. Jiraiya finally recovers from his shock and looks at Naruto. Okay Gaki, what the hell is going on? How do you know Tsunade-hime? He demands. Naruto looks back at Tsunade and smiles mischievously, and his eyes tell her to play along. Tsunade, seeing what Naruto is up to, mentally laughs. Naruto looks back to Jiraiya and smirks. Why that simple pervy sage, Tsunade Kachan and Shizune-chan are two of my lovers, isn't that right girls, he says before winking at Shizune and causing Jiraiya's jaw to hit the floor. Tsunade giggles. That's right Naruto-kun. She then pulls him deeper into her bosom. It's been so long since we have seen each other, so why don't we ditch the pervert in you, Shizune, and myself go back to my hotel room to catch up with each other, she says seductively. Jiraiya at this point has blood pouring out of his nose. After all the last time we were together, I couldn't walk for 3 days, Tsunade says sensually before licking her lips seductively, causing Jiraiya to be blown back by a massive nosebleed and knock himself out when he hits the wall. Tsunade, Naruto, and Shizune burst out in laughter in seeing this before they turn to see Anko, who also has a little blood leaking from her nose. Naruto sees this and chuckles before walking over to Anko and wrapping his arms around her and kissing her cheek. Why, I didn't know my Hebe queen had such an eki mind, he teases, causing Anko to blush before stuttering. Naruto, Tsunade, and Shizune laugh at Anko's reaction, causing her to pout. Okay, that's enough teasing, he says before smiling at Anko. Tsunade Kachan and Shizune-chan aren't my lovers, Anko-chan. However, it is true that Tsunade Kachan couldn't walk right for 3 days, but it was because of the massage I gave her, isn't that right Tsunade Kachan? He says before smiling at Tsunade. Tsunade chuckles. You got that right Naruto-kun, she says before sighing in remembrance of how good the massage was. Anko finally recovers and shakes her head in amusement before smirking at Naruto. So Naruto-kun, mind explaining how you already know Tsunade-sama, she says in a voice that promises pain if she doesn't like his answer, even though she already has an idea of how he does. Naruto gulps before rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. Well Anko-chan, it was when. Flashback 4 years ago. The 9-year-old Naruto had left the village again to do some exploring and train in some of his more destructive and experimental jutsu. He had been able to slip out pretty easily due to the gate guards Izumo and Kitetsu being asleep at their post again. Additionally, Anko had been given a mission to assassinate a man who had been planning to start a coup in a nearby village, so he didn't have to worry about her for at least a few weeks. Naruto was currently running through a forested area in the newest Dino form he had unlocked. He currently stood about 5 feet tall and 8 feet long. His head was narrow and had 2 crests above his eyes, his teeth were small and needle-like. Along his neck, barely visible, was a frill that was currently folded up against his neck to hide it. His arms were about medium-sized for his body size, and on the ends of his 3 fingers were razor-sharp 4-inch-long talons. His legs were lean and yet muscular, and on each foot he had 3 toes, and at the end of each toe were razor-sharp talons the same size as the ones on his hands. This was his Dilophosaurus soul, and so far he really liked it. It was agile, its razor-sharp claws and needle-like teeth could tear through flesh like a hot knife through butter if the boar he killed for dinner was anything to go by. And it was small enough that he could probably lure enemies into a false sense of security, thinking he wasn't a threat before striking. However, what really made him like this form was that fact that he could spit poison out of his mouth. Naruto had discovered that the poison could not only paralyze someone if it got into an open wound or if he bit someone and injecting the poison like one of Anko's snake summons. It could also blind someone if he hit them in the eyes, leaving them wide open to an attack, which would be especially useful if he ever fought someone who had a Dojutsu. As Naruto continued to run through the forest, he stopped for a second when he caught the scent of fresh blood nearby before hearing voices and decided to check it out. After running toward the voices, he came upon a scene where a blonde-haired woman who appeared to be sick or possibly poisoned and a black-haired woman being held hostage by a group of 5 men. Tsunade Senju was not having a good day. First, she and her apprentice Shizune were forced to leave the nearby casino when some debt collectors came snooping around looking for her. Then after they thought if they had escaped, she went to get some sake for a nearby bar, only for her sake to be drugged by the bartender who had been an undercover debt collector. Now normally this wouldn't be a problem with her skill in medical jutsu, but the drug that was used apparently was a very rare and hard to make drug that temporarily blocked a person's chakra. Then to make matters worse, a group of debt collectors had got the jump on them and taken Shizune hostage, holding her at knife point, which led to the current situation. As Tsunade tried to fight off the drug, she was thinking of a way to get Shizune to safety. The man holding Shizune hostage chuckles. You know Tsunade Senju, it wasn't very smart to pile up a debt with our boss and then skip town, he taunts, causing Tsunade to snarl. However, unknown to everyone, they were being watched by the keen eyes of a hunter who was about to strike. As the man is about to taunt Tsunade again, there is a rustle in the bushes before a large bipedal lizard-like animal hops out and stands in between the 2 groups, looking at the man holding Shizune. The creature stares at the man before tilting its head. The man raises an eyebrow, seeing this. What the hell is this thing? He says as the creature walks towards him and he looks down at it. The creature lets out a series of low sounds almost like whimpers. Think the sounds the Dilophosaurus makes in Jurassic Park when Nedry throws the stick at it, causing the man to lean down slightly. Suddenly a frill opens up on the creature's neck and it screeches before spitting a sticky black tar-like substance into the man's eyes, causing him to scream and drop the knife he was holding to Shizune's throat, allowing her to get away and reach Tsunade. The other men look on as their leader screams and try to rob whatever the creature spit at him out of his eyes. As they are watching, they don't notice the creature dashes towards them and bites each of them in the leg, causing them to scream in pain before falling to the ground unable to move. The creature then walks up to each of them and sinks its teeth into their throats one by one, severing their jugular and causing them bleed out. After the creature severs the last man's jugular, it walks over to the leader who is still screaming and trying to get the gunk out of his eyes. The creature leaps into the air and sinks its claws into the man's chest, causing him to scream in pain and knocking the man over. The creature then bites the man's throat, severing his jugular and causing blood to gush from the now dying man's throat as his screams become gurgles as he chokes on his blood before dying. The creature then hops off the man's chest and turned to Tsunade and Shizune, who were shocked that such a small creature was able to take down 5 grown men in under 2 minutes. The creature then shook its head, cleaning the blood off it. The creature then, much to Tsunade and Shizune's shock, then begins to change shape until it takes the form of a 9-year-old blonde-haired boy with blue eyes and 3 whisker-like birthmarks on each cheek. The boy smiles as he looks at Tsunade and Shizune, whose eyes are wide and their jaws hanging open. "Are you two alright?" the boy asks. Shizune and Tsunade just stare at the boy for a moment before Tsunade snaps out of her shock, "Yes, thank you for the assistance, but what the hell was that?" she asks, demands, wondering what the hell is going on. The boy just chuckles, "That was me saving the two of you, but before I explain any further, how about we introduce each ourselves?" he suggests with a smile. Tsunade sighs, "Very well, I am Tsunade Senju, and this is my apprentice Shizune Kato. Now who the hell are you and what the hell was that?" she yells. The boy smiles, "It is nice to meet you, Tsunade-san and Shizune-san. I am Naruto Uzumaki," he says, causing Tsunade's eyes to widen as she realizes the boy standing before her is the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, and her godson who she was told had died with his parents the night of the sealing. Naruto sees Tsunade's eyes widen and files it away for later. "Now, as to what that was, is there a place nearby where we can talk in private?" he asks. Tsunade and Shizune nod before Shizune helps Tsunade up and the 3 of them head to the nearby hotel where Tsunade and Shizune are staying. When the group reaches the hotel room Tsunade and Shizune are staying, Shizune helps Tsunade sit on the edge of the bed and Naruto closes the door before locking it. Naruto turns to look at Tsunade and Shizune. "Now that creature you saw is known called a dinosaur, a Dilophosaurus, to precise, and due out my bloodline, which I call Saurian Soul, I am able to transform into various dinosaurs," he explains. Tsunade and Shizune sit there speechless as Naruto chuckles. "I see you are confused and shocked, so how about I start from the beginning?" he says before explaining his life and how he came to acquire his bloodline. By the time he finishes, both Tsunade and Shizune have tears running down their cheeks. Naruto smiles. "Now that I have explained everything, I have a question for you, Tsunade-san. Where have you been the last 9 years instead of raising me like you were supposed to, godmother?" he says, narrowing his eyes. Tsunade's eyes widen hearing this before she lowers her head. "A week after the Kyubis attack Shizune and I were on our way back to the village after hearing about the attack and the death of your father and mother. Along the way we ran into an Anbu who said he was sent by the Hokujin village elders to inform me that you had died with your parents the night of the sealing," she says as tears run down her cheeks. Naruto just continues to stand there as Tsunade continues. "The combination of finding out that your parents, especially your mother who I saw as a little sister or even daughter, and your death was too much at once and I ended up breaking down. It was like the death of my little brother Nawaki and my boyfriend Dan all over again. If it wasn't for Shizune being there for me, I likely would have ended my own life." She finishes openly crying at this point. Naruto stands there processing everything Tsunade has just told him for a few minutes as she cries. He then walks up to her and wraps his arms around her, giving her a hug. Tsunade stops crying for a moment when she realizes Naruto is hugging her before wrapping her arms around him and returning the hug and starts crying again. A few minutes later Tsunade stops crying and releases Naruto and he smiles at her. "Naruto, I am coming with you back to Konoha so that I can raise you like your parents wanted me to," she says, causing Shizune's eyes to widen hearing this. Naruto eyes widen having heard what Tsunade just sighed before shaking his head. "No, Tsunade-chan, it's not safe at this time for you to come back," he says, surprising her at the fact he called her Tsunade-chan and that he doesn't want her to come back yet. Naruto, seeing her confusion, decides to explain. "It's not that I don't want you in my life, Tsunade-chan, it's that if they were willing to lie to you about me not surviving the sealing, then they are likely planning something, and it likely revolves around turning me into a mindless weapon for the village. I know for a fact that Hokage and Kaheru-bachan aren't a part of whatever they are planning, because if they were, a Kane Nichan would have picked up on their negative emotions. This means that the ones behind the plan must be the rest of the Elder Council, since they are the only other people with enough power to manipulate the Anbu to lie to you. He says. Tsunade nods her head, seeing the logic behind what Naruto is saying when she realizes something. Wait, who is Akane Nichin Naruto? She asks, wondering why that name sounds so familiar but is drawing a blank. Naruto chuckles. Akane Nichin is the Kyuubi Tsunade Kachin, he says with a smile, shocking Shizune and Tsunade. Before Tsunade starts to laugh, of course, how could I forget about her? Kushina-chan would talk about her occasionally, she says. Naruto smiles, hearing this, before turning serious again. If you were to come back to the village at this time, then it would force our enemies to either accelerate their plans or worse, assassinate you, to make sure you won't be in the way when they put whatever it is they are planning into effect, he says, causing both Tsunade and Shizune's eyes to widen, hearing this before they nod. Naruto then sighs. This means that for the time being you must stay outside the village, and we must limit our contact with each other to not raise suspicion. We also cannot inform the Hokage or anyone else about what we have learned until the time is right, or we run the risk of our enemies learning we are onto them, he finishes, getting another nod from Tsunade. Naruto then smiles and hugs Tsunade again. However, this does not mean we still can't meet with each other. Every 6 months or so we can meet with each other outside the village. He says, surprising Tsunade a little. Naruto then chuckles a little. After all, this isn't the first time I have snuck out of the village without someone noticing or finding out, he says with a smirk, causing Tsunade to laugh, while Shizune does a very accurate depiction of a fish gaping. After talking for a while and figuring out when and where they would meet, Naruto bids goodbye to Tsunade and Shizune before heading back to the village. Then flashback. And that's how Tsunade Kachin, Shizune-chan and I met, Naruto says, finishing his explanation to Anko and a recently recovered Jiraiya. Anko's eyebrow begins to twitch, and a tick mark appears on her forehead. Naruto-kun, just to be clear, you snuck out of the village while I was away on a mission again, she says in a dangerous voice. Naruto gulps, hearing this, knowing he is trouble. Yes, I did, Anko-chan. Does this mean I am in trouble? He asks nervously, only to start sweating when she smiles sadistically and nods. Naruto quickly begins thinking of a way to escape the wrath of an angry Anko when it hits him. If I make you a month's worth of Naruto special dango and give you a few bottles of Kitsune's ambrosia sake, would that make things alright? He bargains, hoping it would calm her down. Anko smiles at him. Why, yes it does, Naruto-kun. However, you will also have to give me a massage and throw in some alone time, she says sweetly, causing him to nod furiously. Naruto sighs in relief until he feels a sense of impending doom bubbling behind him and turns to see Tsunade smiling sweetly with a dark miasma around her. Naruto-kun, what's this I hear about Kitsune's ambrosia sake? Are you holding out on you, Tsunade Kachin? She says sweetly. Naruto pales and waves his hands furiously in a placating manner. Of course not, Tsunade Kachin. I just wanted to make sure it was absolutely perfect before giving it to you and wanted it to be a welcome home gift when you return to the village, he says, hoping to calm her down as he had learned the hard way to not get between Swan and really good sake. The dark miasma surrounding Tsunade disappears and she smiles at him. Good to hear, Naruto-kun, that way we won't have a repeat of what happened 2 years ago, she says, causing Shizune, Tun-tun, and Naruto to pale and visibly shiver in horror upon remembering the unspeakable events that took place that horrible day. Tsunade then realizes something. Wait, you never told me why the three of you are here in the first place, she says. Naruto smiles. Hokage Jiji sent us to bring you back to the village so you can become the Goddamn Hokage, he says, surprising Tsunade. Naruto then hugs Tsunade. It's finally time for you to come back to the village and for us to be a family, Tsunade Kachin, and we don't have to worry about our enemies since I killed Danzo, he says, causing her eyes to widen before she returns the hug. Tsunade kisses Naruto's forehead. All right, Naruto-kun, but before we go there is the matter of a certain snake to take care of, she says before explaining Orochimaru approaching her and offering her a deal to bring back Nawaki and Dan in exchange for her healing his arms. Naruto narrows his eyes hearing this while Anko growls at hearing about her ex-sensei Tsunade Kachin. We talked about this, you know that Nawaki and Dan wouldn't want you to make a deal like that and would want you to move on and be happy, he says, getting a nod and smile from her as she had already overcome her grief at losing her younger brother and boyfriend thanks to Naruto. Naruto then smirks. Also, who do you think it was that injured Orochimaru's arms in the first place, he says, causing Shizune's eyes to widen before Tsunade busts out in laughter. Once Tsunade stops laughing, she wipes a tear from her eye and looks at Naruto. So what do you want to do about Orochimaru? She asks, figuring he had a plan to deal with her traitorous and very likely gay teammate. Naruto smiles sadistically. Why, Tsunade Kachin, I thought you would never ask, he says before explaining his plan to Tsunade, Shizune, Jiraiya, and Anko. By the time Naruto finishes explaining his plan, the entire group is smirking sadistically hearing Naruto's plan. A week later, Tsunade stood in a wide open area across from Orochimaru and Kabuto. Orochimaru smirks seeing Tsunade. So Tsunade, have you decided to take up my offer? He asks. Tsunade growls internally as she walks towards Orochimaru. Let's just get this over with, she says as green chakra covers her hands, and she moves them towards Orochimaru's arms, only for Kabuto to throw a kunai in between the two, causing Tsunade to jump back. Orochimaru looks to Kabuto. What's the meaning of this, Kabuto? He snarls. Kabuto adjusts his glasses. Forgive me, Orochimaru-sama, but Tsunade wasn't going to heal you, he says before explaining how she had hidden wind chakra in the medical jutsu that would have severed his arms when she went to heal them. Tsunade suddenly starts to laugh, drawing Orochimaru and Kabuto's attention back to her. Well, it seems like the cat's out of the bag, so to speak, she says before whistling, and three figures appear beside her. The figures turn out to be Anko, Jiraiya and Shizune. Orochimaru sees this and smirks. Well, if it isn't Jiraiya Baka and my worthless ex-apprentice, what a surprise, but not a threat, he taunts. Jiraiya smirks. Oh, it's not us you have to worry about, Orochimaru, he says, causing Anko and Tsunade to smile sadistically. Orochimaru raises an eyebrow. Oh, then who should I worry about? He asks right before a sword erupts from the right side of his chest in a shower of blood and piercing his lung. That would be me, a voice says from behind him, causing him to look behind him and seeing a smirking Naruto holding Masamune. The end. I hope you have enjoyed this series. If yes, then make sure to drop 3 white hearts to show your love. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.